Good morning, everybody. How are you? What is going on with my laptop? Hi, I'm Debbie. Welcome to my channel. My laptop is still buffering. Can you guys see me? Is YouTube letting me go live? I don't know. Oh, there I am. Okay. Good morning, Jen, Judy, Tricia, Marty, David. Thank you. My friend Wiggles got me this shirt. I love this shirt. Oh, shut up, Marty. You're here every day. You only pretend that you don't like me, and I know it. Apparently, Judy is tired of hearing about the owl theory. I didn't say I believed the owl theory. I just said it's becoming more plausible. I didn't say I believed it. I'm just saying there's reasonable doubt in my mind now. There's reasonable doubt. I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm not saying the owl did it. I'm just saying there's plausible doubt. Therefore, I don't know now. Can an owl unalive a person? Yes, but it is incredibly rare. They are so uncommon they make news when they occur. Most conflicts happen by accident. They are defensive acts, not predatory ones. You are far more likely to be hurt by a dog or a bee. While possible, an owl unaliving a human is a freak event. The circumstances are always very specific and unusual. Owls are not naturally aggressive toward humans. The owl is trying to scare a person away, not hunt them. It uses its talons to deliver a warning strike. Serious injuries from these events are rare. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I bet he is too. Yeah, that's why you gave me your phone number. Okay. Okay, guys, we have one more video of Deaver before the German people. And then we have another video of Deaver. And then we're done with Deaver.
(17) and what, in your opinion, was cleanup on step 17, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you had said that you didn't do any spraying of luminol on that because you were concerned you would be attacked for that.
Well, I didn't do any luminol spraying on it because it was a blood spatter scene, and that just wouldn't be done.
Okay. Even though there wasn't any spatter that you saw on that particular step.
That's correct.
And how about phenolphthalein? Could you have done a phenolphthalein test on that step?
I could have.
And why didn't you do that?
I was looking at visible stains, and the negative of that wouldn't have told me anything.
I'm not sure I understand when you say you were looking at visible stains. As a blood spatter analyst, do you not also take into account stains that you can't see with the naked eye, but you know is there or not there with, say, phenolphthalein?
What I would take into account are the
He trusts me, but he doesn't like me. That makes so much sense.
the stains that I look at there and what the possible causes of them are.
Not things that are enhanced?
No.
By the way, when we're talking about a phenolphthalein test, when you do a phenolphthalein test, if it's negative, you can say that there was no blood at the particular location, right?
Yes.
But if it's positive, that doesn't mean that there was blood there, right?
No, you would state that there's chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And you can't say, for example, that the substance was blood, right, based on phenolphthalein.
No, based on phenolphthalein in and of itself.
You'd have to do confirmatory tests before you could, for example, testify in front of a jury that it was blood, right?
Yes, that's if there were enough stain to do a confirmatory test for. Yes.
Yes. Now, you've testified about phenolphthalein tests and what you can tell from them before, have you not?
Yes, I have.
For example, in a case called State versus Johnny Ray Dowtry, do you remember that one?
No, I don't.
Did you testify in Johnny Ray Dowtry that if a stain is tested positive with phenolphthalein, that indicates that blood was present?
Sir, I'd have to see what that was in reference to. For instance, if phenolphthalein was done in conjunction with luminol itself, they're both chemicals that are used for the presence of blood. And there are other things that can react with both of those, but I don't know of anything that reacts with, in other words, there are things that will give you false positives for both tests. But the only thing that gives you a positive for both tests together would be, in my opinion, would be blood that I'm aware of. And so if this was in reference to a luminol, then perhaps that's what that was. But I don't know for sure. I don't remember the case.
Let me just see if I understand what you just said then. So, for example, if this was step 17 and you sprayed a little bit of luminol on there, and then on another part of it you did a phenolphthalein test, and one of the two or both of them came up positive, I guess. If both of them came up positive, then we know for sure that blood had been. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if we had a positive for both of those, correct.
But you didn't do either test on step 17.
No, I did not.
And of course, if you had done the two tests and it was positive, that would have been conclusive then that blood had been wiped up, right?
No, that would only have been conclusive for that there was a presence of blood. The fact that blood was wiped up was established by the stains themselves, the cleanup along the edge, and the fact that blood should have been there, in my opinion, because of the position of the body, the position of other points of interest, points of origin. That's what that would have established. The fact of doing those chemical tests doesn't change the opinion based on the stains, whether they were done or whether they were not done.
Well, I wasn't asking whether it would change your opinion. I understand it wouldn't change your opinion. I'm just saying that it would have confirmed absolutely that blood had been cleaned up from that step, right?
No, I apologize if my answer before wasn't proper. That would not have confirmed a cleanup. That would have simply confirmed the presence of invisible amounts of blood on that step.
Blood that was no longer there, visibly.
Yes. And it would be my opinion that there were invisible amounts of blood on that step anyway, because of, again, blood dust settling in that area and coming in contact with that step. And myself having been present on that step, any dried blood or anything in the area around the base of the steps would have been tracked up on the on step number 17. And the luminol would definitely see that, and the phenolphthalein probably would have too. And then again, I still wouldn't have been able to say more than I am able to say now about it.
And that was the thought process that went through your mind on December 9th. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying what that is.
Oh, well, I was asking you about why you didn't do it on December 9th.
I didn't do it on December 9th because I had instructed everyone involved, that would include me, not to put luminol in that area.
Okay, so you didn't do it because you had instructed yourself not to do it?
I've instructed everyone not to do it. Luminol was not the proper thing to do in that stairwell, and it was not done in my presence and had not been done by June the 27th.
Okay. Well, actually, it was done in your presence up on the upper portion of the stairwell, right?
I'm talking about the step 17 area. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir. And my question was, why didn't you do on December 9th? What was your thought process about not doing a phenolphthalein test there on step 17?
The thought process was it would make no difference to what I was trying to say or do.
But at that point, you hadn't determined that there was cleanup on step 17, had you?
Well, it was in my mind. Final resolution of that didn't occur until the study of the scene as a whole sometime later.
Well, let's explore that. When did you finally come to the conclusion that step 17 had been cleaned? How many weeks after you were there on December 9th?
I don't remember.
Can you give me an estimate?
Well, it would have been before my conclusion, which was issued
in October of 2000.
October 7th, yes. Sometime in that period.
So sometime between December 9th of 2001 and October 7th of 2002, you decided, is your testimony, that there was cleanup on step 17, correct?
That's correct.
Then can you explain to the jury why there's no mention of that in your report of October 7th, 2002? Can we put up 4100? Can you blow up the conclusions there? This is the conclusions versus the opinions, right?
That's correct.
What's the difference between an opinion and a conclusion? His conclusions are still his opinions. I don't understand why there's a distinction.
Yes, I'm sorry. What was your question?
My question was, can you explain to the jury why, if you concluded there was cleanup before that report, you didn't put it in there?
It was an opinion, and my opinion is based on the scene as a whole and all the work that I did there.
Well, if we go to the 5th paragraph down. Yeah, that one. Could you? Here, I'll can you blow that one up?
Yeah, I can read that. Sure.
The unstained portion of the north wall at the bottom of the stairs was consistent with the application of a liquid to the wall. So you did have your, whether it was an opinion or a conclusion or whatever you want to label it, you had it about the north wall by the time October 7th rolled around, at least in your report, right?
Yes, that was a conclusion based on review on June the 27th and then experimentation.
Right, and so why didn't you have your conclusion about step 17 in that report?
It was an opinion, not as strong as a conclusion. And it was based on other things that were seen at the scene also.
Wait a second. So what you're telling us is that up there is a conclusion, but when you say step 17 was clean, that's an opinion, and you draw a distinction between those two, which accounts for the step 17 opinion not being in the October 7th report?
That's correct.
Now, moment, Your Honor, please. Would you agree with me that it would not be, you talked a little bit yesterday about ethics, right? And I think you said that you didn't think it would have been ethical to conduct a test on that void area on the wall because that somehow would have interfered with our expert's ability to do what he needed to do, right?
That's correct.
Now, on December 9th, were you actually thinking about other experts and a trial and all that sort of stuff when you were in the stairway there?
Not specifically. What I was thinking about is my training as an SBI agent in the laboratory. We routinely preserve sample for other experts to take a look at. And it just goes toward my overall thinking to be as fair as possible to all sides, to do as little damage to the area as is necessary in order to provide an opportunity for others to come in and take a look at it and to provide their opinions and to look over those kinds of things. And that's what I was doing. And that's how I instructed the crime scene people to deal with that. And it's just a process that happens. I don't spray water on things. We don't destroy things. We do as little damage to the evidence as is possible. And every bit of it, as I have done in this case, is provided for everyone to take a look at.
And we'll get back to this later, but of course, one of the things you did there in the scene was stringing of these spatters, right?
That's correct.
And one of the things you could have done to be fair and to allow other experts to evaluate what you did would have been to take a photograph of that stringing, correct?
No.
Well, I know you didn't, but you could have, right?
Well, not in the interest of being fair. Yes, I could have taken a photograph of the strings, but if I might explain.
Well, Your Honor, I'll let you make the call about whether he's going to be able to explain. Go ahead. Why don't you just ask, if you want to explain something, ask the judge and he can decide.
Every time he says, may I
Yes, sir.
explain?
Thank you, Your Honor. The strings are a tool to come to a result. And I explain it much as a microscope, and some of the testimony that's been provided here microscopically, you're not provided with a picture of the microscope. The strings are just a tool. And the result was that I found an impact 19 inches up from the floor and 11 inches up from the floor and 27 inches up from the floor. A photograph of that would have only shown a tool. I could have pulled the strings any way I wanted to and take a picture of them, and an individual would not have been able to go in and to determine if those strings were pulled correctly. Someone would have to go in behind me and do the reconstruction themselves to determine if that had been done correctly. There's nothing that a photograph could have provided. And if I might add, I've probably only taken a photograph of stringing one time in all the cases that I've done. it's not something that I don't do or do. It's just that those are at the end, and I just don't do that. It's not information that helps anyone. It's not something I can go back to and even say a week later that those strings were pulled correctly. The work has to be done correctly in the beginning and be done very carefully to determine those points of origin.
Now, you would agree, would you not? We're going to get back to the stringing in a little while. You would agree, would you not, that it would not be ethical for any blood spatter analyst to come in and testify in front of a jury, for example, that a positive phenolphthalein test indicates that blood was present somewhere, correct?
I don't understand your question. What is that in reference to?
In reference to ethics. You had commented about ethics, and I was saying to you, would you agree with me that, I mean, we've already established phenolphthalein is a presumptive test, right?
That's correct.
Based on the phenolphthalein test itself, you cannot come in and say, that was positive, that was blood. You can't say that, right?
It would depend. It would very much depend on the situation. For instance, from my expertise, if I see a drop of blood there, because of my expertise, I can testify that that's blood based on my expertise. If I were to do a phenolphthalein of it to confirm that, it's still a presumptive test, but because of my expertise, I can testify that that's blood. I've just gone one more step. That's just something that's normally done. And so I don't know what the context of this question is.
Well, let's use the context of invisible blood. You know, blood you can't see with the naked eye. The kind that you say you don't usually testify, or you never testify about. If there's invisible blood and you do a phenolphthalein test, it would be unethical, would it not, to come in and testify in front of a jury that positive test showed there was blood there, right?
Again, it would have to be to determine the context. If I routinely did luminols, which were invisible amounts of blood, and then I did phenolphthalein, and I testified in court that was blood. I don't know what the reference to this is, and I don't remember.
I'm not asking you about any particular case. I know you're concerned about whether I'm asking you about one of your particular cases, but I'm just asking you in general terms, sir. Let's assume there's no luminol done. Let's assume you're not testing a blood spot that you can see. Let's assume you're testing some item like the wine bottle. If that wine bottle had come up with a positive phenolphthalein test, it would have been unethical for you to come into this jury and say that meant there was blood on there, right?
I would have simply testified that there's chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Not that there was blood, right?
Correct.
Because it would be unethical to testify that there was blood, right?
I don't know the ethics of that. It would have been, in my view, by itself wrong, but I don't know about the ethics of it.
Well, it would have been misleading to say that was blood, right?
In this case?
Yeah.
Yes, on that bottle, yes.
All right, now, do you remember a case called North Carolina versus George Earl Good?
I do not remember the specifics.
Do you remember the case in general terms?
Yes.
It's a case you testified in.
Yes, I did.
And one of the things you did in that case was there was some boots in that case. Remember that?
No.
Do you remember that one of the issues was how close to a beating? There were a few co-defendants in that case. Remember that?
Yes.
And one of the issues was how close to a beating did the defendant get? Remember that?
Not specifically. I remember that one of the issues.
Sir, if you want to explain, you can, but I think you're going to need to ask permission.
Okay, I don't remember.
Well, do you remember that one of the things you did in that case was there was a boot that had been worn by the defendant that there was no visible blood on at all. And what you did was you took your phenolphthalein test and tested the boot. you remember that?
No, I do not.
Do you remember testifying as following in that case? Quote, there was no visible stain present on the boots. Stains I could see with my eyes. I did, however, achieve a result when I did a chemical test for that. It was positive for the presence of blood. I could not tell where the blood was because I couldn't see it. I was testing for an invisible amount of blood. Do you recall that statement to a jury just like these folks right here?
I do not. May I explain?
Yes, sir, you can explain.
The only word that was left out of that, whether it was by myself or by the person typing that, was chemical present for blood, chemical. And so I have no problem with that statement.
Could we put that up on the board? I'm sorry, page 91 in good, volume 10, 91. Yeah, yes, the blow up, it's lines 1 through 7. Actually, go up a little higher. All right, that's good, that's good. And could you move that thing at the end, no, down, please? Thank you. Now, that's you, right?
Yes.
And direct by Mr. Beam. Mr. Beam was the prosecutor, right?
Yes.
So this is on the state's case, right?
That's correct.
And this is a first-degree murder case, isn't it?
That's correct.
Death penalty involved?
I do not remember.
Objection to the relevance. Over.
And
DRF.
you say there was no visible stain present on the boots, right?
Yes.
Just like there was no visible stain present on step 17, right?
That's correct.
Stains I could see with my eyes. I did, however, achieve a result when I did a chemical test for that. It was positive for the presence of blood. I could not tell where the blood was because I couldn't see it. See that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do.
And you're okay with having given that statement to a jury in a first-degree murder case?
Yes, sir. The only thing that's left out there that would make it clear is chemical presence of blood.
Well, you say I could not tell where the blood was.
Sir, that's a statement just based on that was related to the fact that I couldn't see blood on those boots. I couldn't tell where it was.
Well, you couldn't tell that there was blood on the boots. All you could tell is that your phenolphthalein test had come up positive, right?
That's correct.
But that's not what you testified to, is it?
It is what I testified to.
That's what you testified to there?
Yes, that is what I testified to.
How would the jury have known that from that testimony?
That's what I testified to.
Okay. You can take it down. Sir, while we're on the subject of ethics, you would agree, would you not, that you can't determine, for example, if a particular spatter, single drop, is cast off if just that one drop is not part of a pattern of, 5 or 6 in a row, 4 in a row, 3 in a row, something like that?
No, I would not be able to do that.
Indeed, last Friday we had a hearing, right, that you testified at,
That's correct.
and I think you testified about that particular topic, didn't you not?
Yes, I did.
Can we show that testimony? No. Do you not have the video? Okay. For a moment. Judge, can I have just a 5-minute break to cue up the video?
All right, Mr. Captain, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room.
Well, I'm not sure what this video is about. I mean, we don't have any notice of that. I don't know.
It's testimony from last Friday.
Well, I mean, who made the video?
WRAL.
Well, how in the world would that be something appropriately shown before the jury in this case?
Because,
If this was a hearing outside the presence of the jury, how in the world would a videotape taken outside their presence now be something that they could view in this case? If you want to ask him about his testimony, that's one thing, but to show a videotape, I don't think that's appropriate, and we would object.
Exactly the same thing as showing him a transcript. I'm showing him what he said. Mr. Harden may not like the impact of it, but it's exactly the same thing as showing him a transcript or putting the transcript up on the.
Or then put the transcript up on the viewer.
Well, you try
Got
your
that.
case and I'll try my case.
Well, isn't there a provision in the statute about the use of testimony that comes in through the press?
All this is, I'm not, all this is, it's not.
Let me take a look.
I think we were talking about the fact that you testified about the fact that you couldn't tell from a single drop, for example, if something was cast off or not, right?
Yes.
And let me show you the testimony from that hearing. You don't have any sound. That's all right. Let's just shut it off, please. Could you just shut it off, please?
And they are in a line, in my opinion. Okay.
Could you shut that off, please? Thank you. Let me show you. Sorry, Mark, there's exhibit 63 and 64. I'm sorry. Pages 63 and 64 of the transcript, what I've marked. And I ask you, is there anything in particular that you need to see in terms of the number of bloodstains before you can say something's cast off, right?
Yes.
And you say, well, you would want to see enough of the drops to be able to say that, to be able to determine the characteristics by drop size and also by linear pattern, correct?
That's correct.
And then I ask you, so you couldn't do it with just one, obviously. And your answer was no, we have a rule, one drop a pattern does not make, or does not a pattern make.
That's correct.
And you would agree with me then that it would be unethical for someone like you to testify in front of a jury that you could tell from a single drop that something was cast off, correct?
Well, if I may explain,
Well, could you answer the question first, or?
it would depend again on the context of the sentence, and let me explain what I meant by the rule. If I had a wall and there was one drop up there, that's not a pattern, and that's what I mean.
Well, under what circumstances could you look at a wall with one drop and say that's cast off?
None.
Do you remember testifying in a case called Jones?
No, I do not.
Kevin Douglas Jones?
No.
In Winston-Salem?
No.
Do you remember in Jones,
Jackson doesn't remember testifying. We've gone over this several times now.
It's overruled.
well, let me ask you this. Have you ever testified as follows? Sometimes a cast off in a forward motion produces, well, many times it produces a larger stain than in a back motion. But many times a backward motion will also produce cast off stain. It will be numbered in a very small number of drops, sometimes even one.
Okay, I have a very important question. For Donald and Daisy's. Look at that. I've lost so much weight. Now I need surgery. What's it called? I need this. I need this. What's this surgery called? I need all this skin. Okay. Shut up, Spike. Important question. For Donald and Daisy's beak and feet, this color yellow or this color yellow? Dark yellow, light yellow. Very important question. I need answers. Really? See, I wasn't going to get any of that surgery because I didn't think insurance would cover it. If insurance will cover it, I'll get it. Okay, I will use the dark on your Pooh Bear. Well, I got one for light and one for dark. I need a tiebreaker.
Do you recall that at all?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall in that case giving an opinion that a single stain found on a wall by a front door was cast off?
I do not remember that.
Can we put up page 52, please? Very well. Do you recall testifying as follows? Question. Agent Deaver, showing you State's Exhibit 21, a photograph of a single stain that was found on the west wall by the front door. If you could, discuss that with the members of the jury, please. Answer, this is, as far as I can see in the photograph, it's one drop. It's almost straight on again. In other words, it struck this wall at 90 degrees. Sometimes a cast off in a forward motion produces, well, many times it produces a larger stain than a back motion. But many times a backward motion will also produce cast off stain. It will be numbered in a very small number of drops, sometimes even one. To me, this would be consistent with a cast off in a backward motion, one drop. Do you recall that?
I do not. May I explain?
You can explain on redirect, sir.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying, indeed, I have found individuals wielding the motion will produce the one drop on their own back or on the floor behind them or on the wall behind them. And this would be indicative of that type of stain. Do you remember testifying to that?
No, I do not.
And you would agree that it's not ethical to conclude that something is cast off from a single drop on a wall, right? If you want to explain something, ask the judge.
Yes, sir. If you need to explain, you can explain.
I need to explain. One drop out of context, these would, if I might, this situation is a situation taken totally out of context in relationship to the scene itself. I don't remember the exact things, but a forward spatter in line with a drop behind would be consistent with my experience of a drop coming off in a cast off in a rearward motion, both on close and on walls. That one drop is not by itself. It's in a continuous motion with an action that created a cast off in line with it on the other side. When I talk about one drop does not a pattern make, I'm talking about a drop off somewhere with nothing else around it, not in association with any other blood spatters, and taken into account in the total scene.
You would agree that it would not be ethical to conclude that something was cast off based on a single drop on a wall. Is that true or not true?
That is true. If that was the only drop that you had, then that would be so. But the totality of the circumstances would cause you, because of your experience, to be able to talk about a single drop. And I have done it, and others have done it also.
Part of your opinion in this case, at least part of it, is based on the size of the spatters at the scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you've testified several times that the general rule is the more force that's applied to the blood, the smaller the spatters, right?
That's correct.
And the converse of that would be, of course, that the less force applied to the blood, the larger the spatters, correct?
In general terms, yes.
And when you're trying to figure out how to characterize a particular pattern in terms of the size of the drops, what you look at to determine that is the majority of the drops, right?
That's correct.
You look at what the predominant size is, correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know what a drop count is?
No, I do not.
Have you ever engaged in a practice of sitting in a scene or with a photograph of a scene and literally counting the number of drops in a particular scene and then determining the predominant size of the drops in a scene?
No, I have not.
Have you ever done that?
No, I have not.
Let me show you. Do you have any idea how many spatters, drops there was in the hallway in the Peterson home, in the stairway in the Peterson home?
No.
Do you even have an estimate?
There were thousands.
Yes.
Let me show you what I marked as Defense Exhibit 196, which is a drop count that was done of that scene, and ask you to take a look at it. When you finished having a chance to take a look at it, if you could just let me know you're finished.
Okay.
Now, that exhibit indicates that there are roughly 10,000 some odd spatters, individual spatters or drops in that stairway. Does that seem to you to be a reasonable estimate of the number of spatters in there?
Yes, it would, depending on when the drop count was done. Yes.
Well, compared to what you saw,
Yes.
move 196 into evidence.
So,
Now, out of, for example, there were ballpark 4,000 drops on the north wall. ballpark?
That's what this says.
And another 1,500 on the molding and baseboard at the north wall?
Yes.
And and then on the east wall, for example, and the east wall baseboard and molding, another 3,000, 3,100 ballpark?
Yes.
Now, out of those 8 or 9 or 10,000 drops just on those two walls, you actually measured 46, right?
42. Oh, no. I measured 42 for my chart.
I see. Well, how many did you measure altogether?
I don't remember.
And did you take notes of your measurements?
No.
Well, you had your notepad there.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it your testimony now that you actually measured drops other than the ones that you use for your stringing?
Yes. Just to confirm my general impressions of the size of the drops, I go in and make some measurements of, just to see what the ballpark is for those.
I see. Can we put up page E of Exhibit 180? Right there. Now, that is what you drew on December 9th about the wall and the floor, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we can see on here, for example, your use of the term shadow to refer to that, right?
That's correct.
And we can see that you measured the highest drop, right?
Yes.
And we can see you characterize something as heavy spatter, right?
Yes.
Now, it looks to me like you have these spatters going that way, right?
Yes.
And these seem to be going up that way, right?
Generally.
And is that the only diagram you did of that wall?
Yes.
And did you note anywhere on there that you measured X number of stains to see what the size was?
No, I did not.
You're aware that documentation is important in what you do, are you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And how many did you measure?
I don't remember.
What were the sizes of the ones you measured specifically?
Tenths of millimeters.
And you don't know how many of the 10,000 you measured?
No, I do not.
Can you give me a ballpark?
No, I couldn't remember.
I mean, are we talking about 5,000 or 3,000 or
No,
12?
just a few.
A few.
Yes.
Less than 10?
Maybe 10, 15, 20, something like that.
All right, so assuming that you measured it, say, another 20, then you would have measured a total of 66 out of 10,000 plus, right?
That's correct.
And the only ones that you actually wrote down were the ones that you ended up using in your stringing, right?
That's correct.
Now, let me mark that if I could. me show you what I've now marked as Exhibit 197,
Yes.
and ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the chart that I made for the construction, the reconstruction in north.
I
north and
love
east
that
wall.
show.
Okay, and this has 42 of those drops you measured, right?
That's correct.
And this would just apply to the north and the east walls, right?
That's correct.
You measured another 4 drops on the west wall.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just focus on the north and east wall for simplicity's sake. Let me leave this up there so you can refer to it.
I have one.
You have it. All right. Now, with regard to that, the important measurement, I think you testified to this on Friday as well, the important measurement in determining spatter size is width, correct?
Well, as far as what? What is the question?
Determining the size, whether it's a small spatter or a larger spatter.
If you have an elliptical drop, it would be the width that is what the size of that drop was when it struck the wall. In other words, it's a sphere, and its imprint on the wall would be the width. The length is just the drop going out into the wall. So the width would be what that drop size was when it struck the wall.
Exactly.
Yes.
The length simply indicates to a certain extent what the angle of impact is.
That's correct.
All right, so if what you want to determine is how big was the drop when it struck the wall at an oblique angle, at some angle, then you're going to look at the width, right?
That's correct.
And in addition to these measurements here in 197, you also did some similar measurements on your test wall, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Let me mark those. As Exhibit 198. I'm going to show you specifically the measurements you did, I think, on the north and east walls of the test walls.
Oh, I'm sorry. Check that. Yes, that's correct.
Right? And what you measured there were 25 drops on the north and east walls, correct? If you go to the next page there. I think it's the third page.
Yep, appears to be correct.
See, my copy shows all 25 right there if you pull that.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, if we look at the width that you measured, for example, and say we start with drops that are larger than 1.1 millimeters. All these measurements are in millimeters, correct?
That's correct.
Can we put up 197?
This one here, the test. Oh, sorry, this one.
197. You see there's a length and a width, right? Can you blow that up any? Right?
Yes.
And if you go down and count the number in the north and east walls at the seam where the width is greater than 1.1 millimeters, you get 30 out of the 42 being over 1.1 millimeters, do you not?
Yes.
All right, sir, and that's roughly 75%.
Yes.
On the test wall, can we go to the next exhibit, 198? it goes. No, that's not it, guy. It's the. Yeah, that's it, right? No. Wrong page. Put that up. And it starts at the bottom there. You need to put it up a little bit higher. Thank you. What we're talking about here is the oh, that's Elmo. Okay. If we measure the width of these, the number that are greater than 1.1 are 5 out of the 25. Is that correct? You have the other 5 on your second page there.
Yes,
That would be 20%, right?
that's correct.
If we go to 1.5 millimeters at the scene, if you go back to your exhibit 197, at the scene, you don't need to do that, guys. Fine. You would have 25 out of the 42 being larger than 1.5 millimeters, correct?
I would assume that's correct.
Well, no, don't assume. Please count.
Including 1.5 or better.
1.5 or larger.
How many did you say?
25 out of 42.
I get 24, but I may be missing one.
Fair enough. Doesn't matter. Roughly 60%, right?
That would be reasonable.
At your test wall, out of the 25 that you actually measured, only 2 were larger than 1.5, or 1.5 millimeters or larger. Is that not correct?
That appears to be correct.
If we go to 2 millimeters, at the scene, 8 out of the 42 were larger than 2 millimeters, correct? In width.
How many did you say?
8.
Yes.
At the test wall, after you had those 38 impacts, not a single one was larger than 2 millimeters, correct?
That's correct.
If you look at the average width, sir, let's mark this. Yeah. This is 199. No. Oh, that's 7. Yeah. Let me show you a adding machine tape. 2 tapes actually. Defendant's Exhibit 199. Defendant's Exhibit 200. Defense Exhibit 199 contains 42 entries, which please check should correspond to the 42 points that you measured on the north and east walls, and Defense Exhibit 200 contains 25 entries, which should equal the number of entries and the sizes that you noted at your test wall. Please take a look at that, and I'm going to ask you some questions about that.
Okay. Yes, they've been added.
They've been added and divided by the number of entries, right, to get an average.
That's correct.
Move 199 and 200 into evidence.
So,
We put 199. Can you zoom in on that, please? First at the bottom. Those are the 42 stains, measurements of the widths of the 42 stains you measured on the north and east walls of the actual scene, right?
That's correct.
And it totaled up to 62.28 millimeters, right?
Yes.
And then we divided it. If you can go up, no. Can you zoom in on that, please? We divided it by 42, correct?
That's correct.
And so the average stain size width of the ones you measured, I realize there's another 9,900 and some odd that you didn't measure.
That's correct.
But at least of the ones you measured.
That I wrote down.
Excuse me?
That I wrote down.
That you wrote down, right. The average size was 1.48 millimeters, right?
Yes.
All right, now let's go to the test wall, the one in the mock setting where the 38 impacts occurred. Can we go to that one? We had 25 entries there, right? Corresponding to the widths of the stain sizes that existed after you had the 38 impacts, right?
That's correct.
And the total number of millimeters of those 25, the width, totaled 24.30, correct?
Correct.
So now the average stain size width wise.
See?
Of the test drops that you measured was 0.97 millimeters, right?
That's correct.
All right. I go to the white screen here. Now, just so I'm clear, if we've got 1.48 millimeters at the scene, right? And 0.97 millimeters, these are widths, right?
Yes.
I know.
At the, we'll call it the experiment. The stains at the scene were roughly 50% larger widthwise than the stains that you measured at the test, right?
Yes, may I explain?
yes.
Yes, they were. And there's a very easy explanation for that. Because of the tightness of the area to be worked in, we chose a little bit larger, or I chose a little bit larger drops at the scene to make it a little bit easier for me to measure. These are not representative of the, particularly of the stains themselves, though they are in the area that you would expect to find spatter for an impact in this type of situation. In the other stairwell, there was just more time to do it, and so just randomly picking the drops. They don't correlate in any manner, and the difference is a judgment I made on my part to choose a little bit larger drops for the ease of measuring in the scene itself.
That's your explanation?
Yes, it is.
Judge, may I have a short break because I need to find a reference, and I think it's probably not a bad time to take it. I just need 5 minutes.
10 minutes, Mr. Nicholson.
Madam Court Reporter, could you read back Mr. Deaver's last answer before I go to my next question?
Yes, may I explain? They were, and it's a very easy explanation for that. Because of the tightness of the area to be worked in, we chose a little bit larger. I chose a little bit larger drops at the seam to make a little bit easier for me to measure. Those are not representative of particularly of the stains themselves, though they are in the area that you would expect to find spatter and impact in this type of situation. In the other stairwell, there was just more time to do it, and so just randomly picking the drops, they don't correlate in any manner. And the difference is a judgment I made on my part to choose a little larger drops for the ease of measurement in the scene itself.
Thank you. You testified about that very same topic last Friday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Can we play the video of the question and the answer, please?
Just so I'm clear, how did you select which things you were going to use in your analysis?
Well, you go in by experience and select stains that are representative of each pattern. The smaller stains give you a better result, and so you go in and select those kinds of stains. And it's done by experience. And you select them randomly also. I mean, throughout the pattern, you're selecting those stains.
When you say smaller stains are better, what is that?
Well, the science says that those stains become spherical. In other words, when a stain is, when blood is impacted, those blood drops, as they come off of the impact site, they become spherical or round. Okay, and the smaller stains become spherical more quickly, and so when they strike the surface, they're giving you a more exact droplet to make measurements off of. And so you go through and pick those by experience again to do that. And that gives you a more exact point of origin.
More exact point of origin, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And just so we're clear, I asked you how you selected the stains in the hallway, in the stairwell, that you were going to use in your analysis. That was the question, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what you said was you picked stains that were representative of each pattern, but that you preferred the smaller stains, right?
No.
Did you not say, well, you go in by experience and select stains that are representative of each pattern? The smaller stains give you a better result, and so you go in and select, those kinds of stains, and it's done by experience. Did you say that?
Yes, may I explain?
Yes, quickly.
Yes. They're both, you go in and pick the stains that are representative of the stain. That's one thing. Stop. The smallest stains are the best for that. Those are two different ideas. And that's what you do. The smallest stains are the best. Well, it just so happens that the smallest stains were representative of this pattern in this case. And so that's what I meant.
Well, but you just testified before the break that the reason why we had 1.48 versus 0.97 was because you chose larger stains in the stairwell. Isn't that what you just said to the jury? There's a very easy explanation for this. I went in, and because it was so hard to maneuver around, I picked the larger stains. Didn't that, you say that?
Yes, may I explain?
Yes.
I think what we're talking about here is the definitions that I use for these stains are a mist. When we do definitions, a mist is 1/10 of a millimeter and smaller. A fine or small drops for our definition is 1/10 of a millimeter to 3 millimeters. But that's indicative of a lot of force. But you see, there's a lot of range in there. 1/10 of a millimeter to 3 millimeters. Medium-sized drops are, for definition, 3 millimeters to 6 millimeters. Well, there's a lot of room in there because these are general things, and we're looking at general things. And then large drops would be considered 6 millimeters and bigger. The first pattern we have here, we've got an average of 1.48. That fits right in 1/10 of a millimeter to 3 millimeters. Those are small drops. I went to the large size of that general definition so that I could get the best measurements on there. These are not inconsistent statements, but they're within the range of the pattern. Many of the drops in this pattern were 1/10 of a millimeter, very, very small. And measuring those creates some difficulty when you're up in corners and stuff. And so I moved up within that definition of fine or small. I moved up to a little bit larger drop. And my average 1.48 is about half this, is in about the half of that scale.
Are you done?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
The bottom line is that of the stains you measured in the scene versus the stains that you created, I mean, the amount of force you were using in the stairwell was like that, right? Half swings?
I can say that the force was fairly substantial because when we did the reconstruction, I actually smashed a 1/2-inch piece of cardboard down about 1 inch. And we went back and looked at that, and that's one of the reasons that I had a little tiny bit of difference in when we did the reconstruction on the test. We went back to look, and actually it had been stressed down about 1 inch or so. So it was a pretty good force. Being a person who teaches defensive tactics, a controlled swing will give you substantial force. That's the basis of a lot of martial arts. You can't judge it on that. My controlled swing was allowing me to prevent additional staining because of sponge flying off and those kinds of things, but it's not an indication of force in and of itself. There was a substantial force applied in that test. I dare say no one would want me to do that to them and to see if it hurts or creates injury or death.
Well, we could probably stipulate to that.
Judy, take care of this, please.
That it would create death?
No, that no one would want you to do that. In any event, so now, I guess you're saying that it was your martial arts training?
I just said I couldn't argue with someone that that's not forceful. It would be foolish for me to argue that that's not forceful.
I see. Well, in any event, the jury will be able to judge from the video since you...
Absolutely.
And whatever amount of force you were able to generate from about shoulder height down, however much force you could generate with that, however strong you are to do that, that produced spatter that was 0.97 millimeters wide, right?
Well, that's the average.
The ones you measured.
For the ones we measured, yes.
And the ones at the scene were 50% larger, right?
But still within the definition of small or fine. In the middle of that definition, actually.
Sir, if you need to explain something,
I apologize.
why don't you ask the judge for permission?
I thought he said yes, but I missed it. I thought he said yes, but
I think he did say yes and then but. Perhaps you need to ask the judge whether you can explain that.
Just ask your question, Mr.
Okay. The spatters at the scene, whatever force created those compared to the ones in the test wall, the ones you measured were 50% larger, correct?
That's correct.
And we have agreed, have we not, that the larger the spatter, generally speaking, all other things being equal, the less force was used to create it, right?
In general terms, but not for the measurements to do the reconstruction. That's not something that you
Sir,
can
if you
say
need
from
to
that.
explain something, please
I
ask the judge.
apologize again.
All right, he answered. Let's go, Jimmy.
Now, let's talk about points of origin for a little while. You've testified in front of this jury that you were able to determine an exact point in space where you say there were points of origin, correct?
I don't remember saying exact, but very close to the points, yes.
Well, what you did, you gave very specific dimensions for 2 points of origin, did you not?
Yes, I did.
19 inches up, 5 inches off this wall, 8 inches off that wall, just coming to a specific point.
Yes, I did.
Let me focus first on that northwest corner, northeast corner, I'm sorry, the far corner back there,
Yes,
where you said there were 2 impacts, right?
that's correct.
Now, would you agree with the following statement? You are familiar with this book, right?
Yes, I am.
We must always use caution in considering the results of the point of origin evaluations. This is particularly true for those situations involving dual impacts. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And the way you describe points of origin, it almost sounded like it was completely objective process, right?
I don't remember.
Well, the truth of the matter is it's not completely objective, is it?
What part of it?
Well, there are certain subjective aspects to determining a point of origin, right?
Yes.
For example, the first thing that has to happen is the analyst, you, have to select which stains you're going to use, right?
That's correct.
You have 10,000 stains there at the scene, right?
Correct.
And you're going to decide which ones you're going to string.
That's correct.
And you don't just do that randomly, right?
Well, you kind of do it randomly, but you use your experience to help you get the size drops that will give you the best or good result.
Well, the stains, you can't use any stain in a scene, in a stringing experiment, can you?
Sure. In an impact spatter, you could use you could use any stain.
Well, don't the stains have to be formed in a particular way before you can use them?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, let me just add, do you have any criteria when you select a stain to use? Do you have any particular criteria that you use in terms of the shape of the stain?
I'm looking for stains that have that are elliptical, that show that they have angle, and also not perfectly round stains which produce a 90-degree result.
Other than that, do you have any particular requirements?
Well, the requirements, like we just saw the video. I'm looking for stains, the smallest stains of the pattern, because they produce, like I said, the straightest path to the wall. So that's a part of my criteria.
Well, what I'm getting at is the individual stain itself. Does it have to have any particular characteristics other than being elliptical? Or is it just if it's elliptical, you feel like you can consider it.
And small, relatively
Elliptical and
small.
small.
Yes.
Well, have you ever heard the term a well-formed stain?
Yes.
And what does a well-formed stain mean?
Well, it would be a stain that struck the wall and produced an elliptical drop and was small enough to be straight on is what my definition of it would be.
Well, do you agree with the following definition? If we divide the stain along its major and minor axes, the opposite halves would be generally equal to each other.
I would agree with that, yes.
And in fact, in order to do accurate stringing, in order to do accurate point of origin, you've got to choose well-formed stains.
That's correct, yes.
Have you just recalled that now?
No, that's just something that's in your mind. May I explain?
Yes.
If something has for some reason caused that drop to break up along one side, or for instance, the texture of a wall can break a drop up. And so you wouldn't go to a drop that's busted up on the side because it's not going to give you a good width and a length. That's just something you learn as a bloodstain pattern analyst. I'm sorry I couldn't put it in words before, but that's a given.
And so one of the things that someone could do if they knew which stains you selected would be to come behind you and take a look at the stain and see if you divided it. I mean, what we're talking about, do you have page 125? No. What we're talking about is a stain where if you divide it in half on each axis, width and length, basically each half is going to mirror each other, right?
That's correct.
And so what one can do if you had identified which stains you selected, identified them all, would be to come back behind you and see whether or not you selected well-formed stains, right?
Yes, it would need to be done fairly soon after because of blood flaking off and breaking and things like that. If it was a long time afterward, I wouldn't put a lot of stock in that.
But if it was like a week after?
Perhaps.
And the bottom line.
Actually, I'm sorry if I might go back and explain. Even a week after, as we even saw the skeletonization of blood within just a difference of a few hours, those things are breaking up and popping off and those kinds of things. So maybe not even after a week.
Well, in any event, the bottom line is that one subjective part of this analysis is making sure the analyst who's doing this stringing, determining his point of origin, picks stains that are well formed, right?
Yes, and that would go toward experience. Yes.
Yes, and so that's a subjective area. I mean, you may have chosen stains that you thought were well formed that perhaps another expert wouldn't think were well formed, right?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay. Now, the second subjective piece of this is you have to, I mean, even if you select a well-formed stain, let's assume we get past that hurdle, you got to measure the stain accurately, don't you?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, measurement is critical, right?
Extremely.
And what you must measure is only, can you keep that up, please? Only the main body of the stain, right?
Absolutely.
You have to exclude any satellite.
That's correct.
And exclude any spatter, right? I'm sorry, any spine.
That would be satellite, would be spines.
Yeah, you have to exclude. You can't include in the measurement any satellite or spine, right?
I think, if I might explain, I think you're talking about the tail. Is that what you're saying? The tail of the
Well,
drop?
well, you see up on the right-hand side of the top piece there? That's what spatter sometimes looks like, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to be careful in this area when you were doing your measurements because you really need an elliptical shape, right?
That's correct.
And so you'd have to make a judgment about how to close off that ellipsis, wouldn't you?
Well, actually, that's a demonstration of one of the drops that you would not measure. So that's what a well-formed, you wouldn't pick the top one anyway. So you wouldn't have to worry about that.
Are you saying you'd never pick a drop that wasn't completely like that?
I thought you just asked me that. Isn't that what it says? You shouldn't pick a drop that's not well-formed?
Yes, sir. What I asked you was, are you saying that you would never, ever pick a drop with scalloped edges?
Not for the purpose of reconstruction.
Oh.
I don't think so, no.
Well, you realize that top drop was in fact a well-formed stain under their analysis. You realize that?
No, I thought it was an example of a not well-formed drop.
Well, actually,
the top one?
Yeah, each side is exactly half the other. You see? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that. May I see that? Could I see it? I can't read it from there. Thank you.
See, it's two examples of a well-formed stain. One a perfect sphere and the other one with...
Okay.
See that?
Yes, I do.
Here, let's put this up. Yeah. See, that's what we're talking about. If you got to, when you're measuring the length and there's a little bit of irregularity on one end, you got to be careful how you do that measurement, right?
That would be correct.
And similarly, on the width, right?
Absolutely.
And it's true, is it not, that if you make even a tiny little mistake in that, you can change the calculated impact angle significantly.
You could, yes.
And is it also true, do you agree with the following statement? Unfortunately, there are no absolute rules for closing out the ellipse. The analyst must judge each stain individually and make an attempt to eliminate these scalloped edges and tail portions from the measurement. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that. May I explain?
Yes, sir, briefly.
It's not very difficult for the experience that you had when you measure thousands and thousands of drops. It becomes fairly simple.
But of course, you didn't take pictures of the individual drops that you measured, did you?
No.
You didn't do a diagram of the individual drops you measured, did you?
For the purpose of showing how I measured it?
For the purpose of showing where they were on the wall, like an overall diagram with, number 1 here and number 2 over here.
No.
And since you didn't document that, it would be impossible for someone after the fact to go back and check your measurements, wouldn't it?
No, not really. If they had cared to go to the scene and wanted to, many of the drops were circled and numbered. Well, all of them were circled and numbered. Some of those were still available, and that could have been done.
Well,
then a picture would not have helped that at all.
Even after you accurately and appropriately select a well-formed stain and you measure it, there's a formula that is used to determine the individual droplet's impact angle, right?
That's correct.
And that formula only provides an estimate of the impact angle. Is that not correct?
I don't know that to be so.
You don't know whether that formula only provides an estimate?
No,
You were under the impression it provided an exact angle?
it provides an angle.
I understand that, but are you aware?
No, I'm not.
So that would be new information for you?
I'm not aware of it.
Do you agree with this statement? Bevel and Gardner, page 127. It is important to recognize that the formula provides the analyst with an estimate of the impact angle. The precision of the math should not be construed to mean a similar precision in the definition of the angle. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not.
Final thing we have to determine when we're trying to get a point of origin to see if it's accurate is you have to figure out how many stains you're going to select, right?
That's correct.
And again, that's subjective. It's based on your judgment.
That's correct.
There's no set number of stains, right?
No.
The number that you selected, by the way, the number you picked altogether were 42,
That's correct.
but you actually circled more than 42, didn't you?
I don't know.
Well, isn't it a fact that you circled 77 drops just on the north wall itself?
I don't know that.
Well, you did circle drops that you didn't use, right?
I don't remember that.
Well, did you document it anywhere?
No.
So if another expert has gone in and actually counted the number of circles you had on those walls, you have no way of telling whether or not that's an accurate count?
No. I did a complete study of the wall, and I looked at individual drops very carefully. The number that I circled, I don't remember. I numbered 42.
Let me first of all show you. Yeah, let's mark this one as well. And, let me show you what I marked as exhibits. First, let me show you 201. And ask you if you recognize that as a photo of the northeast corner of the stairwell that we've been talking about here.
Yes, I do.
And do you notice, do you see 203 as a close-up of a portion of that stairwell?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that 202 is a further close-up of that portion?
Yes, I do.
All right, now, if I may.
I'm sorry. Just a second.
That's it. The
Okay.
universe.
Thank you. Now, if I may say.
The other day when they said 42, and he said, "Is there a reason why you only checked 42 spots or whatever he asked?" I said, "Because 42 is the answer to life and everything." And I knew there was a third word and I couldn't remember. I was like, I missed a word because life and everything doesn't sound right. There's another word in there. It's life, the universe, and everything. I forgot the word universe.
Thanks. In 201, I moved 201, 202, and 203 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Can we put 201 up? We'll see if you can blow that up at all. I'm not sure it's going to work. Could you see if we can
Yes.
zoom into that a little bit? Towards the bottom there. Yeah, right there. Could you zoom that in a little bit? A little bit more. See those pencil lines there?
Yes, I did.
And then if we go to 202, that's a close-up of that area, right? That's a close-up of the area we're just looking at, correct?
Yes.
And you can see the lines even more clearly, can't you?
Yes,
With little circles around some of those.
that's correct. And that line demonstrates the path that drop took.
And did you draw those lines?
Yes, I think I did.
Now, you testified about those lines before, right?
Yes.
On Friday,
Yes, I did.
under oath.
Yes, I did.
And well, you testified to on Friday under oath. Well, let me get it and be accurate. Question: how about these other lines on here? The lines that are showing up and sort of in pencil marks. What's that? Answer: it looks like someone's effort to show the point of convergence, but I wouldn't draw through a crime scene. I can't say that I did that. I would have maybe made a little mark there. Now I've made circles around that drops I chose, but I can't tell you what that is. Question: you don't know who did those lines there or what they meant? Answer: well, it looks to me like they're showing the directionality of the drop, but I can't remember. I don't remember doing it myself. And question: well, were you there when anyone else did it? Answer: no. Question: so somebody was doing this without your knowledge? No response. Question: was it there when you got there? Answer: no. Question: you're sure? Answer: yes, the walls were clean. I mean, except for the blood stain. Were those the questions and answers on Friday?
That's correct.
And did you say on?
Yeah, it's a barred owl. BARRED, not barn owl. Barn owls have cute little heart-shaped faces, and barred owls are bigger with more round-shaped faces, I think. I guess you weren't here when I showed the video yesterday of some guy that lived in wherever Michael Peterson lived, and he was a lawyer and he was interested in the case, and he was talking all about the barred owl and how they could have done it and whatever. Oh, what is the southern? What's the southern number for that? 5011, I think. I think it's 5011. I don't know. I say it. I don't think it. It just comes out of my mouth. So trying to think of the number, it's a number that doesn't exist. It's like 5011. I'll say it spontaneously, but to think of what it is, I have no idea. It's something like no, it's not 420, Joe. that's a different number. These owls hoot. So they're also called hoot owls, but I forgot what it was. Their hoot actually sound like a sentence. I don't remember what it is. It actually sounds like words. Like you can make out a sentence. I forgot what it was though. Yeah, I say gazillion too, but there's actually I think it's 5011. I won't know until I say it again in context, though. Like I said, it's not a conscious thought. It's just, I say it. It's a Southern thing. I think it's 5011, but I'm not sure. I know that doesn't make sense, but these Southern words just come out of my mouth, and I'm like, where in the heck did I get that? Had to be from
Friday, I wouldn't draw through a crime scene?
I did.
Now, you selected 42 stains. Out of however many you circled, you selected 42, right?
That's correct.
Was there any scientific basis for that number?
No.
Because it's the answer to life,
And,
the universe, and everything.
Then what you did was you took those 42 and you determined angles based on the formula, right?
That's correct.
Which you didn't realize was just an estimate. You thought it was a precise measurement, right?
It is precise. The formula itself is precise. The work itself has some uncertainty about it, but the mathematical formula is not an estimation of anything. When you use the mathematical formula, it is what it is. It's trigonometry.
Right, and what the caution is it is important to recognize that the formula provides the analyst with an estimate of the angle. The precision of the math should not be construed to mean a similar precision in the definition of the angle, right?
Yes, and that's what I just said. The math itself is precise. There is some uncertainty in the work itself, and that's taken into account when I do my work.
Now, you did this with strings, right?
Yes, I did.
That's sort of the old-fashioned method, isn't it?
Well, it's a method that's continually in use. It's been done for a long time. It probably first started in the 1930s and was accelerated in use in the 1950s. It's been done for a long time.
Well, now there's computer programs, right?
That's correct.
And you can plug in the numbers to a computer program, and it will actually draw you a diagram showing the point of convergence, right?
That's correct.
Of course, even then, you can't determine an exact point. Well, I'll withdraw that. You don't even know how to use the computer programs, do you?
What I know about the programs is some work that I did in the past on them. The computer program is no better.
Sir, if you need to explain something,
I'm sorry. Yes, Max.
Please ask the court for permission.
Yes, sir. Briefly, please.
I'm sorry. The computer program, I'm aware somewhat of that they had inputs. You had to go and pick your drops and do the inputs for the computer program, and it would draw you out your point of origin work. The computer is no better than the person, the blood spatter analyst, just like all computers are.
Well, no opinion is any better than the blood spatter analyst.
We're almost done with
no,
them.
It's not.
Do you agree with the following statement, sir? This is out of Bevel and Gardner, page 138. Stringing as a technique.
Marty, what does that number mean? Because I have a friend that is in his YouTube handle, and I have no idea what it means. And I don't want to ask him, although I probably should. But I know his sister has it in hers too. So it must mean something. That's cool. But they're really big and scary looking. But they're awake at night when we're asleep, so
Has several drawbacks which owe to its demise. First, it requires the expenditure of immense effort. second and perhaps more dangerous flaw of stringing is the
That's
error
probably it.
evident in the process. Placing the strings at accurate
That's
angles
probably it.
and precisely along the indicated path is difficult at best. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. Whenever reviewing the results of a stringing technique, if the analyst should pinpoint, let me put this up on the Elmo here. Whenever reviewing the results of a stringing technique, if the analyst should, quote, pinpoint a position using more than 3 or 4 stains, that should raise an immediate red flag. The likelihood of obtaining a pinpoint position with strings is low to begin with. As we increase the number of stains and strings considered, that possibility decreases dramatically. Do you agree with that, sir?
Not at all. The statement does not make any sense to me whatsoever.
Do you realize, sir, that the more strings you have, the more there's room for error on each individual string, each error can then compound the next error, so that what you end up with is an even less accurate representation?
Absolutely not.
If you need to explain something, ask the judge.
Oh my God.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Briefly.
Absolutely not. It is so ridiculous to me to think of somebody running 4 strings in a crime scene to determine a point of origin, that it is beyond any belief that someone would say anything about a crime scene with that. Doing 20 to 40 droplets and being very careful. If there's a problem in that, you will determine that very quickly. And that is just absolutely beyond my ability to comprehend. I do not understand the statement. I do not agree with it.
You've read this book, right?
Yes, I have, absolutely.
And when you read that, did you call up Mr. Bevel and Mr. Gardner are very well respected in bloodstain pattern analysts, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No, I just read their book.
Oh, hold on a second. Tom Bevel is a captain on the Oklahoma City Police Department.
Okay.
Well, it's in the book, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He's currently the commander of the Homicide, Robbery, Missing Persons, and Unsolved Homicide Unit. 26 years of experience in law enforcement. Master of Arts degree. Charter president for both the International Association of Bloodstain Analysts and the Association of Crime Scene Reconstruction. Captain Bevel has been a crime scene consultant to over 30 U.S. states and 6 foreign countries. He has been qualified in many courts of law as an expert in crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain pattern analysis. Did you not read that when you read the book?
Yes, I did.
Ross Gardner holds a master's degree in computer and information systems management. He is a certified senior.
See all those sticky notes in that book? When does a lawyer have time to read a whole freaking textbook? I don't know if it's a textbook or nonfiction, whatever. Where do they find the time? Do the paralegals do this? Is this their job to read a textbook and then put all these tabs in it? I am so glad I didn't go into law. I almost did. I'm so glad. There's no way. I don't know how lawyers with ADHD do it. Because just looking at all the things, all the paper everywhere, the books, I'm overwhelmed just looking at the desk. There's no way I could be a lawyer.
Senior crime scene analyst by the International Association of Identification, a rating he has held since 1990. Since 1988, Special Agent Gardner has been an active instructor in crime scene investigation, bloodstain pattern analysis, and computer crime investigation,
No, you
teaching
read the
classes
book.
for police organizations, police consulting firms, and community colleges. He has authored 5 articles. And in 1990, with co-author Tom Bevel, published Bloodstain Pattern Analysis,
Yeah, pretty much. He's
Theory and
testified.
Practice, a laboratory manual. Did you know that?
I read that. May I explain?
How do you need to explain what you read?
Briefly, sir, yes.
To say that the stringing process is in demise is also something I find highly, I take exception with. The stringing method has continued to be taught in the United States. It needs to be done carefully. We teach it very carefully. It can be used quite effectively. I demonstrated that in my experimentation by doing the strings in reverse, setting up what I had found in the crime scene, doing it, and then coming back to the point almost the same as what we found in the crime scene. The only difference was that I had smashed down the cardboard. In 1988, this is a 1987.
I think this explanation is going far beyond my question.
Sustain, ask your question.
Thank you.
Ask another question.
Thank you. Sir, let me ask you whether you agree with this statement. Tell me, sir, if you agree with the following statement out of Bevel and Gardner.
Hi, Shelley.
Trying to define an absolute, what you defined was an XYZ coordinate, right?
That's correct.
Trying to define an absolute XYZ coordinate as a point of origin is really a moot issue. For the analyst to state, you did state here that it occurred at a precise XYZ point, right?
Actually, in my report, it says, if I might read.
Well, I asked you what you stated here to the jury, sir.
I stated that I believed it was very close to that point. I was very sure of the information given. My report states.
Sir, I didn't ask you what your report stated.
Approximate.
I didn't ask you what your report stated.
Oh.
You testified to this jury that it was 19 inches up and 8 inches off this wall and 5 inches off that wall, and you drew, as I recall, you drew a whole little thing out in space where they all converged, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree, as it says there, for the analyst to state that an event occurred at a precise point in space is almost ludicrous? You agree with that?
No, I do not at all.
Judge, I think that's all I have for right now. We're going to take a break, I think, and I was going to move to another topic. So,
No, actually, what we need to do is have a conversation.
yes, sir.
Mr. Deputy, if you take the jury to the deliberation room.
Well, Michael Peterson himself does not believe in the owl theory.
All right, members of the jury, that completes for right now the testimony that you will consider in the cross-examination of Agent Diva. It will continue at a later point in the trial. At this point, I'm going to send you on your lunch break and your overnight recess as far as this trial goes. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial, and I'll need to have you back at 9:30. So do not come back after your lunch. We won't need to see you until tomorrow morning. We will be handling things that we have to do outside of your presence. So there'll be no need for you to be back this afternoon. Does everybody understand that? Take that as a yes. Everybody understand? All right, 9:30, as far as you are concerned.
Okay, Germany.
I have heard you mention throughout the course of this trial and others, heard you talk about the great inherent authority of the Superior Court bench. And the court in its inherent authority will appoint the District Attorney of Durham County to find out what the problem is with the elevators in the courthouse. We have no elevator working in a 6th floor courthouse.
Oh, my God.
Now, you should have
Sorry.
an interest in that since you run several criminal courts and you have defendants, victims, lawyers.
Okay, this is outside the presence of the jury. Margaret Blair. I have no idea who she is, but I think it's going to pertain to Liz Ratliff's death in Germany. And then after her, we've got Dr. Deborah Radish, who did the autopsy of the second autopsy of Liz Ratliff.
Everybody who cannot get to the place they're supposed to be. How is that supposed to happen, Mr. Hart, in a average size metropolitan place like Durham, North Carolina? Not supposed to happen. I'll let you comment if you so desire.
Your Honor, I think you've already pointed out the shortcomings of this building, and certainly the elevators would be a component of that.
I'm holding my tongue, Mr. Hart. I'm trying real hard. I'm holding my tongue.
I will certainly inquire with the building engineer.
That ought to help.
These stairs. Yeah.
Right. Do you have what you need? All right. Counsel, where are we at this point?
Your Honor, at this point in time, we have drafted a proffer of the testimony of Margaret Blair. As far as the direct examination has been marked as State's Exhibit 179, I would move to introduce into evidence. And I would read for the court. The document reads, now comes the State of North Carolina without objection by the defendant and submits this proffer of testimony of Margaret Blair with respect to the hearing on defendant's motion in limine filed February 14th, 2003, specifically as it pertains to information relating to the circumstances surrounding the death of Elizabeth Ratliff in 1985. After being called as a witness, Margaret Blair would testify to the following. Number one, she is a sister of Elizabeth Ratliff, Liz, which sister worked as a school teacher and resided in Germany in 1985. Number two, Liz was married to George Ratliff, who passed away 2 years earlier in 1983 and had two daughters, Margaret and Martha.
I'm not sisters.
Number three, on November 25th, 1985, she received a telephone call from the defendant who said that, quote, there's been an accident. Liz fell down the stairs and died, end quote. Number four, she had a later conversation with the defendant to find out more details of what happened and what was told by him that he and his wife, Patty, had dinner with Liz and her daughters the night before. He then went back to Liz's home with her to help put the children to bed and take out the trash. Number five, that she is not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Liz fall. Number six, she is not aware of anything being stolen or taken from the house that night or afterwards, nor any other evidence of a burglar or other intruder coming into Liz's home on that night or the next morning. Number seven, at the time of her death, Liz was planning a trip to Copenhagen, Denmark over the upcoming Christmas vacation. Number eight, defendant was in charge of Liz's estate and effects after her death and received various household goods pursuant to Liz's will. The defendant also would be in charge of any benefit payments due to Margaret and Martha as one of their appointed guardians. Number nine, State's Exhibits P116 and P117 are photographs showing Liz's mother and her daughters inside their home in Germany approximately 1 month before her death. And number 10, State's Exhibits AER2 and AER3 are photographs of Liz after her exhumation in 2003. This is the 21st day of August 2003. It was signed by myself and Mr. Maher. In conjunction with the proffer, I would move to introduce, for purposes of this motion's hearing, State's Exhibits P177, P176, AER2, 2 and AER 3. I also move to introduce the last will and testament of Elizabeth Ann Ratliff. This is an original document that we got from Texas. It is marked State's Exhibit 110. I move to introduce it.
What's the will? Yeah, first, yeah. And Your Honor, Ms. Blair is here on the top right, so she has some questions.
We do, Your Honor. I don't know if Your Honor wants to take a moment to read. I think it was read to you, but as soon as you're prepared to proceed. And we have consented to this as a mechanism for the state presenting proffer. Obviously, we may, in fact, if Your Honor allows the testimony, have objections for specific portions of it on evidentiary grounds, but for the purpose of determining the 404 issue, we've consented to Your Honor considering that.
All right.
Okay, we would call Margaret Blair to the stand. She would come around and be sworn.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is
Good
Tom
afternoon.
Maher. We've never met before, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the state has put forth the substance of what you would testify to in this written document. I want to ask you some questions about your knowledge of various events. Would you first start off introducing yourself for the record, so we'll have your name?
My name is Margaret Blair.
Okay, and where do you currently reside?
I reside in Warwick, Rhode Island,
How long have you lived in Rhode Island?
all my life.
Now, you recognize the man seated to my right as Michael Peterson?
I do.
And did you first meet him after Elizabeth Ratliff's death?
That's correct.
Did you actually meet him at her funeral?
That's correct.
Had you spoken with him prior to her death?
Not to my, yes, when he called to tell me what happened. I spoke with him over the phone. He called.
Okay, and that was to tell you what had happened in terms of Elizabeth dying?
Exactly.
Okay, my question was, had you spoken with him before her death?
I do not recall.
Okay, had you ever spoken with Patty Peterson, his wife, before your sister's death?
No, I don't recall that I did.
Okay, had you ever, go ahead, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, just, I felt like I knew Patty and Mike through letters that Liz had sent me. She often spoke about them.
Okay, and do you still have those letters?
No, I do not.
Did those letters speak of Patty and Mike as being close friends of hers in Germany?
That was the impression I had, that they were very close friends. My sister would write sometimes and ask us, my sister and I, to send clothes to Clayton and Todd, hand-me-downs, like that they needed some clothes. And
is there anything else about those letters that you still remember?
No, in relation to Michael and Patty?
Right.
No, that specifically I remember, other things were, Liz would just, ask me, to, if I saw a dress or something, a pretty dress, to send it to her or something like that.
Okay. In terms of, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay.
In terms of, for example, sending clothes for Todd or Clayton, were these clothes that were available in the United States but not available in Germany?
I think it may have been limited in Germany, like the commissary. I was under the impression that, it was difficult to get clothes.
So being in the States, you had an ability to get clothes that were difficult to get in Germany?
Possibly.
Okay. And would that be the same, be true in terms of your sister asking for example, to send a dress to her that you might be able to get in the States that she couldn't get in Germany?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, the document that proffers what you would say talks about the fact that at some point Michael and Patty were the guardians of Margaret and Martha, correct?
That's correct.
When did you first learn that Liz had requested or designated that they be guardians in her will?
After her death.
Had you ever spoken with her about the subject of who might be guardians of her children in the event that something happened to her?
No.
Were you aware, for example, that when George Ratliff died, that in his will, it was designated that if something happened to him and Liz, that the Petersons would be guardians?
I was not privy to that information until after Liz died.
And when did you become aware that George's will also contained the provisions about the Petersons being guardians?
Sometime after Liz's death.
Okay, so during the time she was married to George Ratliff and had these two children, you had never had any discussions with your sister about the guardianship issue?
No.
By the way, when did you first meet George Ratliff?
They came to visit me before they got married.
Okay,
and they stayed at my house for some time.
And did you ever visit them in Germany?
I did not. There were several plans to do that didn't work out. And initially, my husband was a struggling accountant, and money was an issue.
The travel expense would be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Did you attend their wedding? They were married in Europe, correct?
Right. No, and Liz just.
Sorry, I'm muted because Spike was barking. I thought this was Georgia's sister, but this is Liz's sister? Anyway, I find it really weird that they gave their kids to their friends because they wanted them to grow up in Germany and speak another language, and that's weird to me. I would want my kids to be raised by family. So they had a family connection and they knew the family history and all that. Like, why would you want, well, they weren't strangers, but still, like, why would you want non-family members to raise your kids? Wouldn't you want them to still be part of the family? These girls know nothing of their real family. Well, I mean, as far as I know, it's weird. It's they don't know. They had aunts and uncles and grandparents, and yet they're being raised by strangers, that were just friends of their parent. That's just weird to me. I don't understand why anybody would do that.
Discourage that, even though she wanted her family there because of the fact that she and George were going to leave. We wouldn't really be visiting with her, so she thought it would be best to come after their marriage, when she was back from her honeymoon.
Okay. And how long did Elizabeth live in Germany?
I believe Liz went to Germany in 1968.
And she
worked for the DODS for 15 years. DODS, excuse me.
Teaching through the Department of Defense.
Department of Defense, correct.
And from the time she moved to Germany until her death, did you ever visit her in Germany?
I did not have that opportunity.
What about?
There were 4 years difference in our ages, and of course, when we were younger, that was 100 years. That was a wide gap. As we got older and we had our families, our children, that gap closed up a bit. And I remember writing back and forth. As a matter of fact, it was before Liz died. I had spoken to her. She wanted me to come to Germany to go skiing with her.
Okay.
And I was at the point where that was going to be feasible, but there were no set plans to do that.
And you all have another sister, correct?
Rosemary Calloway, yes.
And to your knowledge, did she ever visit with Elizabeth in Germany?
To my knowledge, she did not.
Okay. And just so I think there's some pictures.
My mom often visited in Germany.
When was the last time she had visited working back from your sister's death?
3 weeks before my sister died, I believe. She stayed for a month.
In Germany?
Correct.
Okay. And I think there were some pictures referred to in your proffer, which are 176 and 177. And just because the proffer is not totally clear on this, let me show them to you if I may.
Yes.
Is this picture taken in Germany?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the house that's referred to in the proffer is Elizabeth Ratliff's house.
This is Liz's house, yes.
Okay. And is this?
And she referred to Martha as Martha baby.
Okay, and is this?
My mom.
Is that your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And these were taken in Germany?
That's correct.
If I may, if you need some water, and if at any time I ask a question you don't understand or you just need a moment to respond to, feel free to let me know.
Thank you.
Now, you indicated, I think, that Mr. Peterson called you after your sister had died and made the statement that there's been an accident, Liz fell down the stairs and died.
Yes, I remember that distinctly because I remember when I heard the word accident, I immediately thought of car.
Okay. And you know, your proffer says it was actually on November 25th. Do you recall whether that was the day of the phone call?
Yes, I believe it was about 11 o'clock in the morning because I know my children were already at school. My husband had left for work, so it was approximately 11 o'clock.
Okay. 11 o'clock U.S. time?
U.S. time.
That would have been about 5 hours later in Germany or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
It would have been later in the afternoon in Germany.
And do you remember anything else about the substance of that conversation?
I went into a state of shock. I cannot tell you a word that was said after that. I was in a state of shock, and Michael had called only myself, so I went to my sister and told her, and then I called my mom's friend who was a nurse and asked her if she could go to my mom's house because we were about to go up there. I called my husband from work. He came home and I had to tell my mom my sister had died. It was one of the hardest things I ever had to do. And I wanted to make sure her friend was with her just for support. Because I could never imagine losing a child. So it was very painful. It was very painful for my mom. And it still is today. Because she's gone through this again just recently.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. You okay?
I'm okay.
You then indicate that, and this is paragraph 4 of the proffer, that you had a later conversation with Mr. Peterson about details of what had happened.
That's correct.
Okay, and when do you recall that conversation happening?
I can't recall the exact time. I remember Michael picking us up in Texas when we came to the funeral, and it may have been at that time. I just can't say for sure. I do remember the context of, asking what my sister was doing, where was she, that type of thing.
Is this a face-to-face conversation then with Mr. Peterson as opposed to a telephone conversation?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall. I was still in a state of shock when I got to Texas for the funeral. So it's just hard for me to pinpoint exactly whether it was face-to-face or whether it was, speaking to him on the phone. I believe it probably was when I got to Texas and talked to Michael.
Okay, and let me show you what I'm going to mark as, and I realize that I'm asking you questions about events that are now close to 18 years old. So if they're
I'm all set. Thank you.
And I realize I'm asking you about events that happened close to 18 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's something you don't remember, or if in the course of questioning you, I fraud some memory, feel free to tell me. So I'm running out trying to do memory search here.
Okay.
Let me hand you what I marked as Exhibit 204, which we have added a date stamp number to as MP 5873.
Yes.
Is that a letter that you wrote to Detective Holland in this case?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and our copy has the date cut off. Do you remember roughly when you would have written that?
No.
Okay, would it have been, in general terms, during the year 2002, or this year, or possibly in 2001?
Could you give me a minute just to read this? Thank you. Okay, when this probably was shortly after I called Detective Holland, so I would say it was 2001.
Okay, and had you been prompted to call Detective Holland by some particular event or news in 2001? Had somebody contacted you? Or?
I heard about Kathleen's death through Margaret, who called me and said that Kathleen had an accident. She fell down the stairs, and Michael had found her. She was dead, and I remember saying to Margaret at that time, "Oh my God, do you know what you're saying? The same thing happened too." And then she just cut me off and said, "I know." And then I contacted a priest who's a dear friend of mine, and I just said, this is really bothering me, but I don't know whether the police know that my sister died the same way, and that Michael Peterson was supposedly the last one with her. I need to tell them this. So this was probably written shortly after I contacted. And I see here that I said that Patty, I had spoken with Patty when I visited North Carolina, and we talked about Liz. So there were basically the same details that came out.
Okay, and just for the record, because you and I know what we're talking about, but nobody else does.
Oh, okay.
In this letter, when you informed Detective Holland about what you knew about what had happened in Germany, you indicate that I believe it was Patty who told me these details.
Right.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking, is it possible that you first learned these details from
Michael?
Patty? Okay. So
I think possibly first, initially from Michael, and then later from Patty.
And are you sure of that, or is that something that, given the passage of time, you have some question in your mind about?
I could be reasonably sure.
Okay.
Because I can't imagine being in Texas and not asking those questions of Michael, who was there. And I don't recall talking to Patty at that time.
And that was going to be, I guess, my next question is, do you recall any phone conversations with Patty in the following your sister's death?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Well, first let me ask you this. Do you recall whether Patty Peterson traveled to your sister's funeral?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing Patty at the funeral.
And do you recall then whether you would have had any phone conversations with her during that time period if she had not traveled?
No.
Okay. Now, when you learned that the Petersons had been picked as guardians of at that point you had your sister had two young children, right, Margaret and Martha.
Yes.
And when you learned that the Petersons had been chosen by your sister to be guardians, were you surprised at all by that choice, given her expressed closeness with the Petersons in her letters?
Not really, because she had lived near Patty and Mike for so many years, and they were, best friends. And Liz loved to travel, and I didn't think that was an unreasonable thing.
Okay. I take it then you didn't object
I
to
did
that
not.
choice. And do you know whether anybody within either your family or, well, let me ask you this first. Your sister married George Ratliff several years before he died. He died in 1983.
83, yes.
And they'd been married since like 1981.
Yes.
And from 1981 until his death in 1983, did you get to know his family at all? I guess they lived in Texas. The Ratliff family?
Yes. No, my sister had mentioned Connie Ratliff in her letters, but I didn't know the Ratliffs before my sister died.
Okay.
And when I went to the funeral, it was the first time I had met the Ratliffs.
Okay. Did any of the Ratliff side of the family voice any objections in your presence to the Petersons being guardians of the two girls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, at some point, Michael Peterson returned to Germany. Had the girls traveled to Texas in 1985?
It was 1986 when Mike first brought Martha. Well, my sister stayed with me after George's death. That was previous to that with Margaret and Martha. Later on, after she died, Michael, in June 6th, I believe it was, 1986, he brought Martha to stay at our house in Warwick, and he was traveling on to Texas to leave Margaret in Texas. And the purpose of that was, at the time, for he and Patty to get settled in North Carolina.
And then the idea would be he'd get the two girls once they were settled and take them back to North Carolina?
Well, actually, this is going to be hard, but Michael wanted me to keep Martha because he was having a difficult time with her tantrums. And I said I wanted both the girls because I couldn't imagine separating them at that point because they were all that was left to their family. And they were so close, even as babies, they were so close that in my heart, as much as I wanted to keep Martha, I couldn't separate the girls. I couldn't have them separated.
I wonder if Martha knew that. That would be really bad hearing that in open court and not knowing it.
And he said, no, I couldn't have Margaret too. So so they both left. But that summer, actually it wasn't even the summer, it was October 5th when they came back for the girls. I had started Margaret in kindergarten at that time, but they were with me for the entire summer. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped something. I've got a phone call. The reason I'm talking about Margaret and Martha at that point, I had gotten a phone call in July that George Ratliff Sr. had a heart attack, and could I come down to Texas and pick up Margaret and bring her back with me? So I flew down to Texas and brought Margaret right back. And so I had both Margaret and Martha for the rest of that time.
Okay, so I understand Martha had been taken to Rhode Island at the beginning of the summer?
Yes, June 6th.
Margaret joined her at your house after the heart attack of George Ratliff Sr.
That's correct.
And then your memory is in October, both of the girls were picked up, was by Mike?
October 5th, yes.
And taken back to North Carolina.
Right.
Okay. And prior to that summer of 1996, you had met the girls, I take it briefly, when Liz had come to the States in connection with George's death?
That's correct.
Okay, and how long had they stayed? Did they come to your house in Rhode Island?
Yes, they did.
And how long did they stay?
I don't recall exactly. May have been a week, maybe two. I'm not sure.
And did they go from, I'm sorry, I may have misspoken about the years. We're talking about the 80s, not the 90s. So it'd be 86. 80s. Okay.
Yes.
And then following however long they stayed with you, did they then return to Germany?
I think they may have gone back to North Carolina.
Do you recall? If you don't remember, that's fine. Do you recall them returning to Germany for Christmas of 1983? following George's death?
I'm sorry. My sister returning to Germany?
Right. After her husband died, she
Yes.
came to your house.
I think she may have gone to Texas, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible that she went from your
It's
house to Germany?
It's possible she was in Texas, came to my house, and then maybe went back to Germany. I can't tell you for sure. I don't remember.
Okay. Now, in the fall of 1986, they located in North Carolina and lived with Michael Peterson and Patty Peterson.
Yes, that's correct.
Basically, he was the guardian of both girls up until today.
That's correct.
And let me ask you, I think you were indicated in your proffer that Michael Peterson was involved in the handling of your sister's estate.
That's correct.
Okay, and did you all have any objection? You all, meaning your side of the family, or you particularly have any objection to him handling her estate?
No.
Okay, and do you recall that the cash value of her estate was in the neighborhood of $25,000?
The cash value of her estate?
Of the assets, once you took away claims for what was in her estate, was about $25,000.
I can't imagine that.
Okay, well, let me show you a document and see if you could pull up my computer. Let's see if we can. I'm sorry I don't have a hard copy to show you of this, but this is, if I can I get the, this is the third page, and I can show you the others if you wish, but basically we've got the assets of the estate before claims, and then deductions for claims, and then what's left to be, in essence, distributed for the estate. And this indicates that there was initially about $64,000 in cash assets, meaning things that I guess that could be reduced to cash. And there was $39,000 owed, so there was about $25,000 in cash assets other than household goods or jewelry or things of that nature. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
At the time?
At the time, yes.
No.
Did you become aware later of the size or what was in your sister's estate?
Only recently.
Okay. And have you seen this document before or something?
I have not.
Okay. During the time that the estate was being administered, did you have any involvement in kind of how that happened or what was happening with the estate?
What is going on?
I had no involvement with that as far as the estate goes.
Okay. Did you know, for example, what happened to various assets that your sister had owned at the time of her death?
They were all crated. I know that. I know that Patricia took great pains in packing things in. They were crated, and Patty knew that everything was precious to my sister and to the girls, and she very lovingly, made a list and packed these things up for Margaret and Martha for when they were older.
And and this may not be a fair question because you hadn't been to Germany, but did you have any reason to think that what she packed up wasn't in essence what your sister owned at the time? In other words, there weren't precious things missing or?
Oh, I couldn't guess at that.
Okay, so you had no idea of what your sister owned other than what Patty had packed up?
Right. I mean, I had heard from Barbara at a later time. That's why this amount confuses me, because Liz had a tapestry that she and George bought at auction and from the castle where they honeymooned that alone was worth $20,000 at the time and is probably much more valuable now. I knew she had antiques just from what my mom said when my mom visited. Specifically what she had, I never knew.
Okay. This tapestry, have you seen the tapestry itself?
I saw a picture of it.
Okay. And
recently in a video.
Okay. And where did you see this video?
In the DA's office.
Okay. And was this, do you know when this video dated from?
No. I didn't ask.
I mean, did it appear to be from 1985, the interior of your sister's house at the time she was living there?
It wasn't in my sister's house. It was in Michael Peterson's house.
Okay. And who else was present when you saw this video? Was it just members of the DA staff or
My sister?
Rosemary?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't recall. I had just arrived. I don't know.
And how do you know that the video that the tapestry that you saw in this video that was apparently in Mr. Peterson's house was a tapestry that your sister and George had bought before?
Because Barbara described it to me.
Okay, and when did Barbara describe that tapestry to you?
In a phone conversation.
And was that after your sister's death?
Yes, 1991.
Okay. And was there something about her description that you then saw in the tapestry?
Yes.
And what was that?
Horses.
Beyond horses, was there anything?
Colors.
Do you recall what colors you were described?
Colors. They were like autumn colors in the tapestry.
And had you known of the existence of that?
As a matter of fact, there was someone else from Germany who was in the room who confirmed that it was in fact the tapestry that I was speaking of.
And who is that?
Amy Beth Berna.
And I'm sorry, going back, when did you first learn? When did this viewing of this videotape take place?
Well, the day after we arrived.
Okay, but when did you arrive? This week or?
This week, Saturday. It was Sunday.
Okay, so it was Sunday.
Yeah.
And did Amy Beth Berner say anything in your presence about, oh yes, I've seen that tapestry before, anything of that nature?
Of course. Everybody recognized it from Liz's house.
Okay. Was there any other items on the video that were discussed? You know, items that were in the house? In other words, you all looked at this tapestry. Was any other item shown that was discussed?
I recognized some things that were described in writing that were my sister's and now Margaret and Martha's.
Okay, and what items were those?
Various trunks, rug, artwork.
Any artwork in particular?
Just various things.
Okay, what type of artwork?
The cat at the foot of the stairs was recognized as my sister's, the place where Kathleen died.
Okay, any other artwork?
I just don't recall.
Okay, when you say that you recognize it from...
I had been in the house before, so, you know, I had recognized, some of my sister's furniture.
Okay, and...
from description.
You'd been in Michael Peterson's house?
Yes.
Okay. Had you seen that cat? It's like a big framed poster of a black cat.
I did not recognize that myself. Someone else recognized it as Liz's.
Who recognized that?
Her friends from Germany.
Is that Amy Beth Berner?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other items that were described to you that you had not previously seen in the house and made a connection with your sister? And if that's a bad question, feel free to tell me.
I think it's a bad question.
Okay. I'm trying to find out. You said you'd been in Mr. Peterson's house before, and when you were there, had recognized various items as having been items that had belonged to your sister.
Yes, but Margaret and Martha lived in that house, so it was a very natural thing to see these things in the house.
Okay. And what I'm asking, I guess, is other than the cat print and the tapestry, have you learned of any other items that you now believe were your sister's that you hadn't previously known?
Yes.
And what was that?
I don't recall.
Was it like artwork or?
Probably pieces of furniture, but I don't recall because I wasn't in my sister's house.
Okay.
I only knew them by written description.
And I take it from what you said that when you'd seen these previously in the house that you hadn't had any questions about it because Margaret and Martha lived in the house.
Exactly.
By the way, did you ever get possession of any of your sister's belongings after her death?
Michael never gave me anything, no.
Okay, what about Patty? Did anything ever get entrusted to you?
Yeah, Patty had given us some costume jewelry,
Okay,
which we in turn gave back to the girls.
okay. And is there anything that was given to you by about, for example, were you ever entrusted with a wedding cup from George and Liz's wedding?
Yes, I have that cup.
Can you still have that?
Yes, but I don't know who gave it to me. I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm not even sure whether my sister gave it to me herself before she died. I really don't recall. I just remember it being precious from my sister's wedding.
Is it likely that while she was still alive, she would have wanted to have kept her own wedding cup?
I don't know.
Okay. Other than
I mean, it's possible, but I'm just saying I don't recall. It wasn't taken.
And other than the wedding cup, are there any other items that you recall that were your sister's that you now have?
I don't recall.
Now, you talked about the tapestry and the other items. When I gave you the $25,000 figure, I think you said you'd be surprised or couldn't imagine that that was the extent of your sister's estate.
Right.
Other than what we've just talked about, namely the tapestry or the things that are household items that are being held, is there any other information you have that would be inconsistent with that size of an estate?
Well, the antique pieces, the shrunks and so forth, and rugs, I mean, they go up in value. So if they were valuable to begin with, they would increase in value. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have the value figure on those pieces, but I imagine they're worth a lot of money. Things like a hand-carved swan cradle. They're very precious, and I'm sure they're worth money.
Okay, in terms of, and those would be in essence, maybe valuable, but they would in essence be furniture or art or household actual physical items.
Right.
Did you have any information in terms of cash that she would have or other types of assets that would be?
Absolutely, no idea.
Okay. And on the various items you've been talking about, did you have any direct knowledge of how much was paid to acquire those items? For example, the tapestry.
Only the tapestry.
Okay. And how did you learn how much was paid for that?
I was told in a conversation with Barbara Malagnino.
Okay. And when was that? Was that after your sister's death?
It might have been 1991 when I spoke with her.
Okay. And do you know how Barbara claimed to know how much the tapestry was worth?
I'm sure Liz told her, but I don't really know.
I mean, did she say, "Oh, Liz told me this"? Or...
No.
Okay.
I didn't ask.
Okay. For any of the other items, has anyone ever informed you of what their purchase price was?
No.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, I think your proffer also discussed the fact that the Petersons, in essence, were entrusted with or had access to any benefits that Margaret or Martha would receive growing out of the death of either their mother or father.
Yes.
Correct? And have you ever had any involvement in examining what those benefit amounts were or how they got spent?
I never knew how much they got.
Okay. And did you ever have any knowledge about what happened to the benefits once they were given to the Petersons?
I never did.
Okay. While the girls were growing up they lived in North Carolina for a period of time, obviously. Do you know what school, for example, they attended?
In North Carolina?
Yeah. Did they attend a private school, for example?
No, they were in public schools.
Okay.
Well, they went to Immaculata, I know, for grammar.
I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi today. Nothing wants to load. My phone is taking forever to load stuff. My laptop won't even barely turns on. What is happening? It's not my computer. It's the internet because my iPad did the same thing at the same time.
or how they got spent?
I never knew how much they got.
Okay, and did you ever have any knowledge about what happened to the benefits once they were given to the Petersons?
I never did.
Okay. Did you, while the girls were growing up they lived in North Carolina for a period of time, obviously. Do you know what school, for example, they attended?
In North Carolina?
Yeah, did they attend a private school, for example?
No, they were in public schools.
Okay.
Well, they went to Immaculata, I know, for grammar school, but as far as high school, they went to public schools.
And is Immaculata a private Catholic school?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you know whether the Petersons were paying whatever costs were associated with that?
I don't know.
Okay, you didn't pay for that.
I did not.
No. And for example, if they went on trips with Kathleen and Mike, as far as you know, the Petersons would have paid for the cost of Margaret and Martha going on trips?
Could you?
Question.
Would you repeat that question?
Yeah, in other words, if Margaret and Martha were taken places, if they went to
By
Asia,
whom?
by the Petersons, if they went with Kathleen and Mike to Asia, for example, on a family trip or out west on a family trip, to your knowledge, would the cost of that have been paid for by the Petersons?
Well, I would presume so, but I don't know, whether they got money from anyone else to contribute to the trips.
Okay, well, I guess a better question then would be, were you ever asked to contribute to things like the trips or private school?
I was never asked, no.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was anybody else in the family asked before the girls went to college for any contribution towards the expense of raising them?
No, but I don't think anybody would have been expected to, because we had assumed that between George and Liz working for the government, that the children would have been well taken care of by the government.
Okay, but
monetarily.
Now, you mentioned having some contact with Barbara Malangino. When did you first learn of her existence? She worked as a nanny for your sister for up until her death, and had for some period of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when did you first learn that your sister had hired Barbara?
Actually, I remember. Okay, I believe it was on the advice of Michael Peterson after George died to encourage Liz to get some help with the girls because she was still teaching. And it was my recollection at that time that Barbara had gone to a school in England to learn how to be a nanny. And I don't know how the logistics of how all this came about, but she was hired. And she was loved. She loved those little girls. I remember one thing that my sister had told me was that when she went to school to train to be a nanny, one of the things they said is don't get attached, don't get really bonded. But that's something that Barbara just naturally did. She loved Margaret and Martha so much.
Okay, let me ask you, when you up until your sister's death, I take it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had never directly spoken with Barbara.
I had never spoken directly with Barbara. I just heard so much about her through my mom and Liz.
And was it Liz who was expressing these views about Barbara's relationship with the girls to you while they were in Germany?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you first actually speak with Barbara?
I first spoke with Barbara, I believe it was in 91 when, no, actually she called the girls when they were staying with me. Patricia brought the girls to me one summer in 1991 and said that, yes, I would be able to adopt the girls. And it was during that summer that Barbara had heard of this, and she was very happy about it. And she said that she wanted to send little mementos to Margaret and Martha and a little tape of a German song she used to sing to them. And she would speak to them on the phone. and send little posies to them through flower place. And I believe that was the first connection I had verbally with Barbara.
Had she, in essence, located you when she had apparently somehow heard about the girls coming to your house?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know how.
And during that time, did she write you letters as well as phone conversations?
Yes.
And do you still have any of those letters?
I have little cards, little notes that she sent to me for Margaret and Martha.
Okay, were they, in essence, notes for the girls?
Yeah.
Okay. And are those back in Rhode Island or are they here?
They're in Rhode Island.
Now, at that time, I don't know whether email was even being used. Did you have any email contact with Barbara back then?
No.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a bit about this. The girls being brought, you said Patty Peterson had brought the girls. Had there been some discussion with Patty before she brought the girls in 1991 about them coming to live with you?
Yes, I just don't remember when exactly, at what point that was.
Okay, and how long did they actually stay with you in 1991?
1991. I believe it was for the whole summer.
Okay, and did somebody come and get them at the end of that summer?
Yes.
Was that Michael Peterson?
That was Michael Peterson.
Okay, and do you know whether at that point he and Patty were separated?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you know whether he had disagreed with Patty taking the girls to be with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did he then come and basically say, this is not going to happen, I'm taking them
No,
back?
he called and he said he had no knowledge that Patty had left the girls with us to be adopted. And this decision was his, only his, and totally up to him. And he would tell us when he came to our house, he would take us out to dinner and he would tell us his decision on whether or not we could keep the girls.
Okay. Had you had any discussions with him before Patty brought the girls at the beginning of the summer?
No, Michael was, I don't know, he was off somewhere. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, to your knowledge, was it in fact unknown to him that Patty had brought them to you for the purpose of adoption?
All I know is that when Patty said, yes, you may adopt the children, I believed that it was legal, that Patty herself would be able to give us this permission.
Yes, in other words, you wouldn't need Michael's permission in addition to Patty.
Well, I would imagine she would have talked to him, but I don't know the details. My focus, believe me, my focus and my joy was on Margaret and Martha. Not all the details. I'm sorry.
And I'm not trying to criticize. I'm just trying to understand whether.
My focus was on Margaret and Martha.
Okay. And so you didn't have any specific information at the beginning of that summer that Michael had consented to this adoption.
No, no.
Okay. And then at the end of the summer, he apparently came, or it called you and said, I don't necessarily consent to this, and I'm going to come and talk to you.
He didn't say he didn't consent to it at that time. He just said, I did not know Patty did this. This is my decision and my decision alone. And I will tell you whether you may adopt the girls or not. And he came, he took us out to dinner, and the girls were back in North Carolina the next day.
The next day, did you say?
Yes.
And do you recall when he came?
I don't.
Okay, and let me show you what I'm going to mark. I take it, I mean, you knew that Patty and Mike were separated by 1991, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know what conversations they'd had upon the separation of which of them would be primarily responsible for raising Martha and Margaret.
No, I know Michael was with Kathleen at this point, so I don't know what arrangement he had with his with Patty.
Let me ask you, when did you learn of the separation of Patty and Mike about the time it happened, which would have been several years before 1991?
Did I learn about the
When did you?
separation?
Yeah, that Patty and
of
Mike had separated at some point.
Before this?
Yeah.
I believe I may have been aware of that. Yes.
Okay, and did you?
Yes.
And did you continue to have contact with your nieces during that time period up till 1991?
Yes.
And were they primarily with Michael when you would have contact with them?
Well, at one time, when I went to North Carolina, Margaret and Martha were in the house. Michael was in the house. But then I later learned that, it was like the whole weekend, everything was fine. And everybody was there. And then I learned, and I don't remember exactly what point I learned this, whether it was when I was leaving or a phone call with Patty later, that Michael was no longer living in the house and neither were the girls. They just brought them back so we wouldn't know that Michael had taken the girls and moved in with Kathleen, and Patty had her boys living with her. So for the amount of time that I was visiting, everybody was in the house, like everything was okay, and it wasn't.
You later learned that, in fact, they were separated.
Yes.
And that, in fact, the girls were living with Michael.
Yes.
Okay. And from that time up until the time Patty brought you the girls, was it your understanding that the girls lived primarily with Michael?
Yes.
Now I'm going to hand you.
But I don't remember how long they were away from him when he was. I don't know what he was doing at that point when Patty brought the girls to me.
Okay.
Like I said, my focus was on the girls.
Did you have, up until this telephone call you described where he said, I'm going to come and we're going to talk about this decision, during that summer, had you had any other contact with Michael?
I don't recall that I did.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay, and I'm going to handle this.
I don't think so.
I'm going to hand you a group of documents that we were provided by the State Discovery. They're all clipped together as Exhibit 205. That doesn't necessarily mean that they, in fact, go together. I want to ask you if you could identify them as being documents that you wrote.
Yes, I did write these.
Okay, let's start with.
So far.
Okay, why don't you flip through all of them?
I wrote these.
Okay, and what I'm going to do is go through them and figure out the dates because there may be different dates. The first page of that, which is MP 5851, has on the left-hand margin, it looks like Tuesday, September 3rd, 1991.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is the document we're looking at, was that actually written that day? Or
yes.
Have you ever taken notes which you later rewrote?
Sometimes. Sometimes I just scribble them but rewrite them right away because otherwise I wouldn't remember.
Okay, and is this page, when did you actually write it? Or is this, in other words, based on?
After the conversation with Barbara.
Okay.
Right.
And what was your purpose in writing this down?
Because of some of the questions that were, some of the subject matter that we talked about, I just took notes. I don't know why, but to this day, I know I saved letters and documents like this, which would be a diary, for a reason. And only God knows that reason.
Okay, and were there other notes than the ones you have in front of you that relate to conversations involving Michael Peterson that you no longer have?
I don't remember.
Okay, is it possible there are additional notes that you've written about conversations either about Michael Peterson, such as this one with Barbara, or involving Michael Peterson where you no longer have the notes?
That's possible, but the fact is, when I took notes that had anything to do with, what someone may have said about Michael, I did keep them all together. As a matter of fact, I was cleaning like maybe 2 years ago and found the box of letters and everything, and I almost threw them all out. And then I said, no, I'm going to keep these. And like I said, only God knows.
Okay, and did you provide the state with all of the notes you had that involved Michael Peterson, either your conversations with him or conversations with other people about him?
I believe so.
And to your knowledge, is this...
Okay, I have another question. If it was your sister that died and you found out that she left her kids to two people that you didn't know, would you try to contest that? Would you try to adopt your sister's kids? Or would you just say, oh, those were my sister's wishes? I don't know what I would do. I still think it's just bizarre that she just gave her kids to her friends and not her family. Of course, I don't know what kind of relationship she had with her family. I mean, maybe they weren't close. But I don't know. I just think it's weird.
Do you know of any other notes other than the ones that are in front of you?
I have to read through everything, but
And I'm not going to ask you to do this.
I would imagine that I
Patty and Michael had two boys. Liz had two girls. And Kathleen had one daughter. Patty didn't adopt the girls. Michael and Kathleen did, which is another thing that's weird to me, because if Patty had the girls when they were little, why didn't she adopt them? Why isn't Patty mom to the girls? Why is Kathleen mom to the girls? I don't know how many kids she had. But apparently she had boys, because if she was sending clothes, she said that her sister asked her to send clothes for Michael Peterson's boys. She must have boys. I mean, I guess if you have kids, you might not want to take your sister's kids, but still, they're your blood. It's like in Karen Reed. John took in his sister's kids, but what's his brother's name? The one that's such a jerk. He already had kids, so he didn't want to take in his sister's kids. But it would have been so much, to me, it would have been easier. You've already got, what? They already had two kids? Just take in two more. You've already got kids. You're already used to being parents. John was a single guy. He wasn't set up to take care of kids. He made a sacrifice to do that. Well, they weren't separated. They were both adopted by Michael. But Michael wanting to give one of the kids to her and not the other one, that was a weird request. And like I said, I don't know if the girls knew that until maybe this minute, that Michael wanted to separate them. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true. Maybe the family couldn't handle two girls? I don't know. I don't have any kids, so I don't know. I just think it's weird. Like, my brother, he has 3 kids. They're all grown now, thank God. But if I was gonna, like, I'm in their will, if anything were to happen to them before their kids grew up, I would take them. And my sister-in-law, her brother would have control of the money. So that way, if there was any big decision like college or braces or, whatever, God forbid, a healthcare thing, whatever, then I would have to go to him to get the money. So any big financial decisions about the kids, both sides of their family would have to agree on it. So I would be doing the actual physical day-to-day care of the kids, but any big decisions would be made by both sides of their family, their aunt, me, and their uncle on their mom's side. But they're grown now, so I don't have to worry about that. But that was their arrangement, which I thought was pretty sensible, actually. I was supposed to go live, if anything happened to my parents, supposed to go live with my brother Larry, and I barely know the man. I mean, I love him, he loves me. We talk to each other on Facebook occasionally. He is 14 or 15 years older than me. He was in the service. I probably count on one hand how many times I've seen him in my life. He was in the service, and then he was stationed out in Washington, met his wife. And they stayed out there. They live in Oregon. I can count on one hand how many times I've seen him, but that is who I was going to live with if anything happened to my parents. He's probably the most sensible of my brothers. Probably the best choice of my brothers. But still, I sweated that because I was like, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. It would have been awkward because I love him, but we don't have like the sibling relationship, we didn't grow up together. It would have been awkward. But it's a tough decision to make, I'm sure. I'm glad that, I wanted a house full of kids at one point in my life, but I was not blessed with children, and God knew what he was doing, because I'm so glad I don't have any right now. But being a preschool teacher, a pediatric nurse, having godchildren and nieces and nephews and my friends' kids, like I'm an adopted aunt, and my stepdaughters, I've had plenty of experience with kids. So I'm good.
I just gave everything that I had.
Okay, and this copy is not the world's best copy. Do you actually have the original document that was photocopied?
I do.
And you have that here with you today?
I do not.
Is it in your hotel?
No, it isn't.
Is it in Rhode Island?
It's in Rhode Island.
Okay. Can it be produced? Is there somebody there who could send it to you?
That's possible.
Okay. Let me go through the first 4 pages.
What would be the purpose for that?
Well, to be able to read the original as opposed to relying on a bad photocopy, for one thing.
Okay.
We don't object. She can read it for a month.
If there's anything, I read them, read it over.
Your Honor, I don't think I'm required to rely on that.
I don't think there's a problem with it.
What do y'all
Doesn't
asking?
matter what the
Is there a
witness
question
thinks.
someone's
They haven't made any specific requests. I think they're objecting to ever
I thought
getting
he was
it.
making a request.
And then we're going to make that request, but I wanted to find out where they were and how we could get them if we made that request. Going through the first 4 pages up through 5854, do those all relate to one conversation?
That's correct.
Okay, and this was a conversation, was this with Barbara?
Yes.
Okay, so all of the information that's contained in those first 4 pages is information about a conversation between you and Barbara?
That's correct.
Okay. On the next page, which is 5855, it looks like it's dated October 13th, 1991.
Mm-hmm.
And that appears to be just one page about that particular event.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't make out the top. What does this relate to?
Barbara called from Germany.
Okay, so this is
briefly. That's why it's only one page.
Okay, and this again is a phone conversation with Barbara?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever have conversations with Michael Peterson about the subject that was discussed, or any of the subjects that was discussed between you and Barbara on these 2 dates?
No.
Okay. And once again, on October 13th, when was that page written? Is this one that was rewritten from notes, or was it written that day?
It was written that day. I would never remember it if I had to write it like after the time.
Okay. The next page is 5856, dated January 11th of 1990, titled Conversation with Michael Peterson. What in general, this appears to be a discussion of your desire to adopt Margaret and Martha.
Yes.
And dated in 1990.
Yes.
Now, just so I'm clear, you discussed an event where Patty brought the girls for adoption in 1991, correct?
Right.
Was there a discussion the year before with Michael about adoption?
Oh, there's many discussions. I mean, I expressed, my wishes several times.
Okay.
And in one letter, Michael had said that he was the sole male figure in their life, and no, this wouldn't be possible. And a few paragraphs later, he stated, yes, you probably may, or you possibly may adopt the girls. So it was very confusion.
Okay, and do you recall whether this January 11th conversation was in person or by telephone?
So this would be telephone.
Okay, and the next page.
I wouldn't write it down if it was person to person.
Okay, and as we flip through those pages up
Yes.
through, I guess it's all the way through the last page there, 5862, did that all relate to this conversation on January 11th?
Oh, wait a minute.
I just wasn't noticing another date.
Yeah. No.
Okay, what page are you looking at? You pointed to something.
Wait a minute. Okay, this is all together.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the same conversation.
And there appeared to be, for example,
It was lengthy.
on 5857, just for an example, if you could
Say this again.
Yeah, page 5857. It's probably like the second page of this conversation. Here, that's right there.
Yes.
There's some of what you've written appear to have quotation marks around them. Are those exact quotes, or was this something you wrote down after the conversation was actually over?
Let me just read one of them. I'm sure I put that in for emphasis because, as you see, Jim and I stated clearly. I stated clearly that Jim and I wish to adopt Margaret and Martha. That's just emphasis.
Okay. When they're quotes, were you writing down exact words that you remembered, or simply?
No, exact.
Okay.
I mean, whether it's quotes or not, when it was in quotes, it was, to give emphasis there.
Okay, and was this written, how long after the phone conversation ended were those notes written?
Right away.
Okay.
Like I said, I would never remembered if I wrote them any later.
Did you write any notes in 1991 when Mr. Peterson came and met with you and then took the girls back to North Carolina? Did you write any notes about that conversation? I thought you described it. Did he go out to dinner with you and have this conversation about?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any notes from that conversation?
when Michael decided to take the girls?
Yeah, 1991.
No, not that I recall.
Okay, what about, you said he called you before he showed up.
Yes, he
You
came
have-
with Kathleen.
Do you have any notes about the phone call that he made before he arrived?
No, because it was just so brief. Just, I'm coming.
And
I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was just brief about, that he was arriving.
after he took the girls back to North Carolina in 1991, did
Yes.
you ever have other conversations with him in which he suggested that he might consider agreeing to having you adopt the girls?
After 91,
Right, after he took the girls back to North Carolina.
I remember I did go to a lawyer at one point, but I don't remember to see if I could adopt the girls, but I brought the will, and it was obvious that with the will I would not be able to do this on my own. But I don't remember the date.
Okay, with
I
that,
don't remember the time frame. There are a lot of dates you're throwing at me right now, and I just, whoops.
and I'm just trying to, for example, to put it not a specific date, but in time sequence, do you think that would have occurred after Michael had taken the girls back to North Carolina?
I don't know.
Okay. Other than meeting with the lawyer who reviewed the will, did you do anything to pursue adoption of the girls?
No, as a matter of fact, I do remember, actually the lawyer came, as I'm thinking about it, had to have come before that point, before the girls went back, because I do remember that when the girls left, they were calling me mommy all summer, and my husband daddy, and, I just thought this was going to be. And I just remember that there was no anger. There was no, once again, there was shock. I just didn't think it was going to be this way. Because with all the encouragement that, yes, the girls would be living with us. And then I just remember that I felt like my heart was being torn out of me when the girls left. And then I just resigned myself to God's will, that this is meant to be, and I would be at peace with it. And that's what I did.
And
I just said to myself, I will always be especially to Margaret and Martha. And I'll just always be here for them no matter what. And I still am.
we need a moment.
I'm okay.
Just let me know when you're ready. Take.
Go ahead.
And I think what you just said was, I think, somewhat useful in terms of when you would have seen the lawyer, because if you had basically said, okay, this is my role to be aunt, that's what I'll be.
No, it was before.
Okay, would it have been during, for example, that summer after Patty, or in relation to Patty bringing them? In other words, Patty saying.
You mean go to the lawyer then?
Yeah.
No, I think it was earlier.
Okay. So may not have had any particular contact with the fact that in summer of 1991, Patty had brought you the girls.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I think you indicated that in essence, Barbara contacted you while the girls were there in 1991. After the girls left with Mr. Peterson to go back to North Carolina, did you remain in contact with Barbara?
No, that kind of all fell apart. I lost contact with Barbara shortly afterwards. I may have recorded a last conversation at that time.
You may have recorded?
No, as far as
Oh, that B.
writing it down,
Okay.
yes. I think that may have been the last conversation because the girls were gone.
Okay, and that would have been maybe the September, October conversation I showed you. There was an October 3rd conversation with Barbara, 1991.
Possibly, that possibly was the last.
And do you know when you next contacted Barbara? Or had contact with her?
Yes,
And when was that?
after Kathleen died.
Okay, and did she contact you or did you contact her?
I called her.
Okay. So from sometime in 1991 till sometime in 2001, you basically had not had any contact with Barbara at all.
That's correct.
And was it Kathleen's death that prompted you to contact Barbara?
Yes.
Was that in connection with helping Detective Holland get in contact with Barbara Malvina?
No, that was for me
Okay.
because I wanted to know what really happened. There was so much speculation at the time. I just saw a similarity and I said, you know, the same thing has happened and I want to know.
Okay.
I
Let me
want
ask
to know, explain what happened to my sister. Explain.
you, had you previously, up through 1991, ever discussed with Barbara what had happened in November of 1985 when your sister died?
Well, you have that in the notes, in the phone
Okay,
conversations.
other than those conversations, had you ever spoken to Barbara about what had happened?
Initially, no,
Okay, so
because we didn't question anyone because my sister trusted Michael and Patty, and Patty, my sister loved Patty.
had anybody back when your sister died suggested that the circumstances of her death were suspicious?
At that time?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, when was the first time anyone suggested to you that the circumstances of your sister's death were suspicious?
You have that in the conversations with Barbara.
Okay, so that would have been 1991, if that's what the dates are on those conversations.
I can't remember whether something was said before.
If something had been said before that indicated your sister's death itself was suspicious, would you have made a note of it?
Only if I had a conversation with someone, a lengthy conversation with someone about it, I would have, yes.
Okay, and if
I would have documented it. But if it was something unfinished, I wouldn't necessarily.
and I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm suggesting if I did cut you off, if you have more to say, please finish your answer. I didn't mean to.
You may continue.
Okay. Have you looked for any other documentation about conversations with anybody about the circumstances of your sister's death?
Have I looked for them, like throughout my house?
Yeah, you said you had a box, for example, of documents.
I have. Possibly I've missed something, but I really went through.
She reminds me of Jim McCabe. You have it in the writings. You have it in whatever. You may continue. Oh, I think that's okay. Like,
Through everything I could possibly find
Okay. And
because I want answers now. I want the truth to come to light. There's too much darkness that has been clouding over this whole situation, and it's time. It's time for the truth. As painful as it is, it's time for the truth to come forward.
back in 91, and I can't read all this, but I take it from your conversations with Barbara, did she raise some issues about whether your sister's death was suspicious when she spoke with you in 1991?
I believe she did.
Okay, and did you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I remember Barbara saying that she just was not content with the autopsy report. That she didn't, and she kept saying to me that my sister did not die from natural causes.
Did she tell you why she felt that?
Well, I can't speculate. You know, I know if I had been in that house and saw the amount of blood in that house, I would have been screaming everywhere saying something is wrong with this picture. This is not just a fall down the stairs.
Let me, I don't mean to have you kind of remember things back to 91. Can you show me in either the September notes or the October 13th notes where you would have made any notation of Barbara's concerns about the circumstances under which your sister died. And I'll give you a moment to look at that because it's a couple of pages.
I'm sorry. Will you repeat the question,
Sure.
please? What do you want me to look for here?
Yeah, if there are any indications in those notes that relate to Barbara raising suspicions or questions about the circumstances of your sister's death.
Well, in this particular note, she stated that she was astounded that Michael took the girls back with him, and I detected that she was very uncomfortable with that. And I asked Barbara some pertinent questions. Do you think Michael had anything to do with Liz's death? She said yes.
Okay, and then does it say? Do you ask her why she thought that?
She went on to say that Liz and Barbara had been terrorized by an anonymous caller, an American, but she suspected that it might have been Michael, with footprints around the house. Unusual things that had happened, especially the night my sister, the night my sister died. The lights were on in the house, and that was very peculiar. They're on in rooms that she never even used. That, she had her boots on when she never wore her boots in the house. Liz took on the European way of life, and, she would always put her boots by the side of the door. She never wore them in the house. And I became suspicious because how could someone stand there and tell me that my sister died from a fall down the stairs and not say, you need to come to Germany because something is really wrong with the scene here. Something is really wrong with this picture.
Okay, in this conversation with Barbara, did she say anything about the amount or location of the blood?
She did not mention this at this time. I had found that out at a later date.
Okay, and did she mention it at all in October? It looks like either the 3rd or 13th in that conversation, the amount of blood.
The amount of blood?
Yeah.
She did not mention it at this time.
Okay, and you say you learned about it later. Who did you learn about it from?
The amount of blood?
Yeah.
Through, I finally contacted Amy Beth Berner, and I found it. I found that information from Amy Beth initially.
Was that after Kathleen Peterson had died?
That's correct.
Okay. From your conversation.
And I had no reason to ask at that time because Michael said there was just a little blood behind her ear.
And that's part of my follow-up question. After Barbara had raised these issues, did you talk to Michael about the circumstances? Or was that information about what he had said before you had spoken to Barbara?
He had told me what he told me before I spoke to Barbara.
Okay, was that at the time your sister died? When he came back to the States following her death?
Are you talking about the same question you asked me a long time ago?
Yes, in other words, you said you had no reason to raise the question of the amount of blood because Michael had told you there was just a small amount of blood.
That's right.
I'm trying to find out when he told you that.
I don't recall when he told me that.
Okay, could it have been shortly after your sister's death?
Yes, because that was the image I had in my mind. I did not picture my sister lying there in a pool of blood.
Okay. And on the two conversations with Barbara in the fall of 1991, she did not raise the blood as a reason she was suspicious.
Okay. I got bored. So I asked Chat GPT. How common is it to die from falling downstairs? It's not very common overall, but it happens more than people realize, especially in older adults. Most people who fall downstairs do not die. Stair falls are a significant cause of fatal injury, but they're a small fraction of all deaths. Deaths from falling downstairs are much more common in adults over 65, people with balance problems, people on blood thinners, people who are intoxicated, people with osteoporosis or frailty. Why can stairs be deadly? Because they increase the chance of head trauma, neck, spinal injury, internal bleeding, broken hips. So Liz had a disease that caused it was like hemophilia. It caused bleeding, Wilhelm-Bronn's something. I don't remember what it's called. So it's very possible that she could bleed from falling down the stairs. Kathleen was 0.07 BAC and on Valium. So she could have had a balance problem and fallen down the stairs. So the statistics, 12,000 stair fall deaths per year in the US. Now, I asked, what about owl attacks? Extremely rare, like almost unheard of as a cause of death. Owls can attack people, but it's usually during nesting season when they feel their babies are threatened as a quick defensive swoop. Can an owl kill a person? Realistically, almost never. Owls aren't built to kill something human-sized, and their talons, while sharp, aren't likely to cause fatal injuries unless something incredibly unusual happens. There are no well-known verified cases of a healthy adult being killed directly by an owl. Common injuries include puncture wounds on the head, bleeding scalp injuries, eye injuries. The biggest risk is actually falling while reacting to the attack or getting hit in the face eye. Compared to stairs, cars, dogs, or even bees, owls are basically a non-factor in death statistics. So there you go.
I don't recall that she brought up the blood at that time. She may have. I don't recall.
Okay, but in any event, you didn't note it in your notes.
I didn't note it in my notes.
And you mentioned that she had indicated that Liz and she were being harassed or terrorized by some anonymous caller?
I wrote that.
Okay, was it your impression that Barbara herself was getting these phone calls?
I don't know.
Okay, and had you heard anything about that prior to this conversation with Barbara about the phone calls? Had your sister ever mentioned it while she was alive?
No.
Okay, had anybody?
No, but I remember she wanted my mom to stay longer in Germany, and my mom always wondered why. I don't know. I think something was bothering her. She was afraid of something or someone.
But she didn't specifically say to your mother, as far as you know, I'm afraid because I've been getting these phone calls or anything.
She would not say that to my mom.
Okay. And you indicated that Barbara had talked about
Footprints around the house?
Do you remember what she said specifically about them that was?
No.
And do you recall?
This is a long time ago.
I understand that. That's part of the reason I have notes in case I can refresh your memory. Do you recall her describing the weather at all, whether it had snowed or anything of that nature? Okay. And she indicated that Elizabeth had her boots on, correct? And that typically those boots would be by the door?
Always.
Okay. And was there anything else about the way Liz was dressed or the way the lights? You described the lights.
That's what she said. Right. The lights were on in the house. That was not typical.
And did she say anything else about things that had made her suspicious?
Uh-oh.
I don't recall, but you will be talking to her soon.
Right, I'm just trying to find out, particularly with your notes, whether you remember anything else specific.
Not specifics beyond that.
Okay. And I take it if there was something significant, you would have done your best to try to write it down in the notes.
Perhaps.
Okay.
I just can't guarantee that 100%.
He said the word.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom! Kritiken stannar så! Kom rabban! Kritiken stannar så! Kritiken stannar så!
And up until the time Kathleen Peterson died, I take it you didn't have conversations with any of the other people who had been present in Germany at the time of your sister's death about the circumstances of her death.
That's correct.
And had you ever met Amy Beth Berner before Kathleen Peterson died?
No, but I felt like I knew her because my mom spoke of her a lot. She was another dear, lovely friend of my sister. My sister had a lot of wonderful friends, and I felt like I knew Amy Beth because my mom just told me so many wonderful things about her.
Okay, and what about the,
And Barbara.
Yeah, the Appel Schumachers? Had you met or spoken with either?
Sherry?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Tom? Had you ever met them before, Kathleen?
No. I knew they were friends of my sister's, but I never met them before.
Okay, had you spoken to any of the other friends of your sisters other than the Petersons before Kathleen Peterson died? Friends of your, yeah.
No.
And since Kathleen's death, I think you indicated that you've had contact with Amy Beth Berner?
Yes.
And
I located where she was living.
Okay.
And I looked her up.
Have you corresponded with her by letter or email?
We may have written a couple of emails.
And do you still have those?
Phone conversations. I don't know. Usually I delete my emails, so I don't know.
Okay.
I doubt that it would be still there.
When you do email correspondence, is it from a home computer?
Yes, it is.
Write
And do you have a
down
particular
phone conversation.
internet service provider?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that?
Objection.
That's kind of personal.
Objection.
There's objection, lady.
All right.
When was the first time you actually met Amy Beth Berner?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Your email carrier is personal? Really? Everybody's got Yahoo, Gmail, AT&T, Bell. Do they still have Bell South? I don't know. That's not that personal.
Oh, sorry. When's the first time I met Amy Beth?
Yeah, face to face.
Face to face?
Yes.
Just recently when I came here.
Was that, you described seeing this videotape, and I think she may have been present. Was that the first day you had met her?
I met her Saturday.
Okay, was that the day you arrived?
That's the day I arrived.
Okay, and when you met her,
I haven't heard of that one.
was she with her husband? Bruce Berner?
No.
Okay, who else was present?
Objection.
Overruled.
Who else was present?
When you
Where?
met with Amy Beth Berner?
When I first met Amy Beth? I can't even remember. I can't even remember where I first saw Amy Beth. You have to give me a minute because, there was so much confusion when I, arrived here. You have to remember, I'm arriving in Durham, North Carolina, under very different circumstances from all the other times I came to North Carolina with such joy in my heart, looking forward to seeing Margaret and Martha. And I'm coming this time for something totally different. So please bear with me because when I arrived, I just don't even remember. I just remember knowing Amy Beth immediately when I saw her. I don't even remember exactly where it was. It may have been the hotel. It may have been when we were at the hotel when I recognized her. Perhaps that's when it was.
Okay, and did you
hold on, Mr. Maher. Let's take a 10-minute break, Mr. Peterson.
Court's considered recess for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
you report first?
I think you do. I don't.
Well, then I would ask that we wait until we know where she went.
Yeah, I tell you, nothing gets past you people. No court reporter, no working on Saturdays. I can't get you to do anything.
So that's Simon said.
Now, have you also met with either of the Pell Schumachers since you've arrived in Durham for this trip?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and when did you, was it both of them together?
No, separately.
Okay, and did you meet with each of them separately, Tom and Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay, and when was your meeting with Tom?
When was the what?
When was her meeting with Tom at Pell Schumacher?
Over.
When he arrived at the hotel.
Okay, and when you met with him, did you talk with him about his memories of the events surrounding your sister's death?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you met with Mrs. Appel Schumacher, when was that?
Saturday.
Okay, and did you talk with her about her memory of the events?
Not initially, no.
Okay, but eventually?
Eventually.
Okay, and when did you speak with her about her memory of those events?
May have been at dinner time.
On that Saturday?
I can't remember where I had dinner on Saturday. I don't know.
Okay. Did you see her again during this week? You basically been
Yes,
here.
we pass each other.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you talk with her at all, for example, after Monday when court was done, or Tuesday or Wednesday?
I forgot which day it was. Maybe Tuesday night. Just in general.
And when you say in general, was it about the events surrounding your sister's death?
You know, we were all under such stress when we got together for dinner that we just pretty much kept the conversation light, and we didn't go into any great detail about anything. We were just tired.
Okay. What about, I think you mentioned you may have met with her on Tuesday after court was over. Was that the dinner you're talking about, or was that the prior dinner on Saturday or Sunday?
I think it may have been Tuesday night when we had dinner, when we just all got together.
Okay, and with either of them or with Amy Beth, have you talked with them about their memories of where blood was or who was in the house?
Yes.
Okay, and that has been since you've been here in Durham?
Yes.
And has that been with each of the three people I've named? Amy Beth and both Mr. and Mrs. Appel Schumacher?
No.
Okay, who have you not spoken about their memories with?
Tom.
Okay, but with both Amy Beth and Mrs. Appel Schumacher?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about, had you ever communicated with the Appel Schumachers before you arrived here in Durham about their memories of the events surrounding your sister's death?
No.
Have you met with Barbara Malagnino since you've been here in Durham?
Yes.
Okay, was she present, for example, at the dinner with other people?
Yes.
Okay, have you had any other meetings? Have you ever been with her at other times since you've been here?
In passing.
Okay, have you talked with her about her memory of the events surrounding your sister's death?
That night, just briefly.
Okay, and prior to coming to Durham, I think you indicated that after Kathleen Peterson died, you reestablished or remade contact with Barbara. Is that correct?
Repeat the question.
Yeah, after Kathleen Peterson died at the end of 2001, that you made contact with Barbara.
Yes.
Okay, and was that by email?
No.
Okay, were there email contacts with Barbara at all?
Yes.
Okay. Was it in addition by telephone or by letter or how?
Phone.
Okay, any written letters between?
No.
Okay. And the email correspondence, have you preserved that email correspondence?
I may have. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether they deleted it or whether they're still there. I don't know. I'm really not big on computers.
And during your email correspondence or phone conversations with Barbara, did they discuss her memories of the events surrounding your sister's death?
Yes.
Anybody else? Let me just ask you, is there anybody else this week that you've had contact with about, other than the district attorneys themselves, about the circumstances of your sister's death? Anybody who was actually there in Germany in 1985?
Outside of anyone who's here?
Right. In other words, I've talked with you about 4 different people who were actually there. Is there anybody else who was actually there who you've spoken with or communicated with about the circumstances of your sister's death?
No.
Okay.
Not since I've been here. No.
You said not since you've been here. Have you communicated with anyone that we haven't discussed who was present in 1985 about the circumstances of your sister's death? Say,
Now you're asking me just about the German people, the people from Germany, right?
People who were in Germany in 1985. Right.
And are here now.
Or who aren't here now. But people who were actually were present in the house at some point in 1985.
And have I discussed this with them?
Yes.
Since
the death of Kathleen Peterson in 2001.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you all had gone to dinner Saturday night, or maybe it was Sunday night, since you've arrived.
Mm-hmm.
And who arranged that dinner?
We just all got together and thought it would be a good idea to get together and have a dinner.
Okay. Was anybody from the police department or the DA's office present or involved in that in any way?
We had invited Freda to come with her 2 little children.
And did she attend?
Yes.
Okay. And during that dinner, was there some general discussion about the case and the circumstances surrounding your sister's death?
Well, there were several of us there. It was very noisy, and the children were there, so we really didn't get into any big, huge, heavy discussions. Tom was really taken up with Freda's children, and and Billy Allen to my right, I forgot. And we were just kind of playing with the children. They were very precious, and actually they were a good deterrent for all of us. I think this was kind of an icebreaker for all of us to be sitting and just having a nice dinner together. And I really appreciate Freda for doing that.
And was it, you think the next day that you would have been there when this video was shown?
No, I requested to see the video when I got here. It was Sunday, and I requested to see the video.
Okay. How did you know there was a video? Why did you request to see it?
I don't know how I knew there was a video. I may have read about it. I don't know. I don't recall. I knew there was a video. Everybody, talks about the case, and, I've heard. So I just can't tell you exactly.
Okay. For example, have you followed the case at all on Court TV or?
No, not on Court TV. I'm not allowed to.
Okay. Have you read about it in the newspaper, for example, if they described that a video was shown?
Well, my friends have mentioned it to me because they have, read the articles. They're keeping up on everything. So, I get information here and there.
Okay. And you asked to see the video.
Yes, I did.
And Amy
I
Beth,
requested.
Okay, and Amy Beth was there too?
I believe she was there at this time. Yeah, she had arrived.
And do you know how she ended up at this showing of the video?
We just all got together to talk.
In other words, had you told her before this showing that, I'm going to go see a video?
I didn't mention that.
I'm just wondering how
No, we all got together, and I had requested to see The video of Kathleen and the video of the house.
Okay, when you say we all got together, did that include the Appel Schumacher's?
Yes.
Okay, and was this when you, was somebody from the district attorney's office present when you then at this meeting, when you requested to see the videotape?
Yes.
Okay. When you were meeting, who was that? Was that Freda or Mr. Harden or?
It was one of them. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, and
I just said, I'd really like to see the videos.
And
I had heard about them and I wanted to see them because I just felt that it was necessary for me to do that.
And was Barbara present at this meeting?
No, sir.
Okay. And during the meeting, was there discussion about the substance or how you should testify?
Oh, God, no.
Okay, I mean, was there any, for example, just description of how a trial works or what will happen or when you would testify?
No, we had a tour of the courthouse, which kind of was another icebreaker for us because I've never been in a courtroom before. So just to see how it's set up just kind of made me feel more at ease, just knowing ahead of time before I walked through the door for the first time. It was a courtesy on the part of the district attorney to make us feel comfortable, and Mama Harden made us a lovely lunch, and which was very nice.
Okay.
And it just put us more at ease because we came here, like I said, under very stressful circumstances and not knowing what to expect.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few more follow-ups. Let me approach with a copy of your proffer because I have a few follow-up questions and then we'll be done. I'm looking at paragraph 6 where you say that you weren't aware of anything being taken from the house. I think you and I already talked about that. You also say the proffer is that you were not aware of any other evidence of a burglar or other intruder coming into Liz's home on that night or the next morning. I think you previously told us that Barbara had mentioned some footprints or shoe prints in the snow.
But I don't know how long before my sister's death that had happened.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily that she had seen suspicious footprints that morning?
No.
Okay. So she had not indicated to you that those shoe prints were left in connection with her actual death. They may have been some event earlier.
No, that's correct.
Okay. And you also indicated here that at the time of her death, Liz was planning a trip to Copenhagen, Denmark. Was that a trip with the Petersons?
Yes.
Okay. And the household goods that are referred to in paragraph 8, are those the goods we've talked about in general?
The created things,
Right.
correct.
Okay. And then finally, on paragraph 4, when you say that you later had conversations with Mr. Peterson about more details of what happened, did he ever indicate to you that they were informed or had learned that your sister had some type of cerebral hemorrhage?
I don't know at what point in time we learned of that. I don't remember.
But at some point you learned that?
Yes, I did.
I just can't remember whether it was how early in the process it was.
No, I mean, he could have told me that on the phone when he called. After he said Liz had an accident, she fell down the stairs and died. I don't remember the rest of the conversation.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Further questions?
Yes.
All right, you can come down.
At this time, we would move to introduce the report of autopsy examination of Kathleen Hunt Atwater Peterson. It is marked as State's Exhibit AKP 12. And we would also move to introduce the report of autopsy examination of Elizabeth Ann McKee Ratliff. It is marked State's Exhibit AER 23.
Indicate because the number there too.
Both of these, the autopsy was performed by Dr. Deborah Ratch. Now, President.
Yes.
And she's on her way to the courtroom now.
Your Honor, and I don't mean to interrupt your viewing of that. I don't know if you had a chance to view them before, but at some point, if Your Honor rules that the testimony about the events in Germany is admissible, we will be making an oral motion relating to what appears to have been violations of witness sequestration orders. Apparently, witnesses have been talking about their memory of the events. I believe that's a violation of the court's order. It has no bearing on your consideration of that for this hearing, but if we get to the point of them testifying before the jury, that is an issue we'd want to be heard on because the witnesses have apparently been communicating about the substance of their testimony.
Yeah.
Do you want me to say something, or you just putting it in the record?
Rather than if you rule in favor of allowing it in and raise the issue for first thing in the morning, I wanted to alert the court that I think based on the testimony we've heard this week, there's a serious issue about that, and we'll want to be heard at the appropriate time.
All right.
Examination on the proffer.
All right.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Hi.
You got your stuff spread out there so you can look at things?
I'm getting there.
While she's getting set up,
In conjunction with my proffer, I would tend to her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection to that for purposes of this hearing.
All right.
Ready? I want to go back, and I want to start, I should say, with the autopsy that you did with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff on April 21st of 2003. And I want to, if you could get that autopsy report, I want to go through some of the things and just ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay.
Probably more than a couple. If you could turn to page 3 of 13.
Yes.
Got that?
Yes.
In that very first paragraph, and by the way, is this something that you dictated at the time of the autopsy?
I dictated it after the completion of the gross autopsy.
Okay. And would you have been taking notes at the time you were actually doing the gross autopsy, or how does that work?
Yes, I was just taking notes.
Okay, and then as soon as the gross part of the autopsy was done, you would have dictated this?
That's correct.
All right. And in the very first paragraph on that page, you note that the skin over the anterior chest, abdomen, and pelvis showed focal areas of fine dried abrasions, some of these in a linear parallel arrangement, correct?
Yes.
Let me mark this as a group exhibit. I think these are all the autopsy photos from the Elizabeth Ratliff case. If they're not, I'm sure you'll tell me. Yes. Let me show you that. I don't know if you'll know for sure if that's all of them, but
I know how many I have.
as you're going through there, if you see a picture that you can illustrate the location or the appearance of those lines that we were just talking about, if you could just mark that so that we can come back to it.
All right. This, I haven't counted them, but it looks like it shows everything that the set of autopsy photos I have shows.
Okay. And do you see one in there where you can illustrate or show me the findings in that first paragraph? All right, and just for purpose of the record, I'm going to give you a pen. And could you sort of circle on there what we're talking about? And just for the record, you've put 3 circles on what's marked on the back as MP 7152, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
And that, I think that was the only photograph on the front.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to leave these up here in case we have some more. And did you have any sort of opinion about what might have caused those particular linear parallel abrasions?
I didn't really have an opinion other than they were from some form of blunt trauma injury, creating a linear or line-like abrasion. I remember, I believe I said at the time that it would really be hard to tell, knowing that the body had been handled from the time she was found until she was autopsied, until she was embalmed, where anywhere along the line something, those injuries or those marks might have been caused.
And I guess what you're alluding to there is the problem of artifactual findings in an autopsy.
Well, this would be one example of that, yes. Right. It could be.
And I understand you can't tell whether it is or it isn't.
That's right. You have to keep that in mind.
Right. And that's obviously a problem in any autopsy, but particularly in an autopsy done after 18 years, where the body's been brought from a civilian place to a military hospital and then to the United States and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, you have to be aware of artifacts.
Now, let me bring you down in your page 3 there to about the middle where it says multiple scalp lacerations are present.
Yes.
And then it says all the lacerations have been previously sutured and glued in association with embalming.
Yes.
Can you describe in a little bit more detail what you meant by sutured and glued?
Well, at some point, somebody in preparing the body for embalming used coarse cotton thread to sew up those lacerations, and some of them seem to be glued closed as well. They were very difficult in some areas to open, and then that would be a procedure that would be used in embalming in order to keep a laceration closed so there's no bleeding or leakage.
All right. And how does one go about in doing an exhumation like this? I mean, that's obviously not something you have to deal with normally in an autopsy, correct?
We have to deal with surgical procedures sometimes with suturing, and that would be fresh, but in embalming sometimes that will happen too if there are traumatic injuries.
And I was talking more in terms of the gluing.
The gluing. Yeah, that's usually only seen in embalming.
Right. And how does one go about in your position dealing with that in order to inspect the wounds?
You just are very careful when you remove the suture. One of the longest parts of doing this autopsy was removing the sutures from these lacerations, and then just gently teasing apart. In fact, in some cases, I think that my descriptions were somewhat limited. The descriptions of the lacerations were somewhat limited because I wasn't willing to just rip the lacerations apart. So in some cases, I really couldn't determine whether all of these were full thickness, exactly like I would be able to do on a fresh body.
All right, so I guess what you're saying is then to a certain extent at least, the fact that there was glue there inhibited your ability to tell how deep some of these lacerations might have gone.
Some of them, yes.
On the description of the first one, laceration number 1, you indicated it's at the top of the head, right?
Yes.
And that it was curved.
Yes.
You also note that it was focally undermined.
Yes.
First of all, what do you mean when you use the term focally undermined?
Well, focally would mean a part of it, just a piece of it, and then undermined would be the edges of the wound are torn beneath the skin or beneath the scalp in this case. So it almost forms a little shallow pocket in that particular area.
I was going to say some pathologists might refer to that as a pocket underneath the wound itself.
That sounds the same as what I said.
Right. And what significance, if any, do you draw from the fact that there may be a pocket or an undermining underneath the laceration?
That may help indicate in some cases perhaps the direction from which a blow was struck. In general, though, it's when I look at it, it's just an indicator of a blunt trauma injury.
All right.
If you're trying to distinguish, say, from a sharp force injury.
All right. Is there anything about the presence of a focal undermining or a pocket that would indicate that the item that the head came in contact with was more flat than shaped?
In my experience, it's more likely that, well, it really depends, again, on the area of the body where the impact occurs.
Let's talk about the head.
Okay, well, the head's curved, and so if whatever blunt object is striking this area or impacting this area, if it comes at an angle, or in relationship to the curve or the particular area of the scalp, that might cause an area of undermining.
All right, and I guess what I was getting at is, from your experience, in your opinion, would an area of focal undermining under a laceration on the scalp be indicative that whatever the scalp or the head came in contact with was more of a flat object rather than, say, a rounded or shaped object?
I think it would be more indicative, in my experience, of a rounded or curved edge. Of course, you could have that on a predominantly flat object, but...
Okay.
So
laceration number 2, you indicated was associated with a slight discoloration consistent with hemorrhage or contusion.
yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not there was actually a hemorrhage or contusion associated with that?
It was just grossly apparent that it was.
Well, I noticed that on some of them you actually cut through the skin to see if there was hemorrhage underneath. And in some cases you determined there was, and in other cases you determined
Yes.
there wasn't. Were you able to do that in this one?
Just by the gross inspection.
Okay, you didn't actually cut through and...
Well, I don't remember specifically on this one.
Okay. And you indicated that an associated subgaleal hemorrhage is present.
Yes.
And what could you just define, for the purpose of the record, what you mean when you talk about a subgaleal hemorrhage?
It's just a hemorrhage in the scalp underneath the galea, or the outer, or the very inner lining of the scalp. You have to talk from inside to out. But
All right. And you didn't find any focal undermining on that one, I take it.
I didn't mention it.
And just for the record, if you had seen it, then at least your practice would have been to mention it.
Yes.
Laceration number 3, you do mention focal edges, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Just so I'm clear, with regard to laceration number 1, could, by itself, just looking at laceration number 1 by itself, could that particular laceration have been caused by a fall on a stair, for example?
I think it would be unlikely that would have been caused simply by a fall on the stairs.
And could you explain why you feel that way?
Because it's right at the top of the head.
Okay, so that's actually the location of the...
Yes.
All right. Any other reason in terms of the shape or the size of the laceration? Or any other characteristics of the laceration other than its location at the top of the head?
Not necessarily, no. There's nothing specific.
And the same question as to number 2. By itself, could that laceration have been caused by a fall on a stair?
By itself, that's possible.
All right. And is there any way for you to tell, for example, whether that particular laceration would have been caused by a fall on a stair versus a blow with an object? Forcible blow.
No.
Would you be able to tell from a wound like that itself whether the laceration was caused by a head falling against the stair by virtue of gravity versus the head being forcibly struck against the stair by an outside force?
No.
Let me go to laceration 3, if I could. Do you need some water?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
With regard to that one, by itself, could that laceration have been caused by a fall on the stair?
By itself, that could be a possibility.
All right. And is there anything about the size or shape or other characteristics of that particular laceration that would cause you to say that it was caused by a blow struck with a blunt object as opposed to the head coming in contact with a blunt object, such as through a fall, by itself?
No.
Laceration number 4, I think you described as a three-pronged laceration.
Yes.
Can you give me a little bit more detail about what you mean by that?
Well, instead of being just linear, or line-like, or having a curve to it or an angle, it actually was more stellate-shaped or star-shaped, with a central point with 3 arms radiating from it.
And is that something that is depicted in your diagrams?
Yes.
All right. Now, Coach, I've got a copy of the autopsy here. Perhaps you can. I see. Okay. And is there a photo that we can find that would demonstrate that one?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to find it
If you
in
could.
your photos?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay. There are several. Do you?
Well, let's circle. We might as well circle the ones that, rather than me coming back up each time.
Okay. And of course, in this case, we took photographs with and without sutures, so that.
Okay, let's just for the record, there's a circle that you just put.
Here.
That's right, on 7158, right?
Yes.
And is that laceration number 4?
Yes.
Okay. And you just put a circle on 7160. Is that also number 4?
Yes, it is.
All right.
I can do it on all of them, or I can do it on the best one.
You do it on the best ones.
Okay.
That's fine. That's number 4 as well.
Yes, it is.
Okay. 7160. I think we've got it now. 7162 and 7163. Okay. And just so we're clear, even though it's almost a Y shape, right?
Yes.
I don't mean to hold you to that, but in just in general terms.
Yes.
And despite that, it would be your opinion that's a result of a single impact, correct?
Yes, in my opinion, it is.
Okay. And what causes you to feel like that's a single impact versus, say, 2 impacts coming together?
Well, I've seen lots of lacerations like that before on scalps, and they're generally caused by one impact. Again, it's related to the curve of the skull in a particular area and the angle at which the impact is applied. And The other thing is that when I'm dealing with blunt trauma of the head and lacerations, I probably tend to be conservative when I count them.
Okay. And what is it, you mentioned you see this a lot because of the curvature of the head. Could you describe in a little bit more detail what is it about the head or the shape of the head or what's in the scalp that would cause that particular kind of laceration?
Well, the scalp is held down against the skull, and like you said, it's curved, and the particular areas are more curved than others, and it's just the way that the scalp would split when struck. You can see that on a curve, or it can also be related to the type of object
Okay.
it's struck with.
But for example, with regard to number 4, you couldn't say just because of that shape that it wasn't consistent with a fall.
Yeah.
In other words, you could actually fall, hit your head on a stair if you hit it in a particular location, in a particular way, and get that kind of a laceration.
That might be possible, yes.
And was there anything about laceration number 4 that caused you to feel that it couldn't have been caused by itself, by a fall?
No, not by itself.
All right, let me go then to the laceration number 5 on your report. And this showed an upwardly curved laceration with some focal undermining.
Yes.
And same question on that one. By itself, could that laceration have been caused by a fall?
Yes, it could.
Anything about that laceration by itself that would cause you to feel like it's more likely a blunt object impacting the head than a fall? Just looking at that laceration by itself?
No, not by itself.
Laceration number 6. This is a little bit more complicated. This is slightly curved, and you say there's some subgaleal hemorrhaging, right?
Yes.
And then it also indicates that as the scalp was reflected, in other words, as the scalp was pulled back to reveal the skull, a fracture was discovered in the left occipital bone, right?
Yes.
And as I recall from the rest of the autopsy, it was a simple, I forget what the name is, but a very small fracture.
Just a linear non-displaced fracture.
Right, not depressed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you associated that fracture with laceration number 6 because of its location, right?
Yes.
And I think you said there were some flecks of blood that were adhering to the inner skull at that site.
That's correct. Flecks of blood and staining of the bone, right?
Which would be consistent with a fracture at or before the time of death.
Yes.
And let me ask you on that one, by itself, could that laceration and the associated linear skull fracture have been caused by a fall?
Yes.
Is there anything about that laceration or the nature of the fracture itself that's inconsistent with the fall?
I don't believe so.
Or that's more consistent with a blunt object rather than a fall?
No, not necessarily.
All right. Let's go to laceration number 7. Laceration number 7 is another stellate 3-pronged laceration, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, we have some subgaleal hemorrhage with that one, right?
Yes.
And do you, just so I'm clear, do you generally always get subgaleal hemorrhage with a scalp laceration, or is that a particular?
Not necessarily. It's
Okay.
I'm just describing what I'm seeing.
What? And I guess I'm trying to understand it. If I've got a laceration down to the skull, is it possible to have that without subgaleal hemorrhage?
I believe I've seen cases like that, but it's like bruising in the scalp, and with blunt trauma, it would be more likely that you would have a laceration with attendant bruising.
Okay. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is pretty much when you have a laceration down to the skull, odds are you're going to have a subgaleal hemorrhage.
I think more likely than not, yes.
So a subgaleal hemorrhage doesn't tell us much about whether it's a fall versus a blunt object hitting the head.
No.
Let me come up there again if I could, ask you to show me where that one is, both on your diagram and in the photos. I see, okay.
So the corresponding.
All right, so you just put a circle on 7162. Is that the best one? Or?
There's a close-up,
Okay.
7168, but those are the only two photographs.
Okay, you just circle that one. Thank you. All right. And again, that one looks like the same shape, sort of Y shape, but not quite as large as the other one.
I don't remember exactly the size without looking back.
Okay.
It's star-shaped, but in this case, I believe one of the arms is a little bit longer, so it's more Y-shaped than the last one.
All right. And same question with regard to that one by itself. Anything about that laceration that couldn't have been caused by a fall on a stair?
Probably not by itself.
When you say probably not, is there some more hesitation about that one than the others?
It's in a little different area that it's not a prominent area that would be easily exposed. In a fall down the stairs, but depending on a position.
Okay. And depending, I guess, on what other environmental factors there were in that stairway.
Yes.
And then the next paragraph talks about the posterior skull, and you find abundant dark discoloration consistent with hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue, right?
Yes.
Anything about that that's not consistent with a fall by itself?
It wasn't specifically related to any of the lacerations. There wasn't a fracture of the spine. It was difficult to say what the source was, but it was striking in the amount in that particular area.
But nothing about that where you could say, oh, that was caused by an object hitting her versus her hitting some object.
No.
Same thing with the cervical spinal cord showing no evidence of hemorrhage. That doesn't tell us much about fall versus something else, right?
That's correct.
And the summary, you talk about multiple deep scalp lacerations, right?
Yes.
And multiple different planes of the head.
Yes.
Associated severe subgaleal hemorrhage and a single linear skull fracture.
Yes.
And out of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the multiple lacerations and the multiple planes that ultimately were significant to you in reaching your opinion in this case.
Yes.
Let me go back to the beat. I'm told that I need to ask you, was there anything else that was significant other than those two things in reaching your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, I think that they are severe wounds.
Okay.
And
now when we say severe, you're talking about the depth of them?
as best I could tell. And in some of them, I felt like I got a very good look because there wasn't much that I had to remove
Right.
to confirm that they were full thickness. And again, I think that we had to be conservative on this so that we didn't destroy or,
Sure.
But the ones that I could tell, I thought were severe wounds and that they were full thickness wounds. They weren't just like into the top layer of the scalp or something
Sure.
like that.
But of
So
course-
I would take severity into account. I believe there's severe wounds.
Okay, fair enough. Anything else?
Not that I can think of right now.
All right. If we could turn to page 5 of 13. Neck. Anything that you found with regard to the neck that you attached any significance to?
I guess I'm thinking about two things here. One thing is I thought it was significant that the neck organs were still inside the body, and I noted that on that description because in the first autopsy report they were described. It would be difficult to do without removing them, so I thought that was significant.
Okay.
In that it disagreed with the first autopsy report. But as far as any lesions, hemorrhage that I could detect, any fractures of bones or cartilage, I saw none.
Okay. And I noticed here that apparently there were a number of organs that were simply not present.
Well, most of them were present.
Well, for example, stomach, gallbladder, pancreas, adrenal glands.
Right, they're endocrine organs. I mean, I don't think of them as major organs like hearts and lungs.
I understand.
All of the major organs were present.
I sort of treat all of mine equally. And with regard to the brain, you noted that the brain weighed 740 grams.
I noted that, yes.
And you did note that in the original autopsy, the brain weighed significantly more than that.
I noted in the original autopsy that none of the organs was weighed, but an approximate weight of 1,300 grams was given for the brain. So I don't really know how much the brain ever weighed fresh originally.
Okay.
What we had after 18 years of preparing for burial and dehydration weighed 740 grams.
And you were present when Dr. Lietzma and I came up to inspect the results of the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we asked about how much of the brain was there versus missing just based on the various parts that you'd seen, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that roughly 50% would be a fair estimate?
I'm not sure, no more than 50%. But again, that's one of the reasons that I requested neuropathology consultation to verify what structures were not present anymore.
And indeed, the neuropathologist was there when we had that conversation.
That's correct.
And I think he's the person who offered the opinion that it was.
I don't remember.
All right.
There was a significant portions were missing, yes.
Let's go to that for a second and talk about that a little bit. Can we have that? Oh, give me that. Yeah, guy. Okay. Just go through from there. Yes, wait. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to look at come down to identify something.
Yes.
and we'll mark this, we'll print it out and mark it for purposes of the hearing after, but looking at what's currently on this smart board here, does that appear to you to be a picture of the pieces of brain that you all had when you did the autopsy of Elizabeth Ratliff?
Well, it looks like it. It'd be good to have some type of identification in there.
I understand. But I guess what I'm asking is that generally how the piece looked? I'm not asking if it was every single piece, but generally, is that...
It's consistent with the condition and coloration, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. And the rough numbers of pieces?
As far as I remember.
Okay, thank you. Would it be fair to say that at the time you actually did your autopsy, normally when you autopsy a brain, it's a whole brain and you can make your cuts, right?
Yes.
And that's how you can try to determine things like internal injuries and things that don't appear right on the surface. You do your cuts and do stains and do slides and that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
In this instance, that was more difficult, correct?
Yes.
And the reason it was more difficult was because by the time you got it, there had been a bunch of cutting done, right?
That was one reason, yes.
And what were the other reasons?
Well, I think that some of the cuts seemed unorthodox. Then there was the problem of what was left of the brain being put in the body and resting against whatever else. And so some of the pieces were actually kind of twisted on themselves. And then, of course, the artifact from being, or just the general dehydration and embalming makes it more difficult to examine.
Okay. And when you say it being placed back into the head, could you be a little bit more specific about how that?
Well, the brain wasn't actually placed back into the head.
I'm sorry.
In my recollection, all the organs were placed together in the body cavity.
I'm sorry.
The thorax.
And how did that create additional problems in terms of your job?
Well, I think that nobody's trying to put them back in there the way they came out.
Sure.
They just kind of go in together and rest against each other and get kind of bent and twisted, and then they stay that way when they're embalmed. It fixes the tissue and in a certain position. So, then when you're trying to deal with it, it's kind of twisted, and when you try to untwist it, you could possibly tear it. So it's somewhat limited. It's not anything you can't overcome. It's just a little bit more technically difficult than a normal autopsy.
Anything else about the manner in which this brain was preserved for your autopsy that made it more difficult to do your work, other than things you've already mentioned?
I don't think so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's test your artistic skills here. Which 207 is a diagram, is it not, or a representation of the human brain?
One section, yes.
Okay. And can you use what's been marked 207 to identify what portions of the brain you did not have complete pieces of?
No.
Okay. Is there any way to tell that?
Well, that's why I deferred this case, or why I requested the neuropathology consultation.
Okay. I don't think so. So, for example, as a forensic pathologist, you would not have been able to identify out of that collage that I showed you earlier what would have been brainstem versus midbrain versus pons versus cerebellum.
Well, I can do structures like that, but I think that we're talking about more detail than that here.
All right. Well, for
Because
example,
we're talking about right versus left and that sort of thing. That would be difficult for me to do as a forensic pathologist.
fair enough.
That's why we have neuropathologists.
I understand.
Yeah.
For example, were you able to tell how much of the brainstem you actually had there when you did your autopsy?
Again, I don't recall. This is a part of the case that, if it were up to me, if it were what I was doing, then I would make a note of that. This is somebody else did this because I required that expertise. And so I didn't make any special notes myself of that.
There is a neuropathology consult here.
Yes.
And is there a notation in the neuropathology consult about what portion of the brainstem was present?
Not specifically in the consultation.
Do you know whether or not the neuropathologist has notes that would reflect what portion of the brainstem?
I believe there are notes, but I'm not familiar with what their content is.
In other words, you've not discussed that, or you don't have any independent idea from talking with him what percentage, say, of the brainstem was still there?
That's correct.
Same thing with the midbrain?
Yes.
Same thing with the pons?
Yes.
Same thing with the cerebellum?
Yes.
At the time, this autopsy, I think, was signed by you on April 28th of 2003.
Yes.
And at that time, had you at that point had any access to photos of the Ratliff house in Germany back in 1985?
No.
At that point, had you access to any descriptions of the Ratliff house or the stairway?
I don't believe so.
All right. Did you know, for example, at the time you did the autopsy, how many steps there were in that house?
No.
Or what they were made of?
No.
Or their shape?
No.
Whether there was a railing or not?
No.
What the wall surface was next to the stairway?
No.
When you did your autopsy and signed your report on April 28th of 2003, did you have access to any kind of description about where Elizabeth Ratliff's body had been found on the stairway?
I think just in general, again, just from the narrative in the prior autopsy report, just what I was remembering was at the bottom of the stairs.
Anything about her position at the bottom of the stairs?
Not that I recall.
Head down, face up, face down, anything like that?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any information at the time you did this autopsy about the amount of blood at the scene?
I don't believe so.
Would that have even made any difference to you whether there's a lot of blood or a little blood at the scene?
I would be surprised if it were a little blood.
Because of the number of lacerations?
Yes.
So the amount of blood doesn't tell us anything about whether it's a fall versus impacts by an assault, correct? Just a pure amount.
Yeah, not specifically.
Did you know anything about the spatter patterns or anything like that?
No.
Does that matter at all in terms of what you do?
It doesn't matter in terms of what I do in this case.
Okay. In terms of, do you have any information about time of death?
I had copies.
I don't know. I never got to watch an autopsy in nursing school. I wanted to, and I was the only one in class that wanted to. So we didn't watch an autopsy. So I don't know what the standard procedure is for an autopsy. I don't know if that's what they do. I figured they took them out and put them back in where they went. I didn't know they just slapped them in there wherever.
Of several different documents that had times of death on them.
Okay, that would be things that other.
It's only relative. The reason why they're doing this is a 403 hearing, 404 hearing, 403B, something like that. Outside the presence of the jury, because they want to get this into the trial. They want to show a pattern that he's done this before. So it proves that he did it again. And Judge Hudson said in the second trial he wouldn't have allowed this at all. But this is strictly a hearing outside the presence of the jury in front of the judge for him to decide if he's going to allow this in the trial, which he does. So we're going to be hearing this stuff again, probably. I miss Dr. G. I really miss her. And it ticks me off that they didn't listen to her in the Casey Anthony case, because her testimony, I didn't watch the trial. I did see part of her testimony. And she said that baby had duct tape over its mouth and nose. Doesn't matter if she was already dead or not. There's no reason for a baby to have duct tape over its mouth and nose, because she did the autopsy on that baby. But I loved her show. I loved her. She was so good and so compassionate. And if she couldn't find a cause of death, she researched and researched and researched to try to find what happened to that person so the family could have a little bit of closure, a little bit of comfort. She was amazing. I loved her. And, there's a Dr. G on YouTube now that does like behavior analysis. And every time I see his name, I think of her. She was awesome.
People had done previously?
Yes.
All right. What information did you have about time of death?
It was listed at 11:59 hours, 25 November 1985.
Do you know where that information came from?
I don't know.
All right. I guess let me go to more science stuff rather than what's on a document that you had no hand in preparing. Did you have any information about, for example, what her body temperature was at the time that she was found?
No.
Or about Riger?
No.
Or Rival?
I don't believe so, no.
Or contents of her stomach?
Well, the autopsy report stated a small amount of partially digested food is present in the stomach.
Okay. You're talking about the autopsy report from 85?
That's correct.
Okay. So was there any information that you have available to you as a forensic pathologist that would have assisted you in determining a time of death in this case on November 20th, assuming that the death occurred on November 25th, whether it was, 12 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock in the morning or some other time?
Well, that wasn't even anything that I would be charged with doing in this case.
Oh, I understand. But in other words, if you were going to try and go back now and look at, do you have any information from which you could even do that at this point?
Well, nothing specific. I mean, the pathologist does note rigor mortis is moderate and dependent livor is apparent over the dorsum.
Of course, that's at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct. I have not seen any investigative information.
Okay. And what would be important in terms of setting a time of death, what would be most important, let's put it that way, would be the degree of rigor at the time the body was found.
That might be helpful.
Okay. But we don't have that, obviously.
I don't have it.
Now, your basic conclusion in this particular autopsy, and we'll get to the specifics in a couple of minutes, but your basic conclusion was that Ms. Ratliff's death was inconsistent with a fall.
Yes.
And that opinion, I think, is stated on page 7, correct?
Yes.
And I apologize for leaving out the severity, because you did say in here, in my opinion, the location, number, and severity of the lacerations are inconsistent with the fall, right?
Yes.
And just so I can understand the base on which you're coming to that conclusion, with regard to your own personal experience, do you know how many autopsies you conducted, say, in the last year that involved a death by a natural fall in a stairway by an adult? Not a homicide, but a natural death.
Well, I have to do semantics. A fall wouldn't be a natural death. So an accidental fall.
I'm sorry, accidental fall. I'm sorry.
In the past year,
yes, ma'am.
I haven't performed any autopsies on people who fell downstairs in the last year.
Okay, let's go back 5 years.
In 5 years, 1.
Okay, let's go back 10 years.
A total of 3.
All right. And out of those 3, these are staircases now?
Yes.
Do you know whether they were wooden stairs or some other kind of stairs?
I don't know specifically, but I do know that they all occurred in a home, and I don't recall that I don't recall if one of them was in a basement. It might have been, but They were all in a home.
Right. Do you know, some homes have carpeted stairs and some homes have wood stairs. Do you have any recollection of which they were in this?
No, I don't.
Did any of those involve, for example, persons who were intoxicated at the time of the fall?
No.
Or persons who had had some sort of drug ingestion at the time of the fall?
Not that I know of.
Were these more elderly people or younger people or a mix of people?
2 of them were over 70, and the other one was a woman in her 40s, but she actually fractured a leg and died of a pulmonary embolus, so she didn't even have head injuries.
Okay. Now, with regard to, by the way, in terms of the pathology consult you did here, I noticed that it was different neuropathologists than had done the consult in Kathleen Peterson's case, correct?
Yes.
And was there any particular reason for that?
Yes.
What was that?
Dr. Gleckman, who did the neuropathology consult on Miss Ratliff, was not on our staff at the time of Miss Peterson's death. And but he was obviously at the time of Miss Ratliff's exhumation and autopsy, and one of his duties is to perform the neuropathology examinations when requested from the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Is that part of his training?
No, that's part of his position.
And what about the other neuropathologists?
Steve Smith.
Well, there were 2 others who did I take it there's more than a couple of neuropathologists around.
Yes.
And I guess what I'm trying to get at is there any particular reason why, since you did the autopsy on both, you didn't have the same neuropathologist do the consultation on both?
Again, you have like the attending neuropathologist, and at the time when Ms. Peterson's autopsy was done, Dr. Bolden was the attending, and then Dr. Gleckman has moved into that position. So that's logical that there's one. The other two people were fellowship. They were in training. And so that changes over every July.
Okay. So it's just a question of who was scheduled to be attending.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Now, you indicate on page 7 that the cause of death was actually, I guess it's more on page 1 is where you indicate the cause of death. And you indicate blunt trauma of the head, right?
Yes.
And could you be any more specific about what the actual mechanism was? The blunt trauma of the head is simply I don't mean to denigrate it, but I mean, it tells us that there was some sort of force that came in contact with the head, right?
Yes.
Right, and then that can cause death in numerous ways, right?
The blunt trauma can?
Yes.
There are several mechanisms, yes.
So what was the mechanism of death here?
In this case, there would be a component of bleeding from the scalp lacerations.
Okay.
And we also have evidence with the skull fracture and some intracranial hemorrhage. So trauma of the head, trauma at least around the brain and of the skull.
And how did that cause the death?
It's again, we don't really know how much blood there was, for example. So it's possible that there was enough blood. He mentions in his report, the prior autopsy, 100 cc's of blood. I don't know how much there was. So it's possible there was a space occupying lesion from the hemorrhage, wherever it was. There's a possibility of concussive injury of the brain. As you know, we don't have every single piece of the brain. So whether there were contusions, we don't know. Again, they weren't noted in the first autopsy either. So,
but would it be fair to say that given the limitations that you were operating under, it's simply impossible at this point for you to say what the mechanism of death was?
Well, I think you can give potential mechanism or mechanisms.
But you
well,
can't.
I just did.
That's as far as you can go.
Well, I don't know that you can ever necessarily, well, it might be difficult in cases that don't have limitations to exactly pinpoint it.
I understand. But in this case, which is the one we're talking about, would it be fair to say that you're simply at this point, given what you presented with, unable to say what the mechanism was of
not the exact mechanism, but there's no doubt in my mind that the blunt trauma of the head by whatever mechanism killed her.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But in terms of how it killed her, that's where we can't quite give an opinion.
I think the best I can do is give a combination of possibilities.
Okay. In other words, here we can do the what, but doing the how is a little bit harder.
Well, as you said before, there are several different ways, but there are a finite number of ways.
Sure.
And some things we know didn't happen, and some things are possible, and some things really were there, such as the fracture and the hemorrhage.
Now, I noted.
Let's take a 10-minute.
Yes, sir.
Court stand recess for 10 minutes. Dr. Radish,
We were talking about the mechanism of death when we took the break. Let me follow that up by asking you whether you saw anything in your examination of the brain that proved conclusively or established conclusively, to use a better word, from a medical standpoint, that Elizabeth Ratliff did not have a stroke in 1985.
That couldn't be determined by the brain that we were able to examine.
Okay, so because of what you had available, you simply couldn't determine whether she had a stroke or didn't have a stroke. Fair?
Not by what we examined, that's correct.
Okay. And I noted on page 7, you indicated it was further my opinion that the intracranial hemorrhages noted that the first autopsy were primarily the result of blunt trauma rather than any underlying natural disease process, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to me on what you based that?
I based that opinion on the staining of the bone around the fracture site and the small amount of blood that was still adherent to the bone near the fracture site.
Okay, so in other words, because there was a fracture that had some associated hemorrhage with it, you were saying more likely that the intracranial hemorrhaging was due to the fractured skull rather than some natural disease process.
Yes.
Fair summary?
Yes.
Now, of course, well, you may or may not know this, but the whole purpose of this hearing is to determine whether or not the evidence of the death of Elizabeth Ratliff is going to be admissible in connection with the trial of Mr. Peterson for the death of Kathleen Peterson. And so I want to ask you just a couple questions about the injuries that you found with regard to Kathleen Peterson, because it's obviously something the judge is going to have to take into account. With regard to the injuries on Kathleen Peterson, you noted a number of lacerations on her scalp as well, correct?
Yes.
And without going through each one, was there anything about any of those that indicate to you that taken by itself, again, I'm not asking you to put them in combination here, but taking it by itself, any one of those could not have been caused by a fall?
There's nothing on any one individual laceration on Kathleen Peterson that would definitely tell you whether that was due to a beating or a fall.
Okay.
Again, I know that these are very severe injuries.
Fair
Most of them are very severe, and but you can get one severe injury from a fall down the stairs.
Okay.
One severe laceration.
Right. And I understand that your opinion in Ms. Peterson's case was based on the totality and I guess it's sort of similar. It's location, severity, and different claims, right?
Yes, and it has to be based on looking at all those together.
I understand. Okay. What I want to do is sort of look at the components for a few minutes anyway. With regard to the lacerations on Kathleen Peterson's head, was there anything about any one of them that made that single one by itself, more consistent with a beating than a fall?
I think that even if I had just seen one of the severely avulsed wounds, I would have a question about whether it was more likely to have been caused by a beating or an impact than from a fall. But if I had to say definitely, I think I would have to, not be able to say other than I think it's more likely, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that it still could have happened as a result of a fall.
And what is it about the avulsed wounds that would lead you to feel that way?
Just that with the avulsion, the scalp is being torn away from the skull. It creates a flap, and in this case, a large flap. And I can't say that there's not a way that couldn't possibly happen in a particular position, falling down or on the stairs. But it's something that is also not uncommonly seen in beatings by instruments.
Anything other than the avulsions that were present with regard to some of these lacerations that would have caused you to feel more consistent with a beating than a fall?
Again, I think that there are a couple of the lacerations in locations, as we talked about in the previous case, that it would be a little bit more difficult or a little bit more awkward to get them as a result of a fall, but not out of the realm of possibility.
Which ones in particular, if you could?
The ones that were more towards the lower part of the back of the scalp that were horizontal.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else that you can think of that on any given wound would have made you lean more towards beating than fall?
Not right now, no.
And just for my information, were you able to determine if all of the avulsed tissue was pre-mortem versus post-mortem?
In my opinion, it was all pre-mortem. I mean, at the time of death, at the time the wounds were inflicted.
And can you explain on what you base that?
It's the regularity of the discoloration or bleeding of the edges of the wound. Yeah. Again, it would also depend on how long, if somebody suffered or experienced these avulsions and then died and the heart stopped beating, the blood stopped flowing for a particular period of time. If there were further tears at the point where the first tears ended, there may not be as much hemorrhage in those tears.
Okay.
They might look different in color.
But here you're saying they all look the same color?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the basis on which you would say.
It's a loose basis, yes. I don't have any reason to think that they wouldn't. I mean, you'd also have to be applying the same severe type of force to cause an avulsion. It just wouldn't tear, like wet paper or something either.
Well, I guess what I was getting at is whether if an avulsion has started, whether it can be artifactually increased in size, for example, post-mortem versus pre-mortem.
Well, it can, but I think it would require a large amount of force or pressure.
Okay.
I think that's unusual in my experience.
Okay. And was there anything about any of these particular wounds that would enable you to distinguish whether the laceration was caused by the head coming into contact with a flat surface versus a narrow or rounded surface?
Most of these wounds are typical of the types of wounds that I've seen or read about in known beatings where the object has been like a rod or a cylinder.
And how so?
Just with the avulsions and the linear, with many of them being long and linear. I mean, it's certainly not from objects like a baseball bat or a hammer.
Right.
It's not. But when I go back and look at my experience and the experience of authors and other pathologists with a known weapon, they more closely resemble those than something like a board or something like that.
All right, and just so I'm clear, that would be based on the avulsions and the linear nature of the wounds themselves.
Yes, those are some factors.
Any others that you could think of, or not even think of, that you can look at your autopsy report and tell me went into that particular opinion?
Well, some of these also have abrasions around them, but a lot of them don't have very prominent abrasions. Again, the hair on the scalp might keep some abrasions from happening. Some flat objects, wide flat objects like a 2x4 or something like that, are more likely to leave an abrasion around the laceration.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
If another witness here has testified that he believes, based on other factors, not medical factors, that Kathleen Peterson's head came in contact with a flat step, is there any particular wound here that you could say that happened with or didn't happen with?
I think there are a couple of wounds on her head there where that could have happened, yes.
Which wounds are there where that could have happened?
Actually, the ones in the back of the head, the horizontal wounds towards the base of the scalp.
Now, that's a step that it doesn't have any rounded, it's just a flat, big step. So what you're saying is that horizontal one on the back could have come from head hitting that particular step?
I don't know about that particular step. Okay. I was thinking of the edge of a step.
Yeah, I'm not talking about...
I don't know anything about...
Let's just talk about the middle of a step for a second. If you can come down here, let me show you what we're talking about. If you're kind enough to give us a model. This step right here is step 17. And what he was talking about was an impact somewhere in the middle of that step.
Well, I couldn't say that it absolutely didn't happen that way, but the ones that I was talking about, I felt like were more likely to be due to against the edge of a step.
Okay.
If that's a possibility, yes.
All right. Are there any ones that you saw that you can say either did or did not come from her hitting her head, whether accidentally or by intention, on a step like number 17 there, that flat portion of number 17?
I don't think so.
Okay, so on all of them, that would be possible or not possible, just depending on circumstances.
Yes.
By the way, we were talking earlier about pre-mortem versus post-mortem with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff's lacerations. Obviously, you know, she was brought from the scene to a mortuary, from a mortuary, put on a plane, you know, then prepared for burial. Could you tell from looking at the lacerations at this point whether any portion of any laceration was pre-mortem versus post-mortem at this stage?
Not if you're talking about maybe a small section of a particular wound, no, but there was there was nothing at this time after, we were able to examine the wounds without suturing material that would indicate that any of the wounds were that they all looked as if they had been applied at or near the same time.
Okay.
Pre-mortem.
In the context of an autopsy done 18 years after the fact and after embalming and suturing and gluing and that sort of thing, how would one go about determining whether any particular laceration or whether a particular part of a laceration was post-mortem versus pre-mortem?
Well, you just have to do a careful examination. As you know, the body was in excellent condition.
Yes, ma'am.
And that made the examination lots easier. And then I'm kind of reluctant to say it like this, but in this case, when you have so many wounds, when they all look similar, you're much more sure about your evaluation of them. One wound by itself, you might have questions about it, but when you start adding them together and kind of getting an average and things start looking alike, it gives you more confidence in what you're looking at is real and not an artifact.
And I'm not in any way suggesting that all of these are artifacts or that any given one is an artifact. I'm just trying to figure out, is there something in particular you can look at in looking at, say, laceration number 4, you measure it, it's, 1.5 inches. Is there anything you can look at in looking at that particular laceration to say, yes, that full 1.5 inches is pre-mortem versus, it could have been 3/4 of an inch pre-mortem and 3/4 of an inch post-mortem. I'm just trying to get a sense of what you would be looking at.
Well, again, I think that you would be trying to look at coloration, areas of hemorrhage versus areas that didn't have hemorrhage. Again, things get a little muddied, even with the excellent preservation. I've looked at a lot of lacerations in my time, granted not too many that were 18 years old, but there just was nothing about anything here that would stand out and make me think that there was an artifact or further damage post-mortem to any of these lacerations.
Okay. In terms of the comparison of the injuries, let me ask you this. I did note that in your autopsy on Kathleen Peterson, you noted a fracture of a portion, I guess the upper portion of the thyroid cartilage, correct?
Yes.
And did you attach any particular significance to that finding?
I do as an injury, not as a cause of death, okay. Yes.
And what significance do you attach to that finding?
The fracture with associated hemorrhage of the superior horn, of the left thyroid cartilage is an injury that's most often seen in cases of manual strangulation.
When you say most often, how else is it seen?
It can possibly be seen in direct trauma, perhaps a steering wheel, but it's an injury that requires a direct trauma to that area to cause the fracture.
And do you have any sense of how much force would have been necessary to cause the kind of fracture that you saw?
Again, it's a significant force. I can't tell you how much because it's in a fairly protected area of the neck. And also there are variables such as the degree of calcification within the cartilage as well.
That's because as we get older, our cartilage starts calcifying.
Yes.
Gets more brittle.
Yes, easier to fracture.
And that may be affected by things like osteoporosis.
I'm not sure about that.
All right. In any event, we'll put it this way. Some people, that process is more accelerated than in other people.
Well, again, in the bones it is. I'm not sure how it is in the cartilage.
Okay. Now, did you see any other, do you have any other findings that would have been consistent with manual strangulation in your autopsy?
No.
And in your experience, generally speaking, would you have some other finding, whether it was a finger mark around at the neck or a bruise in the strap muscles or something that would be additional finding in conjunction with a fractured thyroid cartilage?
Well, you may or may not. There might be no external findings. But as I said, I viewed this as significant as an injury and perhaps an attempt at strangulation, but not as a cause of death. I would have expected more injuries such as petechial hemorrhages or perhaps strap muscle hemorrhages if that were the mechanism of death in this case.
And given the lack of other injuries, you cannot say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that there was an attempt at strangulation here, can you?
I think that this injury is suggestive of that.
I understand. But beyond suggestive, you would not be able to go, given the absence of the other injuries.
Not as a cause of death, no.
Well,
I don't.
Forget about as a cause of death, as an injury itself. Can you say anything more than it's suggestive of that possibility?
Well, I think it's very likely that an attempt at strangulation was made.
And can you say that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And do you base that solely on the fracture of the superior point?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you saw that would be consistent with that?
With what?
With
an attempt at strangulation?
Any other injury that you saw?
No, not specifically.
With regard to a comparison of the injuries between Elizabeth Ratliff and Kathleen Peterson, Elizabeth Ratliff had a skull fracture, a linear skull fracture. Correct?
Yes.
Kathleen Peterson did not have any skull fracture.
That's correct.
Elizabeth Ratliff had a subdural hemorrhage.
I don't really know where the blood I don't know what compartment the blood was in. She had intracranial hemorrhage. That's all I know.
All right. And Kathleen Peterson did not.
She had a small amount of subarachnoid hemorrhage, but.
And that's pretty non-specific, isn't it? Let me withdraw that and be more specific. You would get or could get subarachnoid hemorrhage from a fall or an assault, correct?
Yes.
Indeed, if I fall and hit my head right now and I get up and walk around, I could easily have a subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Yes, you could.
Football players probably get lots of subarachnoid hemorrhages, right?
Probably.
And with regard to Kathleen Peterson's subarachnoid, that was a very mild subarachnoid.
Yes.
Could you rule out that that particular subarachnoid was artifactual? In other words, that it could have come when the dura was removed?
I don't believe it was. In a case where we have head trauma before the brain is removed, now the skull is cut and removed, but the morgue assistant leaves the dura, even though it's been cut, still intact over the top of the brain, and we look at the brain before the dura is removed and before the brain's removed.
And do you remember whether you noted the subarachnoid hemorrhage before the dura was removed?
Well, you'd have to look under it, and we did note it. It was there from before the brain was removed.
Okay.
Now, again, like I say, the dura has been cut, but it hasn't been completely removed from the brain when that exam is made.
Can you get subarachnoid hemorrhage from the cutting?
I don't really know. I know it's been considered an artifact. Mostly what I've read is it's an artifact more once decomposition sets in, actually.
Okay.
But I think it requires tearing or disruption of the blood vessels, which
Right.
cutting or just pulling off would do.
Okay. And I think you did agree that it was mild in this particular
Yes.
situation, consistent with a fall or hitting one's head against a wall or a floor.
Yes.
And in Elizabeth Ratliff's case, it was a very acute subarachnoid, was it not?
Yes.
Which was different than Kathleen Peterson's.
Well, acute just means like fresh.
I see.
I think that they would both be considered acute.
Okay, so do we have any indication of whether the subarachnoid in Elizabeth Ratliff's was severe or moderate or mild or anything like that?
Well, I don't think it was well described in the initial autopsy, and so of course we weren't able to evaluate it to that detail in our exam.
Would it be fair to say that there were substantial or appeared to be substantial injuries with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff's brain versus no substantial injuries, at least visible, to Kathleen Peterson's brain?
Well, that's what I was going to say. There were more injuries within Elizabeth Ratliff's skull than were seen in Kathleen Peterson's.
Well, would it be fair to say that there were no injuries seen visible or on microscope? Well, let's define injuries. There were red neurons seen on microscopic examination of Kathleen Peterson's brain, correct?
Yes.
Which indicated an ischemic event, right?
Yes.
And by ischemic event, we're simply talking about a loss of oxygen to the brain.
Yes.
Or blood flow to
or
the brain.
blood flow with oxygen in the blood. Yes.
Right. And other than that, there was no significant injuries to Kathleen Peterson's brain, correct?
Well, other than that under the microscope that we could see at that time in the subarachnoid hemorrhage.
That's it.
That's correct.
And the red neurons is not an injury to the brain, it's evidence of a lack of oxygen to the brain, correct?
Yes.
That you don't get a red neuron from a hit on the head, right?
Not immediately, no. Right.
There were no contusions in Kathleen
No.
Peterson's brain?
No.
No edema?
No.
No intracranial hemorrhaging?
Well, other than the subarachnoid hemorrhage. I
Okay.
mean, that intracranial is kind of a non-specific. It just means inside the skull,
Okay.
basically.
No subdural hemorrhage in Kathleen Peterson's brain?
No,
No epidural hemorrhage in Kathleen Peterson's brain?
no.
Was there subgaleal hemorrhage?
The hemorrhaging, the bruising around the lacerations in the scalp were in the subgaleal compartment.
Subgaleal, I'm sorry. And the reason I asked that was because I didn't see you use that term in her autopsy.
No, it's I described it in another way, but just with
Same idea.
because I've got evidence of the full thickness lacerations and the hemorrhage around them.
Okay,
It
but
was
it's the
just
same,
extensive.
same
Right.
thing.
Yes.
You know what a vascular anomaly is.
Yes.
As you sit here today, based on the information you had available in Elizabeth Ratliff's case, can you rule out the possibility that she had a vascular anomaly back in 1985?
I can't rule it out by our gross exam. The first autopsy, one slide was made of the entire brain. One slide was taken, and it was sent to the AFIP for review with the question to the neuropathology consultant being like, rule out arteriovenous malformation.
Right. That's AV. That's an AV.
That's an AVM, and that was ruled out. The way that I would do something like that, I would be making a slide or slides of the most suspicious area. And then if I wanted someone to review them, that's the slide I would send.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if this is the best that Dr. Barnes saw at the first autopsy, it didn't pan out in the consult.
All right. And you're basing that on the AFIP report, correct?
The consultation report, yes.
How about what you were able to do yourselves?
We didn't see any evidence of an arteriovenous malformation on the material that we had to look at.
Right, but can you rule it out, given the fact that you didn't have various parts of the brain, can you rule that out independently of what the AFIP did?
Well, if it were in a piece of the brain that we didn't have, I couldn't rule it out. I could rule it out on everything we saw.
Oh, fair enough. I guess the other way to ask it is, based on what you did see, you couldn't rule it out in any portion of the brain you didn't see.
Not. I can't rule it out, but he doesn't even describe it. I mean, there would be no reason to even suspect it based on his report. So I wouldn't be.
Nancy, you missed more of Deaver, and you missed Liz Ratliff's sister. Liz Ratliff was his friend that died in Germany. And now this is a medical examiner who did the second autopsy on Liz Ratliff when they exhumed her body. And, excuse me. And now Rudolph is asking her questions, kind of comparing the two autopsies between Liz Ratliff and Kathleen Peterson. And this is outside the presence of the jury, because this is a 403B hearing to see if the death of Elizabeth Ratliff is going to be allowed into the trial in front of the jury.
like trying to pull it out of thin air and saying, well, maybe there was one and we just didn't see it because we didn't have all the brain. You know, I can't ignore his descriptions, and
I'm not asking
he didn't
you
describe it.
I know I'm not asking you to. I'm just simply asking whether, if based on the information you had, you could have ruled that out in areas of the brain that you just didn't see.
I couldn't rule it out. I don't have any indication that it was there, though.
And I think you said you didn't see anything, the evidence of anything that was an anomaly or a vascular anomaly in the brain portions that you saw.
That's correct.
Can you rule out the possibility that Elizabeth Ratliff had a hemorrhage with tissue destruction in the brainstem in 1985?
That is the description in the autopsy report from Dr. Barnes. My opinion is that he misinterpreted the trauma.
I understand, but is there anything that you saw that enabled you to rule that out?
We didn't see any tissue disruption, and I would have to defer again to the neuropathologist just to be sure that we had some of that area. I don't believe we had all, because again, it's kind of, Dr. Barnes's description is somewhat vague too about where he's talking about.
So, and I guess what I'm getting at is, if you didn't have the entire brainstem, can you rule out tissue destruction? Can you rule out a hemorrhage with tissue destruction in the part you didn't have based on anything you saw in the part you did have?
No.
And you would agree, would you not, that a hemorrhage in the brainstem with tissue destruction can be fatal?
Yes.
Anything else, Tom? That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Ratcher.
Further questions? All right, you can come down.
At the end of that testimony, that would be the state showing.
I thought you all had a residual hearsay issue.
We're just gonna wait on that.
You gonna what?
We're not gonna present that to the court this time for the motions hearing.
All right.
We have a few minutes left. I take it at this point, it'd be appropriate to present argument.
Well, you all tell me. I don't know.
Okay, we have, just so your honor may remember, it's been a while. We filed both an initial motion and then a supplemental motion. The supplemental motion included a number of documents that we would now formally proffer as exhibits. They included the initial autopsy report, initial investigative findings. It also included the estate listing that I projected earlier in the hearing on that. And what I'd like to do is talk some about the law here and then what the evidence has shown and why this evidence should not be admitted. And I'll try to keep it short given the hour and the fact that I think can safely assume your honor has already read our motions and considered some of that.
They don't have a copy of this.
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out how much time we have left, first of all, and
I can present a fairly brief argument if your honor then has specific questions. I don't know how, I assume that the state would be, if not equally brief, and that
do it in the morning.
We could either come back at 9 and argue it in the morning and still probably be started by 9:30 with witnesses, depending upon your honor's ruling, or we could argue it now, or I don't know if anybody can stay past 5, whatever your honor wishes to do.
I can't be here at 9 in the morning because of childcare issues, but I can argue it now. And I don't intend to be long. But.
What do y'all mean you're not gonna be long? It's 10 to 5 out here.
probably couldn't wrap
I
up.
don't think the court reporter's going to be here past 5.
That's the issue, Tom. She needs to leave.
If she needs to leave at 5, and I think she probably does, 10 minutes is probably unrealistic for both sides to argue this, even with
Right. I'm
brevity.
saying we can do it tomorrow, but I don't think we can go past 5 today.
Right. So if you'd like, I can begin, and we can just stop at 5, or we can come at 9. Why don't we come at 9:30? I don't think it will take more than 20 minutes to half an hour to argue both, and we'll still have plenty of time, depending upon the court's ruling, to get through the witnesses that need to be gotten through. I'm assuming that we've got at least 3 witnesses you'd like to get through, correct?
Okay.
What?
9:30.
Right.
Okay.
And we'll make it brief and be able to get through what we need to get through.
Now, if we could get a copy, I don't have a copy of that other.
We'll get it.
Yeah.
Can we bring it upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, 9:30.
All stand.
Counsel, where are we at this point?
We were at the point of arguing about the admissibility of the evidence relating to Ms. Ratliff's death in Germany based on the proffers and examinations that have taken place.
All right. Do y'all have an order you're going to proceed in? I think the state has the burden. They probably
that would be fine.
Can open and close. Doesn't matter to me.
It was their motions.
All right.
Okay, if we could, and I've done a short PowerPoint presentation to help kind of guide our discussion of this. First, of course, and I know Your Honor is familiar with the law, but I think in examining the admissibility of evidence that could have as much impact on a trial as the evidence the state is proposing to present in this case, it's worth going through some of the basic rules and the dangers of this type of evidence. The law makes pretty clear that in the state of North Carolina, the state has to meet 4 requirements before evidence of other wrongs that are not actually the crimes charged are admissible. The first, of course, is that the death of Elizabeth Ratliff was murder. If she died for some other means, then this would be totally irrelevant. Secondly, that Michael Peterson was responsible for the murder, even if, in fact, there was enough evidence that a jury could conclude that Elizabeth Ratliff was murdered. If Michael Peterson hasn't been shown to be responsible for that, not only would it be irrelevant, but the prejudice would be extreme to be introducing evidence of a murder that Mr. Peterson had nothing to do with. Even if those standards are met, the evidence has to be relevant to prove something at issue in the death of Kathleen Peterson. In this case, it's pretty easy to understand that because we're talking about events that took place about 16 years apart, thousands of miles away, 2 people who never even knew each other. So even if there was evidence from which a jury could find that Michael Peterson was responsible for the murder of Elizabeth Ratliff, there'd have to be some legitimate relevance in this case, and that relevance would have to be not outweighed by the unfair prejudice, which is what Rule 403 requires. Now, the courts in North Carolina have numerous times recognized the danger of the unfair prejudice from this type of evidence. For example, in State versus Johnson, which is from 1986, the North Carolina Supreme Court talked about the dangerous tendency of Rule 404B evidence to mislead and raise a legally spurious presumption of guilt, requires that its admissibility should be subject to strict scrutiny by the courts. And that is particularly true in a case in which an uncharged murder is being presented, so that a jury, if they believed that murder took place, could well be inflamed by it, even if they otherwise would have a reasonable doubt about whether the death in this case was even a murder to begin with. In Stager, which is a case Your Honor most likely is familiar with, in which there were 2 alleged murders that Barbara Stager was charged with, the court made clear that there has to be substantial evidence tending to support a reasonable finding by the jury that the defendant committed a similar act or crime. So there has to be a connection shown between the prior crime and the defendant. And then recently, the North Carolina Supreme Court talked about the fact that Rule 404B evidence should be carefully scrutinized in order to adequately safeguard against the improper introduction of character evidence against the accused. To effectuate these important evidentiary safeguards, the rule of inclusion described in Coffey is constrained by the requirements of similarity and temporal proximity. And Coffey is a case that talks about if it's relevant for something other than the defendant's character, then assuming that the other standards are met, it's admissible. But of course, it's important that those prior acts actually have some temporal proximity and some similarity. And here, of course, you've got 16 years of separation, an ocean of separation, people who had no connection with each other than their knowledge of Michael Peterson. And of course, the reason for the strict scrutiny and the care is because the passage of time between the commission of two acts slowly erodes the commonality between them. Admission of other crimes at that point allows the jury to convict defendant because of the kind of person he is, rather than because the evidence discloses beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the offense charged. And that is particularly true here. If a jury decides, under whatever standard of proof would apply to 404B evidence, that Michael Peterson was somehow responsible for the death of Elizabeth Ratliff, the natural inclination is to say, well, if he's the type of person to do that once, he's the type of person to do it again, even though there's no actual connection between the two events, even though they're separated by a decade and a half of time, and there is no connection between them. So the lack of any kind of temporal proximity is an important factor. As the court noted in Ardis, is because once you get this attenuation of time, the pertinence of evidence of prior offenses attaches to the defendant's character rather than to the offense for which he is on trial. In other words, remoteness in time tends to diminish the probative value of the evidence and enhance its tendency to prejudice. And that's abundantly clear in a situation with this much passage of time. The substantial evidence test that the court must apply in determining whether the evidence is sufficient to go to the jury on those four factors is simply not met here. And these documents are all attached, I believe, to our supplemental motion. Police investigators at the scene arrived before there had been any cleanup, and that's clear from Ms. Appel Schumacher's testimony. They came, they did whatever they wanted to do. That was on filed report on November 26th by Steve Lyon, and Your Honor has heard that his more recent statement indicates that there wasn't any suspicious blood there, that the blood that was there was where Ms. Ratliff's head was, and that there was no indications of foul play. So here we have a professional investigator who's there when everything is still there, no cleanup's been taken place, and indicates no indications of foul play. And, you know, even Ms. Appel Schumacher, who describes this blood, said she always believed that, in fact, it was a cerebral hemorrhage. Having seen the scene, she didn't agree that there was any reason to suspect foul play. The medical records show that there was no signs of struggle, nothing to indicate that there was any kind of foul play there, and that, in fact, it was determined to be intracranial bleeding for medical reasons. The doctor who performed the spinal tap, and what happened is medical personnel showed at first a spinal tap was taken. It was based on the spinal tap that initial determination was made that there was a cerebral hemorrhage, and that the doctor didn't recall anything suspicious about Ms. Ratliff's death. And he obviously was there at the scene, saw where the body was, and saw the blood. The detective, I'm sorry. The autopsy was done because she was worked in the military, and what the cause of death was intracranial hemorrhage secondary to von Willebrand coagulation abnormality. It was a natural death, not a murder. Then, of course, now many years later, another autopsy is performed, and Your Honor heard about the limitations on Dr. Radish's ability to say that there was no stroke and to do an autopsy. But even with the limitations, there's substantial differences, which we'll talk about in a moment. But some of these limitations, of course, is that there's no photographs of exactly what the scene looked like. We have current photographs, but there's no photographs of it in 1985, and no contemporaneous descriptions of that. And most importantly, no photographs of Ms. Ratliff's body that would indicate the position she was in, which of course would be important in judging whether injuries could be caused by a fall or not. There's no contemporaneous written descriptions of the condition her body was in. And of course, we have absolutely no photographs of the blood or written descriptions of the blood. So in terms of a jury making some kind of evaluation of whether that blood would be caused by beating as opposed to the mechanics of a fall, they're left to guess. No expert can evaluate it. Nobody can aid them on that. It would simply be guessing. Half of the brain is missing. At the time of the initial autopsy, it weighed approximately 1,300 grams. It now weighs 740 grams. Some of that may be due to dehydration, but Dr. Radish said there were significant portions which clearly were no longer there.
Hey, Debbie.
There is blood fills all the ventricles and the spinal canal in the initial autopsy, and on the more recent one, apparently there's no longer any hemorrhaging seen in the ventricles. So we've got an unexplained difference in important parts. And of course, there's tissue samples taken from the brain that were missing things that were evaluated that are no longer available for evaluation. But even with those limitations, the level of injury and the differences are marked. For Miss Ratliff, we have a linear skull fracture. Miss Peterson, there's clearly no skull fracture. For Miss Ratliff, there was subdural hemorrhaging. With Miss Peterson, there was none. With Miss Ratliff, there was epidural hemorrhaging. With Miss Peterson, there was none. With Miss Ratliff, there was swelling of the brain. Miss Peterson, there was no brain swelling. Miss Ratliff had injury to the brain. There was no injury to the brain for Miss Peterson. Then, of course, a totally separate issue, even if one had sufficient evidence that Miss Ratliff died from murder, is whether the state, through its proffer, has presented evidence that Mr. Peterson had anything to do with her death. And as far as I can tell, it's basically the last person to see her alive theory, and therefore, because we can't find somebody else who saw her, we can assume that Mr. Peterson was involved in that. And that basically relies on the proffer from Margaret Blair that Michael Peterson said he'd helped put the girls to bed that night. Of course, he didn't say anything about injuring Kathleen Peterson. And there's no evidence presented. Ratliff, I'm sorry. That there's no evidence about what time he left the house or any other contact. It's just that he had helped put the girls in. And what's important, of course, is that that wasn't out of the ordinary. Ms. Appel Schumacher testified that Elizabeth Ratliff needed assistance from the time her husband died, that it was perfectly honorable and understandable that the Petersons would help, and that Michael Peterson was playing that role. So it wasn't as if that was something out of the ordinary to raise suspicions that he would assist her. But importantly, there's no evidence that Ms. Ratliff died Sunday evening at the time Mr. Peterson was there. There's no forensic evidence. Dr. Radish said she couldn't determine any time of death. The only time of death that was recorded was 11 some in the morning, which would have been actually after she was found. But there was no forensic evidence that said, oh, she'd been dead for, 8 hours or 10 hours or some time that would put it back to when Michael Peterson said he'd been in the house. And there was no other evidence presented through the proffers that shows that she didn't die Monday morning, that she didn't die getting ready to leave the house as opposed to coming back into the house. Now, there's no shown motive for Michael Peterson to commit this offense. The estate, Your Honor, has seen was not terribly great. He has held on to some household items, which even Ms. Blair said was not surprising that he would have them in the house because they were clearly Margaret and Martha's, and the girls always understood that. And, in return for that, he raised 2 children. And Margaret Blair, testified that she never provided any money for this, that, to her knowledge, Michael Peterson paid all the expenses for private Catholic school, for trips, things of that nature. The estate itself had about $35,000 to $1,000 worth of cash value. There was actually $25,000. There was a certificate for some pine trees in Australia that brings the amount up. But basically, there was $25,000 in bonds and some household goods. So there wasn't kind of a large estate that a rational jury would determine that somebody would murder Elizabeth Ratliff and take on the burden of raising 2 children just to get their hands on that particular estate. And there was no personal motive. Ms. Appel Schumacher said that although Elizabeth Ratliff was starting to come out of her, I think she described it as a deep and dark depression, that Ms. Ratliff wasn't dating anybody and certainly had never been any indication that she'd had any kind of romantic involvement with Mr. Peterson that would have led to any kind of altercation or motive to commit murder. So what we've got here on the bottom line is the detectives who came to the house saw nothing suspicious, and this was before any cleanup. Steve Lyons, the Army agent who came to the house, saw nothing suspicious. The German doctor who came to the house saw nothing suspicious. There was no evidence that Mrs. Ratliff had any personal relationship with Michael Peterson or anybody else that would have provided a motive for murder. And there was no financial gain from the death that would justify a conclusion that there was a motive to commit murder. In fact, he ended up raising 2 children to adulthood. The initial estate was worth about $35,000, including pine trees in Australia. And from all of that, you have a situation where there, in essence, is no substantial evidence from which a jury can reasonably find that Michael Peterson was responsible for the death of Elizabeth Ratliff. You can turn that off. We have, in our supplemental motion, talked some about the reasons why, even if there was substantial evidence, that a jury could make this finding that this evidence would not be legally, logically relevant, and any relevance there would be outweighed by the unfair prejudice. Now, I don't know what the states can articulate as their relevance. 404 lists a number of things. Motive, for example, nothing about the death of Elizabeth Ratliff suggests that he had more of a motive or less of a motive to kill Kathleen Peterson than we'd have without that evidence. It simply doesn't suggest that beyond just character. In essence, the only way a jury could use the death of Elizabeth Ratliff to say that Michael Peterson had a motive for Kathleen Peterson is to say, well, he's the kind of guy who's motivated to do these things, because there's no actual connection between the two. And so any use of that as motive would, in essence, be using it as character. He's the type of person to have these motives, and therefore we're going to find that he did. If the state suggests that, well, no, this comes in to show lack of accident. The defense has claimed that Kathleen Peterson died accidentally on the stairs, and the jury's entitled to know that someone else who was found on the stairs that Michael Peterson had involvement with died non-accidentally on the stairs. Well, that doesn't apply in a case such as this. And it's clear, and we've described it in our motion, that a case in which a defendant claims, yes, I performed an act which resulted in a death, but I did it accidentally. That they have previously performed that act and it resulted in a death goes to rebut the notion of whether the second time is accident. Barbara Steger's case is a classic example. She claimed she pulled the pistol out from under her husband's pillow and it went off accidentally and she shot him. And yes, she admitted that she was the person who shot him, but it was an accident. Well, she had apparently previously shot her prior husband. And that has a logical relevance to say, well, we start to doubt your claim of your shooting being an accident when you've done it previously. The other cases in which a prior death has been admissible to rebut accident also involve situations where the person admitted that they were involved in the acts, but that they were accidental. Whether Elizabeth Ratliff's death was accidental or non-accidental does not tell us anything about the meaning of the wounds or the blood stains or the forensic evidence in Kathleen Peterson's case. It does not logically show that that was more likely to be a beating or less likely to be a beating or an accident. What it does is say, well, if you've got some doubts about the blood stains, if you've got some doubts about the wounds, keep in mind he's done this before. He is the type of person to do it. So what's the likelihood that Kathleen Peterson could have fallen to her death married to somebody who had previously been involved in someone else's death? That's not rebutting lack of accident. That's taking character, in essence, saying he's the type of guy to do it, and you should weigh that in the balance when you're assessing the actual evidence about whether this was an accident or not. The defense isn't, oh, I accidentally pushed her down the stairs and I didn't mean to. Oh, I accidentally hit her, in which a prior event would be logically relevant to rebut that. The evidence and the argument of the defense here is very simple. It had nothing to do with her death. This was a fall. And whether that's true or not, or whether the jury has a reasonable doubt about that, should be judged based upon the evidence relating to Kathleen Peterson's death and not tainted by the evidence relating to Elizabeth Ratliff's death. The danger, of course, is great in this case, that whatever relevance there might be would be outweighed by the unfair prejudice. It's worth noting that State versus McCoy, which is a 1985 case from the Court of Appeals that they point out that in examining the admissibility of evidence of other wrongs, that there is in fact a constitutional implications because due process requires that you only be convicted for the crimes for which you are charged. And so we would argue that in addition to the rules of evidence and the requirements that those impose, that due process comes into play and imposes an additional requirement before evidence of this nature can be admitted and provided to a jury to assess whether a defendant is guilty of the crimes for which he's charged. And we would urge the court to exclude the evidence. If Your Honor rules against us, we would then address the issue of what type of limiting instruction would be appropriate.
All right. Mr. Sachs.
Your Honor, obviously, we believe that this evidence is clearly relevant and clearly should be admissible. We also believe that there are actually two grounds that this can come in. I'll get to 404B in a minute, but we start with 402. I mean, we were just talking about the relevance of this evidence. In a lot of ways, even giving the defendant the benefit of the doubt and saying he had nothing to do with this evidence would still be admissible as simply as relevant circumstantial evidence. Even if this was an accident over in Germany in 1985, he has seen this scene and seen what an accident may have looked like, knowing what a model, using it as a model or a blueprint, so to speak, when this case is committed now in 2001. The purposes, plan, knowledge, absence of accident, there's nothing in the rules or the law that says that those purposes are restricted to Rule 404B. Those are just purposes that are out there for any evidence. And even given the defendant the benefits of all those doubts, this evidence would still be admissible simply as relevant circumstantial evidence to show that he had this knowledge of how this could be set up. But the tried and true method obviously is Rule 404B. There's just a number of cases out there that have dealt with this issue and dealt with this rule. And just as in real estate, where it's location, 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 in this area, it's stagger, stagger, stagger. There's just no getting over or around it. It sets out the standards. It's relevant to the issues here at hand. It even has some of the purposes that are involved in this case, and there's just no getting around it. It does give that standard. The standard is not the four things that were pulled out, but it's simply, as stated by the Supreme Court, substantial evidence tending to support a reasonable finding by a jury that the defendant committed the similar acts. And when you deal with similar acts, they say they don't need to be unique or bizarre, which I think we have in this case, but simply some unusual facts which would indicate or tend to support a reasonable inference. There's that word, that phrase again, reasonable inference, that the same person committed both. Well, when you look at the evidence that was given by this proffer and you look at the similarities between the two, they are striking. And when I first started researching this issue, that was the word that stuck out in my mind, was striking. And sure enough, that's the same adjective that's used by the Supreme Court in Stager, once again, and even in another case, State v. Carter, about the similarities being striking between the prior act and the one here. I've compiled a list just to help myself in this argument of the similarities between the two, and I came up with about 30. Actually, I had more. I started combining some and taking some out that may have been a little tenuous, but I've got at least 30, and there are three general categories of them. There are some that deal just with the scene itself. There are some that deal with the similarities between the victims in this case, and there are some that deal with the defendant or the defendant's actions in each of these. But obviously, the most striking thing about it is that we have here now this defendant is involved in a case where two women are found at the bottom of a stairway dead. So they're both found at the bottom of the stairway. There's large amounts of blood present. There's spatter high up on the wall next to a stairway. The blood's dry on the wall. There are small spray patterns of blood that are identified on the wall. There's no evidence of a burglar or intruder. There's no forced entry or exit or property that's stolen or taken. There's no murder weapon that's recovered in either of these cases. The time of day, we're dealing with late night to early morning periods of time. Same general calendar time. We're dealing with late November to early December. Now on a calendar, they're only separated by 3 weeks. Both of the victims obviously are female and had close personal relationships to the defendant, one being his wife, one being, as we heard, a very close personal friend, maybe even best friends. They're both in their 40s, mid 40s when this occurred. They actually look alike. The physical similarities between the two are amazing. Also, you have the report that each may have experienced some headaches before these incidents occurred. They're both having dinner with the defendant before this happens. They're both die from head wounds, and they're both later determined to be homicides after a subsequent autopsy and by blunt force trauma to the head. Scalp lacerations. And how coincidental is that it's the same number of scalp lacerations on each of them, and both severe, down to the skull. The presence of defensive wounds on the bodies. The defendant was the last person to see them alive. I think there is evidence of that for each of these cases, and I think that is significant. The defendant is on the scene when the authorities arrive each time, and he reports both to authorities and to others, to friends and people who come, that each of these persons died by falling down the stairs. The defendant is in charge of the remains and the effects afterwards. He's in charge, or potentially in charge, of the estate after each of these deaths. And he does receive at least some goods or some money or some financial benefit after each of these. That's just, like I said, you could probably go on and make more, but those are just striking similarities between the two. And if they want to say that the time is a problem in this case, that it's getting too remote, I would simply go back to the cases. Stager to start with. It was a 10-year difference in Stager. And the exact quote out of there indicates that a lot of times the remoteness deals with the purpose that it's being offered for. So what are the purposes that we're offering here for? Well, clearly they come right out of the rule. It goes to intent, plan, knowledge. I would add identity in there, but the supplemental motion that I reviewed last night indicates that they're not claiming identity as an issue. So if that's conceded, then we wouldn't need it. But if we still need to prove identity, that certainly would apply here. And clearly absence of accident. It was being brought up to you that this evidence would in no way go towards the relevance of whether an accident occurred in 1985. That's not the point. The point is absence or lack of the accident. And that's where that doctrine of chances comes in. What are the odds? What is it that fortuitous of a coincidence that this happened 2 times in this person's life? And that's the reason the doctrine of chances is used by the Supreme Court in Stager, once again, to explain that this type of evidence is admissible. But the time is not a problem. Stager had 10 years. There's State v. Hips, which is another murder case where we're talking about a 17-year difference between the crimes. Another murder case, State v. White, where there's a 19-year difference between them. There's a rape case, a State v. Sneeden, where there's a 23-year difference between the acts. So once again, just like we have done with all the other motions in limine, a lot of these facts are pertinent. They may be relevant for argument, but the bottom line is they're going to go to the weight of the evidence and not its admissibility. When you really look at 404B, the whole point of it is it just can't go to his character. If we're up here trying to prove that the defendant is some kind of serial stairway killer, then true, this evidence can't come in. But that is not the reason we're putting it in. The main reason is absence of accidents. That is the number one defense that's being brought up, and so it's trying to show through the doctrine of chances, as allowed by our appellate courts, that this is not an accident. It's going to show intent, plan, his knowledge of how this could look, and show, and these are all obviously relevant purposes that come straight out of the rule itself. We don't have to make any of those up, straight out of the rule itself. Your Honor, we would argue that given the burdens and the standards that are given it by the appellate courts in this case, given the facts that you've heard about the similarities between the two, we would ask you to deny that motion in limine and allow us to put this evidence in before the jury.
Yes. Briefly. I think it's important, of course, to keep in mind that nobody has ever claimed that Elizabeth Ratliff died as a result of a fall. She fell as a result of a stroke. If you, as the state says, concede that may have happened, then any attenuated relevance that, somehow this happened 16 years ago and he kept it in the back of his mind and thought about it in 2001 and used it as a model is a very thin reed to put in what is basically another murder case. And of course, the state isn't contending that Elizabeth Ratliff's death was natural. This is all about whether it was a murder. Now, heard a list of similarities that it was late November, that they were in their 40s, that they had headaches, that they look alike. I'm at a loss other than the interesting coincidences, and quite frankly, if this comes in, there'll be pictures that show that they didn't really look that much alike, as to how that proves anything about Kathleen Peterson's death. Are they suggesting that he was motivated by the season? That he was motivated by their age?
They were dead ringers for each other. They look so much alike, it's spooky.
If they both had headaches, which didn't come from him, that would suggest that they were both suffering medical conditions, but there's no indication that he used that somehow in a murder. He was on the scene because he lived in Kathleen Peterson's house. As we've indicated in the supplemental motion, he was on the scene at Elizabeth Ratliff's house because Barbara Malagnino came and got them. He wasn't on the scene when the body was discovered. He was apparently asleep upstairs. So that is a coincidence that was created by someone else. In fact, it would be odd if he'd refused to go to the house. The blood spatter, of course, is, and I think this is important because we're dealing with the passage of time. Miss Apollo Schumacher was clear that she couldn't give specific patterns, that she had blocked some of the stuff. She couldn't even remember where blood was in certain areas. And so to allow a jury to use that type of evidence to say, oh, that we've heard from Agent Deaver how blood spatter is a beating, and now we're hearing this, lay witness testimony about blood spatter 16 years ago, and we're going to rely on that to say it's a beating, would be impermissible.
There they are, side by side. Don't tell me they don't look alike. Don't they look alike? If you didn't know better, you would think that this picture on the right was just an older picture of the lady on the left. Don't they look alike? Don't tell me they don't look alike. They look alike. And yeah, it's a coincidence. Michael Peterson didn't have an affair with Elizabeth Ratliff. They even took a DNA swab from Michael Peterson and checked to see if Elizabeth Ratliff's daughters were his daughters. And they're not. There was no affair or anything, well, that we know of, but the daughters are not biologically his, but it's coincidence. Or maybe he was secretly in love with Elizabeth Ratliff and married somebody that looked like her. Who knows? But it's a coincidence. I don't think he killed Elizabeth Ratliff. I used to, but I think it's sus. Oh, I said the word. I think it's sus that the ME that did Kathleen's autopsy also did Elizabeth Ratliff's second autopsy after all the other investigations, autopsies, CID, and German police both said that she had a stroke. She had a brain aneurysm, which caused her to fall down the stairs. And it was closed, and he was never charged with anything. And then 18 years later, I don't know what happened, y'all. I am so confused after watching this trial and the documentary. I don't know anymore. But just because Kathleen died, I don't think that it's right to go back and say, oh, he must have killed her too. Because at the time, everybody said she had a brain aneurysm. And she had that, I forgot the name of the thing, but it makes your blood thin and not clot, the disease that she had. So, but yeah, they look alike. And I think that's just a coincidence. Unless he was, like I said, maybe he fell in love with Kathleen. Maybe he was attracted to her originally because she looked like Elizabeth Ratliff. Who knows?
Permissible. In addition, of course, the doctrine of chances is relevant when somebody says they've done something twice and claims both to be an accident. It is not permissible to say, well, what are the odds that he would know two people who died on stairs? In fact, we know from the documents that have already been introduced that 13,000 people died from falls in the year 2000. It's not that uncommon. Can you imagine if they were to say, well, he knew two people who drowned in his lifetime, or 3 people who died in auto accidents? That doesn't prove he had any involvement in them. It raises a spurious argument about whether there was an accident here. And you're right, Steger. The evidence was she shot both people. Not that she simply knew people who were shot.
I remember that.
And that her admitted pulling of the trigger was accidental in the second case. And the court said, well, no, if you shot your first husband, the jury's entitled.
I think I know that case they're talking about. They brought a bed in and made her get on the bed and try to show how she shot her husband. That's a funny case. That woman was crazy.
Entitled to know that and assessing your credibility in claiming that you shot your second husband accidentally. What you have, in essence, in this case, where there's no evidence really that he did either, is a bootstrapping. Well, we don't really know that he did the first, and we don't really know he did the second, but the suspicions about both somehow prove both. And that would be an impermissible way of rebutting accident on that, certainly without any evidence to support that. So we would urge, Your Honor, to exclude the evidence relating to the death of Elizabeth Ratliff.
Anything else, Mr. Sack?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, just real briefly, with respect to any kind of 402 analysis, this would be using the old case as a model for what happened in 2001. This would be the same thing as the defendant having a book or a movie or some kind of sketch or something that we found in the house that would lay out this plot just as well. It's just going to show knowledge, once again, of what could have happened later, which is, once again, a very permissible and very relevant purpose for introducing this evidence. As far as the types of similarities that are in there, these are the types of similarities that are seen in all of these 404B cases. They all talk about the characteristics of the victims in the cases and times and things of that nature. So that's nothing new that this court will be doing. The courts haven't been doing for years since the rules have been adopted. And with respect to Stager and the fact that Mrs. Stager had actually admitted to being involved in both accidents, I would simply refer the court to the case of State versus Boskowski. I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced, from 1998, because that was an absence of accident case, which once again, we had a husband being charged with murdering both his wives, but claimed he was not there. This is what they call the hot tub case, because apparently the wife drowned in a bathtub in one case and drowned in a hot tub in another case. And each time, the husband indicated he was in another room and not there, not present, had nothing to do with it. And the Court of Appeals allowed that evidence in. So the fact that the person has to admit that they're involved in the accident is not a requirement in this case.
Anything else?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, then, thank you, counsel. The court does agree with the state, Mr. Sachs, that the evidence of Mrs. Ratliff's death is admissible under 402 and 404B. Direct you to prepare your order. And this, of course, is a rough order at this time by the court. The court's final order will include extensive findings of facts and conclusions of law, would be admissible to show the defendant's motive for the commission of the crime that the defendant is charged with in this case, that the defendant had the intent, the knowledge, that he had a common scheme or plan involved in the alleged murder in this case, and of course, the absence of accident. The court finds, Mr. Sachs, that the Ratliff death is sufficiently similar to Ms. Peterson's death that it will have probative value. Certainly the court will find that a reasonable jury could find that Mr. Peterson was the last person to see both of Ms. Ratliff and Ms. Peterson alive. The court finds the probative value would outweigh prejudice to the defendant. As to the temporal proximity, the court finds that the length of time between the two deaths has not diminished its probative value as to certainly lack of accident, nor as to the other factors under 404B that the court intends to allow its introduction. Court does not think that the Ratliff information would be excessively duplicative or cumulative. State's motion is allowed, the defendant's is denied. Sachs, if you prepare the order, including the basis of your argument that you have made to the court today. Mr. Maher, you wanted to talk about a limited instruction?
And I guess to begin with, There's going to be a number of witnesses called, I guess today, probably Monday. I don't know when Dr. Radish will be called, but we would ask for a continuing objection to all of the evidence that's going to be presented relating to the death of Elizabeth Ratliff, including any expert testimony based upon her death, so that we don't have to object to each one as it comes up, if that's okay.
Yes.
And then secondly, what I'm going to hand up to the court is actually it's a proposed limiting instruction. Obviously, the jury needs to be informed of the purpose for which they're now hearing evidence of another death that is not subject to the charge. What we tried to do is set out in connection with this case how the evidence would be used. I've left a blank for the purposes because I didn't know what purposes the court, quite frankly, what the state would argue or what the court would find, and those would be filled in there. What's important on this is we have asked that they be instructed that they need to find the underlying facts about the death of Elizabeth Ratliff by clear and convincing evidence. And I don't purport to have a North Carolina case that says that that's necessarily required, but what I would argue is first, as I indicated before, the Constitution requires that a defendant only be convicted of the charges that are actually brought against him, and that a clear and convincing evidence standard, while less than a reasonable doubt, would be important in protecting that right. And it would also be important in protecting against misuse of the evidence and unfair prejudice. A jury that didn't think there was clear and convincing evidence that Michael Peterson was involved in the death of Elizabeth Ratliff would be much more likely to misuse that evidence if they relied upon it in finding that Mr. Peterson was guilty of Kathleen Peterson's death, particularly here where we're dealing with the passage of time, where there's going to be vague memories, and that in order to protect against that danger, it would be important to put an appropriate standard of proof in. And then the instruction also then says, of course, if they find that, then they're then only to use it for the proper purposes, which are the purposes Your Honor would be finding and has already articulated. So we would ask that this limiting instruction be given before the presentation of evidence relating to the death of Elizabeth Ratliff.
Mr. Sachs.
Your Honor, we would just ask the court to use the pattern instruction. There is a pattern instruction. I believe it's 105.15. I can't remember. I was looking at it a couple of days ago. And I don't think that this is the correct burden or standard that's in here. I would simply ask the court to stick with the pattern instruction that's been approved by the courts and approved by the committees that write those pattern instructions. The blanks are in there for the purposes to put in that the court can do. I don't think there's any reason why, and it will be substantially to what they're asking anyway. So I don't see any reason why we need to deviate from the pattern instructions.
Well, I think two things are important. One is the standard of proof, and I'm not going to re-argue that. I think it's important. But I think it's also important to craft an instruction, particularly in a complex case like this, where we're shifting gears to a totally different time period, a totally different alleged crime, that the jury be given a context for the instruction. The pattern instruction may, to a lawyer, provide the same information, but it's important that the jury actually understand in the context of the case they're being asked to decide how that applies. And we believe the instruction we've given does that so that the dangers that we are concerned about, while they can't be eliminated, would be minimized. And one thing, of course, the Court of Appeals look at is what kind of limiting instruction is given in determining whether a proper decision was made to introduce evidence of other crimes.
Yes.
Your Honor, I was only going to say that, obviously when you look at all the other cases that use the pattern instruction to the jury, most of them are capital cases and go on for 50 pages or so in the reporters. And I don't think that we can say that they weren't complex in and of themselves either. And so I don't think the very fact that this is a complex case or a long case is any different from the other cases in which the pattern instruction was used. And so I still don't see that means that we have to use this one.
All right. I will use a modified version of, it's not 105, it's 104.
I like that.
15. And instruct the jury as to motive and intent, knowledge, common scheme of plan, and absence of accident. I don't think that confuses the jury now. It could be in the final instructions that we'll have a more detailed instruction, maybe like the one you've asked for, Mr. Maher. I hadn't really thought that through at this point.
Well, just for the record, we would object to not instructing them on the clear and convincing evidence standard, however that might be worded in the instruction that's given. And I guess we would ask if it's modified to see that before it's actually read to the jury.
Yep, there it is right here.
Oh, you have one already? Okay.
Mr. Hart, Mr. Sachs, how are you going to present this evidence to the jury? It's going to be done at one time or overtime or between witnesses, among witnesses?
We will call a series of witnesses that will relate information about the scene, about aspects of the investigation, and the first autopsy.
I guess my question is, in instructing the jury, if I give them one instruction at the beginning, does that cover all of it, or will you be having other witnesses who won't necessarily be talking about the Ratliff death?
There will be there will be at least one other witness that will be talking about something other than Ratliff death.
I think I'll just tell them that their witnesses will tell them, as opposed to a witness or the witness, but they may hear from witnesses.
And just so we're clear, we do have
The pathologist that was involved in the case is not going to have anything to say about Elizabeth Ratliff's case, but obviously Dr. Radish would and Dr. Kleckman would. So there will be a couple of witnesses that will be talking about something unrelated to Ms. Ratliff's death.
All right. Anything else?
John, could we have just one?
Please. Yes. Yes. All right, now, Mr. Sachs, at the bench, you have related to the court items that you intend to argue. Court has included, you're not going to argue motive, and we will strike that from the court's order. You're not going to argue common scheme or plan.
That's correct.
That will not be part of the court's order. You do intend to argue intent, knowledge, and the absence of accident in the Kathleen Peterson.
That is correct.
All right. Are we ready now? You ready? You can get the jury.
Your Honor,
what do you mean?
5 minutes.
That's fine. You want to do that now before it goes again? Oh, okay. Let's do it.
he's on the way to go now. I can have him stop.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
We're saying recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, now we're back to the lady that gave me an aneurysm yesterday. That was a poor choice.
Elizabeth Ratliff. which occurred in Germany in 1985. This evidence is offered by the state solely for the purpose of attempting to show that the defendant had the intent, which is a necessary element of the crime charged in this case. That the defendant had the knowledge, which is a necessary element of the crime charged in this case. And the absence of accident in the death of Kathleen Peterson, the case in which the defendant is presently charged. If you believe this evidence, you may consider it, but only for the limited purposes for which it is offered. All right, Mr. Harden, is there further evidence? Yes.
State calls Cheryl Apple Schumacher.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court and the jury in the case now being heard to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
You want to ask questions that I like.
State your name, please, ma'am. State your name.
Oh, I am Cheryl Apple Schumacher.
Where do you live?
I live in Ramstein Air Force Base at Germany.
And how are you employed?
I'm a preschool teacher for the Department of Defense Dependent Schools, military schools overseas.
How long have you lived in Germany?
A lot. I've lived in Germany since 1981.
All right. Tell us, please, how did you come to be in Germany?
After I received my master's degree at UNC Chapel Hill, I applied to military schools overseas, and my first assignment was Rhein-Main Air Force Base near Frankfurt, Germany.
In conjunction with that, did you have the occasion to meet and know Elizabeth Rapp?
Right. That is how I met Liz. She was my teacher sponsor. She's the person that greeted me off the plane and she had the responsibilities to help me get orientated overseas and also to the military way of life, help me get my ID card, help me get my driver's license, help me find a place to live, and also to introduce me to the school staff at that time.
Now, was that 1981?
That was August 1981 I met Les.
And what was Ms. Ratliff's employment in 1981?
She was a second grade teacher at the school.
At the same school?
At Rhein-Main Elementary School at that time.
All right, tell us, please, what was your relationship from Ms. Ratliff from that point forward?
Well, we became friends. Liz was very helpful to me, but we also learned to like each other a lot. And in that fall, Liz was expecting a baby, and her husband was in the military, and he had to go TDY. He was on a mission to go away.
What's TDY?
Temporary duty assignment.
Okay.
So he, I don't remember where he went, but he was gone for a period of time, like a month, maybe 4 weeks. And I needed to wait until December in order to move into my apartment. And so it turned out to be a good combination for both of us if I stayed with Liz because her husband was gone, and I could wait for the time I needed to paint my apartment.
So what was her husband's name?
George.
What was your relationship with George?
Well, I just loved Liz and George. They were a very happy couple when I met them. They were expecting their first child. George is a big, tall Texan.
So did you all become very good friends during this time period?
Well, Liz and George and his friends were very good to me in helping me meet people and learning about the military way of life and helping me get around Rhein-Main and making friends. We spent a lot of time together with George and his friends at that time.
Now, during the time period that you knew Miss Ratliff, did she lose her husband?
Yes.
All right. What happened to him? Do you know?
In the 2 years that I knew Liz and George, they had 2 baby girls.
What were their names?
Margaret and Martha.
All right.
Margaret was actually born when I was in that time, the first time frame of the fall when I lived with them. She was born in December, on December 10th. And then the very next year on my birthday, Martha was born. And so I had a strong connection to those 2 babies because I saw them since birth. And it was only a year later, Martha was born on January 82, and George died the following October of 83.
Do you know how he died?
Well, that was George again was TDY, but this time he was on a secret mission or a classified location that wasn't given to Liz, wasn't given to anybody actually. And that was a real source of concern because when George died, Liz couldn't get the information she needed. Number one, they wouldn't tell her where he was when he died. They wouldn't tell her how he died. And it took months for the military to generate that information. And for Liz, that was very disturbing.
So did you try to help her out during that time period?
Well, I did stay with Liz during that time at a certain amount of time. When George died in October.
Now, what year were we speaking of?
1983.
All right.
That was 2 years after I met them. Liz went into a very deep, dark period of grief. And
do you need a moment?
I'm sorry. I like George a lot too. And when George died, Michael Peterson, who is very close to Liz, came to the rescue and helped her manage all the military affairs. It's complicated. They weren't being cooperative for military reasons, I believe. I believe that it was a classified location and George was doing something that he was prepared to do, that was part of his job, and that he died in the line of duty, so to speak. I thought George was a bit of a hero in that realm because at the time we didn't know what exactly happened. Liz was very devastated by the loss of George to the point where she couldn't function. And Michael stepped in and helped take care of all the military matters to get George's body. Well, he also, I think, had some very good friends of the squadron that helped locate things and get George back for a burial in Texas. Michael took care of Liz during that time. He went back to the funeral in Texas with her. She took the 2 baby girls, and then Liz stayed there for, I think, close to a month.
Now, when did you first meet Michael Peterson?
In that fall of 81, sometime, because Patty and Mike were very close friends of Liz. I have the feeling they've known each other at least 10 years, if not longer, before I met them.
Did you have a good relationship with Michael Peterson? Did you have a good relationship with Mr. Peterson?
At that time, it was okay.
Okay.
I mean, we had an okay relationship. Michael is pretty.
Camera, we approach.
No.
Let me turn your attention to 1985.
Okay.
Now, did you get married that year?
I did.
When?
I got married in June of 1985 here in North Carolina.
And what was your husband's name?
Tom.
Tell us, please, then, in November of 85, did Ms. Ratliff choose to give you a party?
She did. That was an exciting time. In the fall of 1985, my husband came over to Europe with me. I was still going to teach in Europe, and that was a decision we made that he would come over to Rhine-Main. And so in the fall of 85, we were moving out of my apartment into a beautiful little bungalow, a little German cottage, and getting settled. Liz had planned a surprise party for us on the Saturday before Thanksgiving weekend of that year. And I had knowledge that there was going to be a party because there really wasn't a way not to let me know. I saw Liz frequently. And so she did tell me she was giving a party, but I thought it was for somebody else. And so she had assigned me to make some dips and bring some things and have a drink. But then it turned out when I went there that evening, Tom and I went there that evening, it was actually a surprise party for us. And it was a very big to-do. It was a wonderful party. Lots of friends, big celebration. And Liz was very proud of that. Liz was very depressed for a long time about the loss of her husband. And it was quite a process to keep her focused on the two baby girls that she had. And that they were a part of George, and she needed to focus on the present and the future of the babies, and not on the past and the things she was losing. And so that was a process that we all pitched in and tried to keep her focused. And I have to say, in the fall of '85, she was excited about me getting married. She was excited about Tom, and she was excited about giving a party without my knowledge. And she had a lot of friends involved. And so I thought in the fall of '85, Liz was feeling better than she had felt in the last few years.
So now, what time did you leave the party, you and your husband, on that Saturday?
We got to the party. It had snowed that day, and so the roads were kind of bad. But we got there about 7, and the party. I don't know what time the party was over, but for us, we stayed and helped Liz clean up. And we stayed and put all the foods away and the dishes away and things like that until about 12, maybe 12:30. 12:30 would be the latest.
All right. Now, was she in pretty good spirits when you left?
It was kind of bittersweet. I mean, Liz was fine about cleaning up and everything, but she was a little disappointed that it was over. And she really did surprise us.
She was outside the presence of the jury before, because Rudolph. I dropped something. What did I drop? I don't know. I'm dropping stuff all the time. Anyway. Sorry. Rudolph, so the prosecution proffered, which means they just wanted to tell the court that they wanted these people to testify, and they submitted, I guess, documents saying what they were going to testify to. Rudolph wanted to question all of these people. So the judge said, yes, they can testify. So now they're testifying in front of the jury. There's one other person that Rudolph has not questioned. That is Barbara Malagnino, or however you say her name. She was a nanny. We're going to see her twice too. they're gonna question her outside the presence of the jury, and then she's gonna be in front of the jury. So she's gonna be seen twice too. This lady, ugh. Why can't she just answer yes or no? I don't get it. She has to tell an elaborate story for every answer. If I ever testify, it's going to be no, yes, 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 no. I don't know. I don't remember.
We didn't have that. We didn't have that knowledge that she was doing this for us. And that made her feel very good. And then
she, in front of, outside the presence of the jury, she said she thought Michael Peterson killed her. Like, in no uncertain terms. And she's not going to be allowed to do that in front of the jury. So I hope they've had a discussion with her and told her she can't say that.
on Sunday, it had snowed during that weekend, and then on Sunday I tried to call Liz to thank her again for the party, but she was out on sleds and things with the children.
So did you get to speak with her on Sunday? All right, now Monday, I take you went to work at the school. Okay, now was Liz working at the same school at that point in time that you were working at?
Yes. I was teaching fourth grade in 1985. I changed out of special education classes because I was getting married, and I went into a fourth grade program. So on that Monday morning, I know that I got to work early enough to put all the assignments on the board. Probably arrived sometime between 7:15 and 7:30. School starts about 8:10 with the children coming in from the buses and some walk from the housing area. So school starts about 8:10. I was already in front of the class explaining some of the projects and assignments they had that day and things we were going to do because this was Thanksgiving week and it was a short week. So I kind of changed things around for them. So I remember that.
Would that be November 25th of 1985?
Yes, that was Monday of the Thanksgiving week.
Okay, now while you were getting your class prepared, what happened?
I was interrupted by the school counselor that my husband was waiting in her office, and he had some very bad news for me.
All right, did you then meet your husband and learn the bad news?
Yes, Tom was waiting in the counselor's office, and he said, you have to sit down. It's hard to believe, but Liz is dead. That she had fallen down the steps. Well, actually, he said that she had fallen down the steps, so she'd had a hemorrhage, fallen down the steps, and she was dead.
Now, this was about what time that morning?
Probably around, well, since I was giving directions, it had to be 8:15 to 8:20.
All right. What did y'all do?
I don't actually remember, except Tom has told me that we went down and we informed the principal. I'm sorry.
I was objective. She actually sustained memory.
Did you ultimately go to Liz's house?
Right.
Did you?
We went out to her house in Grafenhausen.
All right. Now, when you got to the house, about what time would it have been?
I would say it'd have to be close to 9 o'clock.
Who was there?
When we came to Liz's row house, there was a group of people in her foyer. It was crowded.
Do you know who those people were?
Yes.
Who?
Amy Beth Berner and her husband Bruce. Barbara.
Now, who was Barbara?
Barbara's the nanny.
Whose nanny?
Liz's nanny. Liz had a nanny for the two girls.
Who else?
The taxi cab driver, Patty and Mike. There were some, I think, German ambulance or medical type people there. And Liz was laying perpendicular to the floor with a coat over her and yellow rubber boots showing.
Now, could you tell whether she was face up or face down?
See, I think Liz was on her back or kind of on her side because of the yellow boots.
And where was she in relationship to her staircase?
The staircase comes down and there's tiled floor in front and there's a wall. And Liz was laying like this with the staircase coming down. Here it's perpendicular, horizontal to the wall. But Liz is longer than the wall, so when you walk into the foyer, I could see her legs in boots, and I knew that she was covered up with a coat, but I chose not to look at her dead body.
So what happened then?
Well, there was a lot of commotion. Barbara was hysterical. The nanny was hysterical. She was shaking, visibly shaking. She was very loud, crying, sobbing. I think I was crying and sobbing. I think a lot of people were crying and sobbing.
Where were the children? Do you know?
Yes, the children were not upstairs. They'd already been taken to the Petersons lived right down the block from Liz's house.
What was Amy Beth doing?
Amy Beth was, Amy Beth was next to or near Barbara, but also next to the medical people because they were speaking German, and Amy Beth's German is very good. And the reason I can remember that it had to be German people at medical people at that time is because I had asked Amy Beth, please listen. What are they saying? Because my German is just kind of survival German, and she was fluent in German.
What did the medical people do?
I know that they were standing between the stairway and Liz's body, and they were kind of over Liz's body, but I didn't want to look at Liz's body, and so I don't know.
What was Michael Peterson doing?
At that exact time, Michael Peterson was in the foyer area with a lot of people, but throughout that whole day, Michael was coming and going and handling all the military people, all the medical people. I don't know if he was handling the medical people, but he was handling the military people that arrived at Liz's house.
What happened next?
You know, the time frames, I keep being asked about what certain times things happened on this morning, and I have to be honest, it's all kind of fuzzy. I mean, I think I got there around 9 and these people were there. I know that the German medical people left and some American, probably police or investigators or somebody arrived, but I'm not sure if there was an overlap and I'm not sure of the exact time. But I know that one group of people left around Liz and the next group arrived around Liz. And then we had to wait a long time for the next group of people to come to take her body away.
While you were there in her home, did you notice any blood?
There was a lot of blood in this whole foyer area.
Where did you notice blood?
There was blood all the way down the wall that is adjacent to the staircase. There's blood over on the wall on the other side of the foyer. And there was blood on this size of the wall over on the foyer too, across from the foyer. So there's a long wall, a staircase, and the staircase is open. There's a wall on one side and it's open on the other. And then there's a wall here that blocks off just a piece of the kitchen door.
Did you notice any specific patterns about the blood? Anything that you can remember?
Yes. I didn't start to clean up Liz's house until after we moved Liz out of the foyer area. And we had to wait a long time for the mortuary people to come. And it was very upsetting to me that Liz was lying in the foyer. And so after the last group of people came, if they were military investigators, military police, I'm not sure because nobody spoke to me. Too much for me to remember. And I think if you would have asked me 2 days after it happened, I couldn't have told you who was there.
Well, let me stop you right there. Were you ever interviewed by any investigator or anybody that was in law enforcement?
No, Michael took care of all of that. And I wanted Michael to take care of all of that.
What do you mean he took care of it?
Well, it's vague in my mind, and I kind of can see Michael pointing us out to the American military, but maybe he was pointing us out to the Germans. But he was saying, this is Sherry Appel Schumacher, that's her husband Tom, this is Bruce, this is Amy, that's the nanny, and he was kind of legitimizing who all these people were in Liz's house that morning.
Did you ever see the investigators or law enforcement from, whether it be American or German, did you ever see them interview anybody?
Introducing people is legitimizing people? Okay.
Well, no, I didn't see him interview anybody. I just know that I thought Michael was the one who gave them all our names and things like that. They didn't come up and then ask me who I was or what I was doing there or anything like that.
Did you ever meet anybody by the name of Steve Lyons?
I don't remember that name. I've been asked that several times, but I don't
know him.
I don't know. I don't know any of the investigators who came.
Now, while the investigators were there, was the blood still on the wall? Or the different locations that you described?
Yeah, the blood was there throughout the morning until we moved Liz into the side bedroom.
Any idea what time that was? Or approximate time?
It was after the American military were leaving because I panicked. The German people left, and the American military were there, and then they were going to leave, and I wanted them to take Liz. I didn't quite understand who people were or what they were doing, but they were going to leave and not take Liz. And I didn't want Liz to sit there anymore. And so it's a little fuzzy here. I don't know who gave us permission to move her, but we did.
Where was she moved to?
Well, Liz was lying on a Chinese rug or a Japanese rug, an Oriental rug, a rug she had gotten from the East. And she was lying on that rug, and she was moved into there's a doorway at the bottom of the stairs that leads to a side bedroom. And that's where Barbara had a bedroom to stay in when she wanted. Barbara also had an apartment, but there were times when she was needed to spend the night or to stay over, and that was designated her bedroom, which was downstairs. So I remember we asked, are you going to take Liz away? And they said, no, that's not their responsibility. We have to wait for the mortuary people to come from Frankfurt. And how long is that going to take? And we don't know. And well, we can't leave Liz here. And there was a bit of a real concern for me. And we got permission to move Liz, and Liz was moved by my husband and somebody else. It wasn't by me.
Then what did you do?
Once Liz was moved, we started to clean up all the blood that was around.
And who was cleaning the blood?
in my memory, I am sure that Tom and I cleaned the blood off the walls. I also have a feeling there was a third person who helped us clean blood that day, but I've blocked it. I can't be certain who helped us. I know for sure it wasn't Patty. Patty was here with us the whole morning, and she was in shock, wide-eyed, staring into space, not hearing or speaking, and shock in the kitchen, at the kitchen area. And she sat that way throughout the whole morning. So I know it wasn't Patty who was helping me clean. There was another person who did come that morning as a moral support to the people who were there. He's a mental health worker, but he was also a friend of Tom's. And he came, he said, just to hang out with us. And his main purpose mostly was to keep us from being too hysterical. So he was there, but he was in uniform, and I am certain that he did not help us clean the blood. So I want to say that Michael helped us clean the blood, but I can't be certain of that because to me, my memory is that Michael was very busy that day making phone calls to Liz's sister, telling her that this thing had happened, that he was making phone calls to the military people, telling them that they needed to come and do whatever they needed to do. Michael was really in charge of taking care of all the...
She's so hung up on that third person that helped clean the blood. Has someone told her she has to remember who that third person was? Like, why does it matter who cleaned up the damn blood? You're here to talk about her death. I don't think it matters who cleaned up the blood. Oh, we're blue again.
Activities that needed to be done surrounding this that had happened. So to me, Michael came and left and came and left. I have that picture in my head, but I really not sure that he actually helped clean up.
How did you go about cleaning the blood up?
I used a kind of a leather chamois that, but it's a European one. It's a German one that Liz used for cleaning dishes. She had those kind of cloths instead of sponges or anything. I didn't use a sponge. I used a chamois, and I had a bowl of water. And that after I would clean a certain amount, I'd go change the water and clean a certain amount and change the water.
Now, what areas did you clean?
I cleaned the wall that was adjacent to the staircase. And the way the staircases are in Liz's house, she had a landing at the top. And I kind of started at the top and worked my way down. And I was cleaning spots off the wall, off of that wall. And I also cleaned spots off of the kitchen wall and off of the entrance area into the kitchen.
And over what period of time did you clean?
It seems like we clean blood most of the day. But it was a slow process because that's it was a slow process because although I could clean the blood, it's not and I can clean messes because my background's special education, and some things aren't too disturbing. But it was a slow process because it was overwhelming to my senses many times during the day. When I actually thought of what I was doing, then I couldn't manage. So it took a while because I was slow at it. But there was a lot of blood.
Did you all clean all of it up?
Well, the purpose of cleaning the blood was so that the baby girls would not see this place, and it would not be a part of their memory. Because I wanted the place to be clean, so they couldn't see it, and we slept there that night with the baby girls. In fact, I stayed there. My husband and I stayed with the baby girls that whole week because the nanny couldn't function, and I could function for them.
So did you do the best you could to clean it all up for the children?
Well, that was our purpose, although there were probably spots of blood that we missed, but the scene, the staircase, the walls was basically back to white by the end of that evening by the end of that afternoon, because when we came back with the babies that night, it was clean.
May I approach the witness? I'll show you some photographs if I could. First of all, look at State's Exhibit P173.
That's Liz when she was very happy.
Okay, if you can hold that for Sherry, please. P244. You recognize that?
Right. This is Liz's row house as it looks today. But back in 1985, all the shrubbery was just planted. And so all these bushes are too big and beautiful. They were all new, small bushes at the time in 1985.
Besides the bushes.
Well, this is her. This is her front door. This is her entranceway.
Okay. Now look at P245, P246, 247, 248, 249, and 50. And then look at P252. First of all, P252. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the wall that's adjacent to the staircase.
Okay. Would these photographs help you illustrate testimony to the jury regarding where you saw blood and where you cleaned blood?
Yes.
All right, this time I move to introduce State's Exhibit P173, P244, P252, and then a series of photographs P245 through P250.
So,
may she be allowed to step before the jury?
Yeah, I think Ms. Black, we're going to take our lunch break and give your witness a break.
Yes, sir. Good idea.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll take a little bit shorter lunch break today. We're going to take an hour, so I need to have you back at 12:30, please. We'll see you at 12:30. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
May she come down?
Yes.
Come down to you, please. I'd like to use these photographs to illustrate your testimony to the jury. First of all, we've talked about the stairway to a certain extent. We've talked about the walls. Show the jury what type of walls there were there in the dwelling. P252 is what we're using. Because those were the walls that you cleaned.
Right. These are, this is a wall, well, this is blown up very close wall to the staircase, and it's very textured cement. It's not a flat cement, but textured cement where you have dips and valleys, and it's kind of whipped stucco, but it's cement, and that's common in the German households. Many walls are cement.
Now, you did see where Liz was positioned there on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
let's look at State's Exhibit 245. Could you show that to the jury, and you may need to take them in two halves, and also keep your voice up, and show them how Liz's body was positioned when you got to the home and before her body was moved into another room.
It's tile floor coming off the stairway. If I was able to walk straight this way, I would come into the front door. So when you come in the front door, and this was not President Liz's house. This is somebody else's house who lives there now. This is somebody else's furniture.
Who lives there now?
A lady named Billy, German, bought Liz's house.
All right.
Some time ago.
So if you now turn your back just a little bit this way, and we'll do this as many times as we need to for all the jurors to see.
If you walk into the front door, this wall is shorter, as you can see. This person has furniture there, so Liz's legs and feet were extended. So when you come into the front door, she was lying here. She was covered up. She had yellow kind of rain boots, rubber boots on.
Where would her head have been positioned?
It would have been towards this doorway.
Now, this room, was that Barbara's room?
That's Barbara's room.
And that was the room that she ultimately was moved to. Liz was, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so would her feet actually have extended pretty much past what this photograph shows?
Well, it would
in this
come
direction?
into the foyer area.
And you could see the boots from underneath the coat.
Oh yeah, you could see her legs. Part of her legs and her boots, but the yellow boots are what stuck out in my mind. And I don't know how close she was to the door.
Now, come and let's show that to this half of the jury, if you would, please. Maybe position yourself about right here.
This is a tiled floor and the hallway. The front door is here and it's tiled all the way down. This furniture would have been there and the wall ends here and it's open. And then you can see that I could see her boots. She was lying down.
Now, once Liz's body was removed, I notice here that there are some markings on this diagram. In a previous hearing, did you make those markings?
Yes, I did.
All right, show the jury then what those markings depict and where you saw blood as would be depicted on that photograph.
Well, this is the bottom of the staircase, as you can see, it's coming down to the floor, and they asked me to show the area that there was blood spots. And so I tried to circle this area and show that coming from the bottom of the steps going up. This was thicker, darker blood spots were down here, and as I moved up the staircase to clean, the spots weren't as dark or as thick, but they were inside the cement areas, crevices. And there were some spots of blood underneath the staircase. And underneath the staircase, she had a chest, the shape of a footlocker, but it wasn't a footlocker. It was a Chinese or a chest from the East. She had a long chest that was underneath coming here. And then she had another stand-up 3-drawer chest from the East. And they're coming down off of behind the staircase. It's an open staircase.
Now tell us please, I realize that this photograph was taken more recently and there's some differences in the furniture. But as far as the stairs and the wall and the door and even the landing here, is all that the same as it was back in 1985?
It's the same construction, but I was amazed when I went back in that it's not as steep as I had remembered, and it wasn't as big of a staircase as I remembered, and the foyer wasn't as large as I remembered, and the whole area was much smaller to me than what I had in my memory.
John, we have no idea. We have thought all different kinds of things. We have no idea if we're right. I was thinking maybe it's to keep him from going too far left and getting the jury, but I have no idea.
Now you have described blood for us on the walls and under the stairs. How about in the area in front of that doorway?
It's a, well, after Tom moved Liz inside, there was thick, like a pool, more of a pool of blood or a puddle of blood because she had soaked through the blood had soaked through the carpet.
So was there actually some carpet down here at the bottom of the stairs in front of that doorway? Or a rug of some sort?
Well, Liz was on a rug. I can't tell you if it was always there, but Liz was on a rug that morning, kind of wrapped up, part of the rug was wrapped up around her body and she was covered with a coat.
Now,
But I can't tell you because I didn't want to look at her.
I understand. Now let's bring the photograph down here to this part of the jury and tell them what you told the others about where you saw blood.
They asked me to show where on the wall was there blood spots, and there were blood spots coming all the way up this side wall. And there were spots of blood on the wall underneath the stairs. As you can see, they're open. And once they moved Liz, there was a puddle of blood, a pool of blood under her that actually smeared when you cleaned it. All this blood was dry and it was spotted.
Was there any blood that you noticed that was wet?
Only here underneath Liz, once they moved her. But I didn't go into that area until she was moved and the door was closed.
And she was moved into this room here, Barbara's room.
Yes. And an odd thing to me is that I can't remember cleaning blood spots on this door, and I can't remember cleaning blood spots on this wall behind us. And I don't know if it's that third person who I thought was helping us did that area, or if I blocked it out. But I can't.
You just can't recall.
I don't remember those two places. I remember other places very vividly.
Let's use State's Exhibit P248.
Well, that's a good one right there because this wall is a continuation of the wall. And so there were blood spots that went all the way up to the top. And you can see there's a landing at the top of the stairs.
Did you make those marks on that photograph?
I did, but okay. I was trying to show that it was spread throughout the wall going up the steps. I do not remember cleaning spots off the window in the background. That would have been a different way for me to clean, and I don't remember them there.
All right, let's show this part of the jury then. That photograph.
This is the staircase. It continues to go up, and there were blood spots all the way up that side of the wall.
Now, let's use State's Exhibit 247.
And this is what's that? This is the photograph actually if you're at the landing at the top of the steps. And I was trying to indicate here, but that's really not accurate of big black dots. But what I was trying to indicate here, that when I cleaned the blood at the top, over top of this light switch, it was a very odd thing. It was like a spray. And I tried to describe it from my preschool experience. If you took a preschool paintbrush and you dipped it in water, it was very light, like spray up here. And the reason I remember those spots being different from the spots that I was cleaning off the wall is because I only used my tip of my finger and I was cleaning this way, just with the tip of my finger. I was putting it in the bowl of water and cleaning just with the tip up here, which was different. Because when I cleaned the spots going down the wall, I was using 2 fingers sometimes and 1 finger, and some of it was shaped a little bit different. Some of the blood was circles, and some of the blood, just like a round circle of blood in some places. In some places, it had more like a teardrop shape.
Now, did you put those marks on this photograph?
I did, but I didn't mean to have them just like that in one little area, just kind of sprayed out. And I was trying to indicate a different kind of dot here.
A different pattern or a different shape?
Not pattern, but size. This was spraying looking to me.
Okay, let's show this part of the jury then.
Okay. Could you hear me? Oh, good. I was just trying to get a spray indication, so I was trying to do it dot, 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 dot. Versus down here, when they asked me to do it, I tried to draw circles and bigger circles because the blood that was down the staircase seemed to me to be lighter at the top and thicker and darker at the bottom as I went down to the staircase.
Now let's use State's Exhibit P249 and P250. Show the jury where blood was that was really away from the staircase.
Well, before that, if we go back to the idea of where Liz was lying and you can see the front door, then you can see how that foyer she was here and her feet would have been here. So I couldn't see the top of Liz's body when I came through the door, just the yellow boots. This is the other side of the foyer, and this is the entranceway into the kitchen. There's a wall that comes down a few steps and leads then to a sliding glass door to go out into the backyard. And this is the inside of the doorway to go into the kitchen. Now this, in Liz's house, there was not this place for pottery and dishes. She actually had the side of her refrigerator, so that when you walked in, she had a refrigerator that gave her a false wall, and then you opened the door once you went into the kitchen. And what I remember about cleaning blood in this area was there were some spots on, and it's not like there's just 3, but there were some spots that were bigger here on the inside of this wall. But then I hit the refrigerator, and there were some spots of blood on the refrigerator. And I know that because when I cleaned it, it was different than pressing in on the cement. And when I tried to clean, well, it wasn't hard to clean, but when I cleaned the blood on the refrigerator, it slid differently. So I knew there were some dots there. There were some spots of blood coming down this wall that was leading down. It's like a little split level. You walk into the door, you're on one level, you go down some steps, not too many, and you're on another level that leads into the living room area.
All right, now let's show this half of the jury that same photograph. They may have been able to hear you, but at least point to them where you have drawn some marks on there or put marks on there that represent blood.
When you walk in the front door, that's when I could see Liz's feet, but I couldn't see her body because then the wall comes over, and she's longer than that wall. Or how she was lying, she was longer than that wall, so her legs were out. Where the pottery is in this picture was the side of the refrigerator. There were some spots of blood on this little inlay piece of wall and on the refrigerator, and there were spots of blood coming down that wall. So, odd to me, or maybe I'm blocking it again, I don't know, but there's the same ledge on this wall when you're walking into it's like a doorway, and I don't remember cleaning spots on the inside of that wall.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may take a seat. You say after this ordeal, you and your husband actually stayed there with the children.
Well, that was the purpose. That was the purpose, to clean up the house that day. It was very important to me that friends and the baby girls did not have that experience.
Okay.
And yes, Patty was in shock. Barbara was in shock. And Tom and I volunteered to stay. We were close with Margaret and Martha. You know, they knew us, loved us. We were, well, especially me. They didn't know Tom as well. He just came in August. But I was Aunt Sherry and Uncle Tom by Liz's naming us to them. And so it was easy for me that this is a terrible event that had happened, and they needed to be with people who were going to care about them. So we stayed that Monday night. George's sister, I believe, came in on Tuesday night, and we had a service for Liz on Wednesday. Thursday was Thanksgiving, and one of the neighbors and another teacher who also lived in the neighborhood. It was kind of a close-knit neighborhood. There were a lot of Americans who lived in here. These houses were very modern on Germans' standards at that time. I didn't live in such a nice place. This had dishwasher and skylights and lots of light. And so that was a very nice neighborhood, and several teachers lived there, and Americans lived in that community together. And so they were close, and they were close with Liz and her baby girls, and everybody was helping her during that time to keep things normal for the children. So we stayed there on Thursday. One of the teachers in the neighborhood had us for Thanksgiving. On Friday, I kind of remember there was a lot of discussion about things to put into Liz's casket, things of that, memory and of value. And their bunnies were big for Margaret and Martha, and special books. And Patty was tasked to find special clothes for her. I don't know how she got dressed.
What?
I didn't go down to the mortuary area or any of those things. And I'm not positive, but in my mind, I think that Liz actually, I know Michael went down to the mortuary and took some of those things. I think he actually did handle most of that, now that I think about it. But I think on Monday, Liz was being flown back to America. And I think, because I went back to school on that Monday.
Now, she was ultimately buried in Bay City, Texas. Is that right?
She was, but I don't think that a body can go right from Frankfurt to Texas. I think she had to go to Dover. It's a military procedure where if an American dies overseas, they have certain things to do, and Michael handled all those arrangements and knew how to do that.
Let me ask you one more question about the blood on the walls that you cleaned. About how high up on the walls was the blood?
It went from the bottom of the stair all the way up to the landing.
Okay.
So that's how many steps there are.
And what would have been the highest spot that you saw blood?
What?
The highest spot at the top?
The highest spot is over top of that light switch, which is at the top of the stairs. And it was over top of the light switch.
Was that the spot that you said was had a little different appearance about it?
Yes, that was like a water spray.
Okay. No further questions?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. We met before. As you recall, I'm Tom Maher, and I represent Mr. Peterson. And in fact, you recognize Mr. Peterson, although it's been a long time since you've seen him.
It has been a while.
What I'd like to do is go back and ask you some questions. As I understand that you basically have lived in Germany and worked as a teacher for a little over 20 years now.
Yes.
I hate to admit how long that's been, but and Liz Ratliff was the first kind of person you met when you arrived.
Well, she was my sponsor. Yes, she picked me up at the airport. She was the first person I met.
Okay, and one of the things, you became close with Liz. She was a good friend of yours.
Yes.
And so was her husband, George, while he was alive.
Yes.
And one of the things you learned was that they were close with Michael and Patty Peterson.
Right.
In fact, Patty Peterson was also a teacher.
Yes, Patty also taught. She taught with Liz, I think, second grade.
And Patty and Liz had known each other for a very long time.
Yes.
And in fact, I think you mentioned that at the time you met Liz, she was pregnant with her first daughter.
Yes.
And do you recall George being out of the country when Margaret was born?
I know he was out of the country right before she was born. In that October, November time frame, or maybe November to December time frame. because I was given TLA money to stay in the hotel. And so you get that for about 3 months, I think. So from August to October, the end of October, I need to move out. I need to have a house in a short amount of time. The military will support you in a hotel type situation for so long. And then you need to have a house. Well, I found a house, but the house wasn't an apartment. I found one, but it wasn't available until December. And then when I was going to move in, it's typical that you have to paint your own premises. Either when you move in or you move out, you have to paint. And in my situation, I had to paint moving in. So I stayed with Liz and George when Margaret was born until through Christmas. And the day after Christmas, when school ended for Christmas break, I got to paint my apartment. And so I was painting my apartment in the daytime and staying at Liz's house at night. And the day after Christmas, I left and went to ski for a week while my apartment dried, the paint dried. So that's why I can recall that.
And do you remember, for example, the Petersons going to the hospital when Margaret was born?
I think they were present with Liz both times when the babies were born.
And they, in essence, both the Ratliffs and the Petersons treated each other like family?
I know that Liz loved Patty and Mike, both, I would say that. And they were friends for a very long time. And in fact, if I remember right, it's Patty's cousin who Liz was the roommate of Patty's cousin. And I don't know who met first, whether she met Patty and then she was a roommate with her cousin in DC, or whether she was a roommate with Patty's cousin and then met Patty and Mike. But somehow there's that connection because Liz taught in DC area.
And so this connection between the Ratliffs, or at least Liz Ratliff and the Petersons, had been going on for a long time before you even got to Germany.
Oh, sure.
And you were aware that the Petersons were who Liz Ratliff chose to be guardians of the two girls in the event that something happened to her.
Well, what I recall is the only time that discussion came up was after George died. Prior to George's death, I didn't have knowledge of who was going to take the children or what her plans were or what her plans were. But once George died, Liz was overwhelmed with the responsibility of having those two girls and what was she going to do with those two girls. And when George died, Michael was the person who took care of all of Liz's affairs. He took George to Texas for burial. I can't say for sure that he had a power of attorney from Liz to handle all of her affairs, but it's my feeling that he did. He was able to contact all of the investments George had at that time and all of his financial affairs and personal affairs. He went to Texas. He was a spokesperson for Liz because she could not manage any of those affairs.
Basically, she needed somebody.
Oh yes, I actually was grateful and had a lot of respect at that time because this wasn't a short time frame. I mean, it was months of Liz and Mike sitting down and exchanging accounts and phone numbers and things. I think Michael discovered some things that Liz didn't know about George, because he was the one handling all of that.
And I think you were talking about a discussion you had after George's death with Liz. Was this a discussion where she talked about a desire that if something happened to her, that the girls live in an environment where they'd be exposed to different countries and different cultures, and that the Petersons could provide that?
Right. Liz was worried, almost sick of what would happen to George's babies, number one, if something happened to her. And My suggestion was that she consider either her family or she considered George's family. They have both of them have sisters and brothers that could have been alternatives to the Petersons, because I believe that the children should go to family members. That's just my personal upbringing or belief, that she should consider these two things. But she did not come to that conclusion. We did discuss it, but she wanted, I believe, for the baby girls to grow up in Europe. And that Patty and Mike, with Patty being a teacher, that would be the most likely thing to happen. And that Liz could speak French and she could speak German, and she liked different cultures and she liked foods and she liked culture, and she wanted that experience for those baby girls. That was an important thing. And I think she thought that Mike and Patty would do that for her. And as it turns out, they came back to the States. Patty has lived in Europe all these years. I have lived in Europe all these years, which I didn't plan on doing it, but it's a nice place to live.
Let me ask, thank you.
It is. It's a nice place to live.
Did you learn at some point that, in fact, even before George had died, that George and Liz together had requested that if something happened to them, that Mike and Patty Peterson be the
See,
guardians?
I don't have that knowledge. Okay. I mean, I didn't have a conversation about that.
Now, it's and this closeness between the Petersons and Liz Ratliff continued up through the time of her death.
Yes.
And in fact, was she planning on going on a trip with them around Thanksgiving to Copenhagen?
That wouldn't surprise me, because Copenhagen was a place that they like to go at Thanksgiving. I can't really remember that detail. For that Thanksgiving, I can't remember that detail.
And I understand.
But it wouldn't surprise me that that they would go to Copenhagen, because I know they've been several times.
Now, George Ratliff died in 1983.
Yes.
And he was overseas somewhere at the time of his death. Is your understanding?
I don't know where George was. I mean, it was classified, and I still think there's a question about where was George.
But he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
At home.
He wasn't at home, and I don't think he was in Europe at the time.
And because of whatever he was doing for the military,
Yes.
it wasn't easy to find out what had happened.
The military wasn't not only not easy to find out, the military was not going to tell Liz where George was, because it was classified. It was I don't know if you want to call it a secret mission, but it was a mission that was not to be announced. And they don't tell wives where their husbands always are.
And take it from what you've said that the death of George was devastating, to say the least, to Liz Ratliff.
That's the very least to say.
Yeah. And the inability to find out what happened could only have made that more difficult than it would be anyway.
It did for Liz. Liz was really focused on losing George, and how did she lose George, and what were the events surrounding his death. And there was a lot of frustration, anger placed in that direction, where it was very painful for her not to know those things.
And the military was not, I take it, your understanding, very easy to deal with in terms of trying to get information about what had happened.
Well, Mike was handling that, so he was saying how difficult it was at that time. I remember it was difficult.
And one of the things that Mike was helping her was try to deal with the military on this whole issue of what had happened.
Oh, yeah.
Now, and by the way, Mike wasn't the only person who kind of helped out when Liz was facing what she faced, was he?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, for example, you helped Liz deal with the loss of her husband and dealing with her children. Patty helped. It didn't all fall on Mike's shoulders to help Liz cope with this.
No, with Liz, it seems like we all had different roles. I love baby girls. I love baby boys. I'm a preschool teacher still. And I'm comfortable with playing with babies and enjoying them. And those two girls were just simply beautiful baby girls. And so that was the focus. And most of the conversations that I had with Liz is, can I take the girls? Can we do something with the girls? I was more of that kind of friend to Liz. I mean, she did talk about what we should do with the baby girls, but for example, I didn't know Liz's finances at that time. And we didn't talk about that. She would talk about that with Mike. If she needed military help, she would talk about that with Mike. With Patty, they might talk about foods and plays and music and other things too. They were close, very close. But, and Liz had other friends in the neighborhood who were also helping her spirits.
Mm-hmm.
And things like that. So no, Liz was lovely. I thought Liz had a lot of friends.
And I think you mentioned on direct that one of the things that was difficult for her was dealing with her two young daughters, that focusing on the future with them. And a number of you helped her kind of focus on the girls in the future.
That was my focus with her because I haven't lost a spouse. And at the time of George's death, I hadn't lost really my grandmother or anything at that time. And so I wasn't so attuned to grief process. But Liz went into deep, dark grief. And it was deeper and darker than I could even understand at that time. Because I don't know, there were two babies to take care of.
And it was one of her concerns that in addition to her losing a husband, that her daughters had lost a father?
That was huge to her. And I think for her, she thought it was so unfair that they never were going to have George's influence, because she loved George very much. And that kind of broke her heart, that they didn't have George, not just a father, but they didn't have
their father.
George as the father.
And
I think she was insecure about her way to be a single parent.
Okay, because both Margaret and Martha were very young when George died.
That's why I keep calling them baby girls. The only way I know those girls is from 81 to 86. I don't know them as young adults.
And in fact, they were both born during this, after you arrived in Germany.
Right. And I was active in there at the time of being young, newborns.
And while Michael obviously couldn't take the place of George, and one of the things he could help do was be a type of father figure or male figure in the girls' lives and help out with the girls.
Well, he had his two boys and the baby girls too, and it just all was 4 children to deal with.
And he treated, in essence, like he was helping with now 4 children and not just his own 2 boys.
Well, Liz had a nanny that provided a lot of love. I mean, the 4 children weren't together that whole time from Liz's death in one household.
I understand that.
Okay, because the nanny stayed in the house where Liz died.
And that's Barbara.
And that's Barbara.
Okay, and I mean, I'm not suggesting that the Petersons all lived together, but in terms of on a regular basis, Michael's involvement included helping with the girls and being a male figure in their life.
Actually, I think that Christmas, Tom and I went with the baby girls and followed the Petersons and the 2 boys, and we all went to Nuremberg Christmas market to clear the air a little bit, and we stayed in a place. That's a memory I have, that we did that Christmas vacation. And then at Easter time, they went on a family vacation with the 2 boys, and the 2 girls came and stayed with Tom and I for that spring break time that the teachers have, about 8 to 10 days or whatever it is. And they came and stayed with us that time. And we took them to see the Pied Piper up in northern Germany, and we took little trips. But they were still very young, and they stayed with us that vacation. But and then Christmas we had a shared vacation. And then in June they left at the end of that school year.
Let me ask you, you mentioned, I think, you have the pictures here. I think you were previously shown, if I may approach, States P-173 is a picture of Liz.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think you said that was a happy Liz.
I think I don't know exactly what the event was when Liz was wearing this dress, but she was very beautiful wearing this dress. And it was a white dress, and I think it had like an old English lace eyelets at the bottom part, and nice hair. And I'm not sure if this was a new hairdresser or not, but
You think this picture
she had makeup on.
that this was taken before George died?
I think it was.
Okay, and did she later shift hairdressers and change her hairstyle?
She actually, we shared hairdressers for a while, and then Liz started going to Frankfurt to somebody who did a shorter cut in the front, up in the back, and then came down in the front. But I can't remember when that happened. I think it happened actually in that fall of '85. That was a change in Liz. She had new hair and was feeling lighter and better about things.
Okay, and I was going to ask about that. You described Liz after the death of her husband as going through very dark and deep depression, and that lasted for some period of time.
It lasted a long time.
And it was only in 1985 when you saw signs of improvement. Her spirits were starting to be lifted, for example, around your party.
In the spring of '85, before I got married, that was a happier time for me, and I think all of us. We all were kind of excited that I was going to get married.
And then you actually left and went back to the States in the summertime.
I left in June when school was out and didn't return until August.
Don't wait till
in fact, the party Liz threw for you in November. You'd actually already been married for a couple months before that party was thrown.
Yes, but I think the party, there was a delay from the time we came back till the party to celebrate me getting married. But that's because, well, I don't know why. Well, I didn't know I was going to have the party, but I think it was because Tom and I were busy shifting houses, moving from my apartment into our own house, and busy. Tom was looking for a job.
Now, although Liz had started to feel better and her spirits had lifted, she hadn't ever begun to see other men or date anyone before her death.
She was not actively dating at that time.
And there was never any indication that she had any kind of romantic relationship with Michael Peterson.
Not in the time frame that I knew her. In 81, she was getting ready to have a baby and very happy and very much in love with George. For 2 years, I knew Liz and George as she was very happy and excited and scared and having babies. And then when George died, she was very depressed. And I don't see that.
You mentioned that she was excited but also scared about having babies, and I assume some of that was being a new parent. But she also had some concerns because she had a blood disorder, von Willebrand's disease.
I don't know much about the disease except that I know that it was a concern of Patty and Mike and of Liz, and I was included in that kind of discussion because if something went wrong during the childbirth, they were afraid she would have trouble with the bleeding.
But in fact, nothing
happened. No. Well, I think it was difficult labor, but I think.
Now, talking about her medical condition, shortly before she died, I think it was the Thursday of the week before Thanksgiving, you talked with Liz and she talked about suffering severe headaches.
Liz looked very bad the Thursday before the Saturday night that we were going to have the party. She came to my room about 3 o'clock on that Thursday, and she was pale. She looked bad. And she held her head like this, and she said, I asked her what was wrong, and she said she just had the most severe headache, and that she did make an appointment to go to the medical facility. At that time, it was in Wiesbaden for American military, and that she had an appointment on Tuesday.
The following week.
Yes.
So she never actually got to see a doctor about the severe headaches. Now, on Saturday night, she threw this party that turned out to be a surprise party for you and your husband, Tom.
Right.
And that was at her house?
Yes, it was at Greifenhausen.
Okay. And do you remember that it had snowed either the Friday or the Saturday during the day before the party?
Yes, it had snowed.
Okay. And there was at least difficulty for one person getting to the party because of the snow?
Yes.
But it didn't really snow much on Sunday or Monday following that.
I don't have a big snowstorm in my memory, no. But it did snow on Saturday because it was an issue about people coming to the party.
But a large number of people were able to come to the party.
Yeah.
That included the Petersons.
And also the roads were clear enough on Monday for us to go to school and everything. So
now on Sunday, I think you indicated you weren't able to speak with Liz, but you actually tried calling the house.
yeah, I did. I wanted to talk to Liz and thank her for the party, and that's a sad thing that last time I saw Liz was Saturday night.
And the reason you weren't able to speak to her was because she was out of the house, but the phones were working as far as you could tell.
Yeah, I think the phones were working. I was told later that, she'd had a wonderful Sunday, and the children went on sleds, and it was she was feeling good after the party and the snow with the children. It was a great Sunday.
Now, I think it's obvious that even now, 18 years later, this is a very traumatic event to have to remember and go back through. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And if at any time you need a break, just let me know, okay? But I do need to go back through some of what happened that Monday and ask you some questions.
Okay.
You had actually gotten to school and at least begun your class that morning.
Yes.
And you received this information that something terrible had happened to Liz.
Yes, from my husband.
And your husband, Tom, had heard that information from Amy Beth Berner.
Tom had gotten to his new job, and Amy Beth called Tom at his office and told him that Liz was dead, that she had died of a hemorrhage and had fallen down the steps. Amy Beth told Tom. Tom came to the school to tell me.
So what you had learned before you even got to the house is that Liz had some kind of stroke or hemorrhage and had then fallen down the stairs and been found?
Yes.
Okay. And so before you even went over to her house, this must have been a shock.
Yes.
And I think you talked about that when you got to the house. Let me, if I could. If we could put up P245.
P245 can folks I can show you.
You have that? Okay. Okay, so the jury can see the same thing. This is the foyer area that you've been talking about, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the foyer area.
It doesn't show the whole thing, but basically what you're seeing is what would be to your left as you walk into the residence.
Yes.
Okay, and I think you told us that you have been back to the house, recently?
I went back in May of this year.
And one of the things that surprised you was that it wasn't nearly as big as you'd remember.
As grand, yes.
Had you ever had the experience before, for example, going back to a school or childhood house and saying, this is much smaller than I remembered?
Yes. And also at the time, I lived in a little cottage, which was, you had to duck to get from room to room. It was a little cottage.
Mm-hmm.
And this was very modern, open air, fireplace, skylights at the top. So
Okay. And if
it's-
Fireplace,
in
maybe
my memory, this was a grand neighborhood.
And if somebody had asked you, for example, to describe these houses before you'd been able to go back in May, you might have described them as being bigger and grander than they actually were.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was shocked to find out how small they were.
Okay. And it's not depicted here, but and if I'll tell you what, I can leave that up there with you.
I believe most of the houses in the neighborhood were identical to each other. The staircases could be on one side or the other side, and the kitchen could be on one side or the other side, but they had the same like floor plan,
Were they
just about.
what I call row houses, where
Yes.
they share a common wall between each other. And when you came in, first of all, there was a fair number of people already in the house before you arrived.
Yes.
There were German medical authorities already in the house when you arrived?
Yeah. Well, yes.
Some medical people.
Yes. And I know it was German, but I think there were a couple of men there.
And you know, for example, did you see a German detective as well as medical authorities there?
See, that's all a blur.
Okay, so if they were there, it's just lost.
No, I know there were several men standing from the stair, and Liz is on the floor. They were by her body.
Okay.
And then the crowd of people, regular people, Amy Beth and the nanny, they were filling up the rest of this part of the foyer.
Okay, and I think you were asked on direct examination about whether you knew Steve Lyons, and you said you've been asked that before, but no, that name means nothing to you.
No, I don't remember somebody interviewing me or talking to me that day.
And I take it you couldn't give the names of any of the authorities who were there, be it medical or German police or. Okay, so you don't know that he wasn't there. You just that name doesn't mean anything to you.
No, I don't know who those.
Okay, and when you got there, Liz's body was in this area?
Well, come down this area, this way.
When you say come down, in other words, we're
Yes, come that way.
beyond what's shown in the picture?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you can take that down back. Somebody had already covered her up,
Yes.
and understandably, you didn't really want to look closely at Liz at that point.
It's in my background or just in my makeup that I prefer closed caskets and that you remember people the way you knew them and not the way they look when they're
I can understand that.
Okay.
Did you learn?
But for Liz, when George died, that was another source of real concern that the casket was closed. She wanted to see him. That was the difference. I think she even wondered if it was George there. She didn't trust anything at that time. But she wanted an open casket for George.
And when you learned after you'd been there that Liz's body had already been moved to the position it was in before you arrived.
Afterwards, I heard that that was not the way she was initially found.
And do you know, for example, whether people had walked up and down the stairs or around the house after Liz was found, but before you arrived at the house?
It is my understanding that the nanny walked into the house and is the one who first saw Liz, and that she panicked. She panicked. She didn't know what was happening. She ran up the stairs. She ran past this Liz, ran up the stairs looking in a panic if there was anything wrong with the babies. And so that was her initial reaction. So yes, she had run up and down the stairs. It was also my understanding that she had gone back up the stairs and taken the babies out the back door. There was a back door from the second level, more like a fire escape kind of it was a metal kind of a staircase. And that she had gone upstairs and taken the babies over to the Petersons.
And I'm going to ask you a bit about that. When the Petersons, when you were at the house, Patty Peterson was there the entire time.
Yes, Patty was there.
And Michael was in and out, but he
all
was,
day.
But and their two boys, Todd and Clayton, were fairly young.
Yes, but they're not toddlers. You know, they were attending the elementary school.
And do you know whether the girls were taken to the Petersons' house because, and if so, who would have been watching them there?
I think that was my understanding, that where was Margaret and Martha, and they were at the Petersons.
Okay, and
with Todd and Clayton.
And do you know who was watching them there, or is it possible they were being watched somewhere else?
Well, it could be possible, but that's where I think they were.
Okay. Now, you indicated that, including yourself, a number of the people there were very upset.
Oh, yeah.
That included Barbara, the nanny.
She was very young at that time and was physically shaken.
And was she basically is hysterical?
And she was loud. Yeah, she was crying and shaking and loud.
And at some point, did somebody take her with them and leave the residence?
Amy Beth was the one to help Barbara. That's why that third person couldn't have been Amy Beth.
And Barbara didn't return to the house that day.
Oh no, Barbara wouldn't return to the house for that entire week.
Okay. And I take it then that Barbara, although you talked about some things are difficult to remember, you may have blocked something or some things, it's clear to you that Barbara did not help clean up any of the blood.
Not with me and Tom, no.
And not coming back, to your knowledge, to the house that following week.
Well, Barbara did stay back in the house with the baby girls. See, I don't know if it's that very next week. I know that Tom and I started going back to work on the Monday following Thanksgiving break. And Barbara stayed with the baby girls in Liz's house all the way through June. But initially, Barbara was very reluctant or scared or spooky or didn't like the idea of being back in the house. But she worked through that. You know, Barbara loved those baby girls. She loved them. She was a trained nanny. She had very nice, calming ways with the baby girls. And she provided a lot to them for Liz when George was.
And so at some point she actually came back to the house, but was it a matter of weeks before she was comfortable moving back into the house?
See, my memory's not accurate.
Okay. It could have been a week, it could have been more than a week.
I mean, I know that I think the babies and Barbara were back in the house before we took our trip over Christmas.
Okay.
So.
But for the week of Thanksgiving, it was you and Tom staying in the house.
Well, and Connie came.
Is that Connie Ratliff?
Connie is George's sister.
Mm-hmm.
And she came for the service on Wednesday, but she stayed with Tom and I and the baby girls on Tuesday, I think. That's right.
Now, you've mentioned a couple times, and understandably, that this whole event was basically overwhelming to your senses when you were there in the house.
Yes, it was horrific.
And now, particularly now looking back almost 18 years, there's some things you just can't really recall, no matter how hard you try.
Right. I think I probably couldn't recall some of them right afterwards.
And that's because of how traumatic the whole thing was.
But then some things stick out in my mind, like the way I had to clean blood, because that was new for me.
Okay, and let me ask you a little bit on the surface on that. If I could approach this.
Can we have argument on that?
Just so the jury can get a sense of what you're talking about. This is a picture I've shown you before, Exhibit 193. And that is what the wall is like currently at the house, correct?
Right.
But it's a little bit different. It was a little bit different back in 1985.
I think so.
Okay, let me talk. If we could blow that up, just a section of it so the jury can see.
It seemed like it had more spaces.
Okay, because what this is, and Guy, can you enlarge that at all? Okay. What you've got is kind of a rough textured cement or stucco. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what's shown in the picture is actually less rough or less distinctive than it was back in 1985.
I mean, it just seemed like there are deeper crevices, you know, and maybe it's just the angle of this photograph.
Okay.
Okay, because I mean, it could be.
But it's at least as rough as what we see in the picture back in 1985.
See, this looks like it's so dense together, and to me that there were little waves.
Is there more space between where the peaks would be, in essence?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the surface that, as you worked up the stairs, you can take that. You were cleaning.
I missed the end of that.
I'm sorry, and I'm trying to keep my voice up. That was the type of surface when you talk about cleaning the wall that you were working with.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to talk about that in a second, but for example, now, despite your best efforts, you cannot recall who the third person was, if there was a third person helping you and Tom.
I want to think it's Michael, but I can't say it because I don't have a picture of his. It's a shadow to me. So I don't want to say that.
Okay. And when you say you want to think it's Michael, it's because you can't think of somebody else who was there who would fit that role.
Who was there helping. That's right.
But you also remember that Michael was in and out, and you actually can't picture him doing the cleaning with you.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And that's true for other things that you talked about. You talked about certain areas of walls you just can't remember whether you cleaned them. There's areas that are just blocked in terms of your ability to remember.
I do think I have blocked.
Okay, and I want to go through some of the events that happened that morning and see to the best of your memory. If we can at least put them in order, and I recognize that you can't tell this jury any specific times once you got to Liz Ratliff's house. Is that correct?
It's warped.
Yeah, an event like that can seem to go on more long than it really does, or time can change when you're going through that type of experience.
Yes, it's warped. But I know that I arrived early in the morning, 9 o'clock, and I think that by early afternoon, 4:30, 5, or right before evening, we is when the time we left the house.
Okay. And in terms of when things happened during that time period, you just can't give a specific time.
I can't tell you the time on the clock.
But you do remember that there were some medical personnel at the house.
Yes.
And you recall either seeing or hearing that one of the medical personnel had withdrawn some spinal fluid from Elizabeth?
See, I visually don't have that memory, but I remember that there were German medical people there and that Amy was fluent in German. And so the reason that is part of my memory is because I remember saying to Amy, listen, what are they saying? What has happened? Because I didn't want to look at Liz. I don't have a visual picture of that.
Okay, and did you then learn that they had done a procedure and decided that it was a cerebral?
I had heard that there was a spinal tap done.
And as a result of that, the German authorities or medical authorities said this was a stroke of some sort.
Well, see, I don't have that connection other than I know that they did that.
Okay, so you don't have a memory of what result there was from the spinal tap.
See, I don't know when they knew that this was a hemorrhage, because I knew it when I arrived that it was a hemorrhage. So I don't know. I mean, that's what I was told. I mean, that was what I understood.
Okay, and you continue to understand that following that event?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you asked Amy Beth to listen in during this. She was fluent in German?
She had good German.
Right. And is it fair to say that your German at that point was kind of survival level German in terms of conversation?
Well, yes, I could have some conversations, but I can shop and I can order food in a restaurant and I can get around Germany.
But was it fair to say, for example, you understood more of what was said than you could speak German?
That's still for the same today.
Okay. And back in 1985, Michael Peterson's German was about the same as yours.
I thought it was about the same.
Okay. So Amy Beth was a person you asked to kind of listen in to find out what the German authorities were saying.
At that point, yes. And overall, I think Michael was relying on Patty's German, and I think I relied on Liz's German, and because Liz was very good. So, and at that particular time, yes, I do remember saying that to Amy Beth.
Now, at some point, you understand, was an American or American investigators from the military showed up at the house?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember whether they overlapped with the German authorities who were there?
It's possible there was an overlap, and it's possible they came fairly, one was leaving and the next one arrived. To me, it seemed like it wasn't a long wait.
Between the two?
Between the two. I mean, it could have been an overlap.
And you can't tell us exactly how long those investigators stayed, but they could have been there 30, 40 minutes or longer.
It could have been.
Beyond when the medical people had left.
My time warp is that the Germans were there when I arrived and they left first, and then they left before the American military people left, and then once the American military people left, then there was a long period of time before the mortuary people arrived.
And the mortuary people were talking about what they did was come to get Liz's
just simply take her body away.
They weren't doing any kind of investigation.
No, we were waiting for them to take her.
And nobody had begun cleaning up the scene before that last group of either investigator or investigators had left.
We started to clean once Liz.
You guys, where'd it go? Parents charged after child hurt by wolf at zoo. Parents face charges after toddler hurt by wolf at Hershey Park's zoo. What the heck? I'm going to watch that later.
This was moved.
And that was after the investigators had been in the house and left.
Well, I think it's about the time that the last group of people were leaving and they weren't taking Liz. And so I panicked because I thought they were going to take Liz. And these people were going to leave. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What about Liz? I didn't want Liz to stay there.
And it was your understanding once they left that it was okay to have Liz moved.
Actually, I remember a permission to do that. It was okay to move Liz.
Okay, so the investigators had already been to the house and seen.
I don't know if the investigators told us that, or Michael and the investigators worked that out, or what, how it was worked out. But they were not going to take Liz. That was clear. And we had to wait for the mortuary people.
And I was just trying to get the sequence here that permission, whoever it came from, was when the investigators were done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And one of the reasons you wanted Liz moved is you didn't want her just lying there on that entryway.
It was very disturbing.
And I think you expressed to the jury that you had a concern about the blood that was there in case the girls came in, or I take it in case some other friends of Liz came.
Yeah.
You didn't want that seen for them.
That's right.
Michael hadn't been telling people, we need to clean up the blood.
I don't know if Michael said that, but I know that it was okay for me to start cleaning up.
And you hadn't seen Michael do anything to clean up blood before the investigators came.
No, that's not in my memory.
And while I think you indicated that Michael kind of was in charge or did a lot while the various authorities were in the house, and that you in fact wanted somebody to play that role.
Right. I wasn't in any frame of mind to call Liz a sister. I probably didn't even have her number to call Liz a sister. And I didn't want to deal with any military agencies or hospitals or police or anything like that.
And
but I wouldn't have been the one.
And somebody had to deal with the various authorities and contacting family members and all the things that had to be dealt with.
Yes.
And that role fell to Michael. Yeah. And you didn't see him, for example, interfering with the medical personnel when they were present at the house.
See, that's not in.
You don't have any memory of him interfering with the investigators and preventing them from seeing things in the house?
That's all a blur, who those people were.
I think you said that you have in your mind that Michael was in fact explaining who various people were to some group that had come to the house.
See, it's vague. So I think somebody wanted to know who we all were. And I think Michael was just doing that, but it's just one thing. I know it wasn't Patty.
Mm-hmm.
I know it wasn't certain people, so I'm sure.
But you don't have any memory of Michael doing anything that looked like it was designed to hinder what the authorities were doing in the house.
To injure?
Hinder.
Oh, hinder.
Yeah.
No, he was interacting with all of the authorities who came into the house.
Now, hold on one second. Your Honor, we're about to switch to a slightly different topic. I don't know if this is an appropriate time to take a break or what your plans were on that, but
Plans?
yeah, whether you were planning a break.
I don't have plans. You can take a break. 10 minutes, Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break. Please remain in your seats and allow the jury to exit first.
Thank you, Your Honor. You talked about that you and Tom cleaned that afternoon during the day and described various areas. I want to talk a little bit about the rug. There was a rug of some sort on the floor where Liz's body had been lying when you arrived.
Liz was lying on a rug.
And at some point before the cleaning took place, her body was actually moved into the next room.
Before what?
Before you cleaned up, Liz's body was actually moved into the next room.
When Liz's body was moved, that's the first place under her body that we started to clean up.
Okay. And by the way, do you remember there's a door there to that room? Do you remember whether that door was open or closed when you arrived?
No.
Okay. When her body was moved in the first place you cleaned, there was a pool of blood?
When they moved the body, yes there was, I say pool of blood, puddle of blood. There was blood.
Okay. And that smeared when you were trying to wipe it up?
Yes. Okay. But I that was very disturbing, and there's a lot of blockage there. I remember some, but I don't think I could do very much there. I think Tom did a lot more there than me.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you just a few more questions, and then I'll stop. You have talked to your husband, I take it, about these events probably since the day they happened.
Yes, we've discussed it, but and that also was a process just to put things in place.
And in fact, I think you mentioned, I actually cut you off during direct, that you didn't remember a certain event, but Tom had told you, I think it was how you got to the house or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, so then this is just a natural conversation between you and your husband about things he remembered and things you remembered and all those types of things.
I'm not sure what you're asking. When was I talking to Tom?
Well, I was going to ask, has this been an ongoing, did you talk with him in the weeks following when he, I'll be more specific. You mentioned on direct that you didn't remember an event, but he told you something about that event. I think it was coming to the house or how you got to the house. Was that something you all had been discussing recently, or was that back at the time the event happened?
Right. I did not remember going down and talking to the principal, but Tom says we did, and that's what I was going to say, and you said I can't say here.
And I was going to ask you, when did you have that conversation with your husband where he said, well, this is what I remembered, and you just didn't have that memory?
Actually, the memories were sparked by Michael's detective Jarrett, called in December. This last December. And he called and kept us on the phone, interviewed us on the phone for a couple of hours. And And he asked all the same questions about, was there any blood there, who was there, and all that. And then in May, I went to Patty's house. I went to get my hair done in a town near Patty. She still lives near the town of Grafenhausen, near this neighborhood. She still lives there. And I went to visit her, and Detective Jarrett showed up and interviewed me for several hours, showing me the photographs of Liz's house and brought back all those memories.
He doesn't like it.
And so
Really like
it concerned me that maybe I had done something wrong. Maybe things didn't happen the way I believe they happened. So I got nervous and I went to a lawyer on Monday. That was the first Saturday of May. I remember that. I went to Patty's house and she said, I apologize. I did not know that some people were going to come here and they want to talk to you. And I did agree to talk to them. I had already spoken to them in December. But then I got nervous and I didn't like it that they had all these photographs and bringing back me cleaning up blood. So on that Monday, I went to talk to a lawyer to ask them if there was a way that I could have some legal problems.
Okay.
By my actions 18 years ago.
Okay.
And they suggested that I contact the prosecution and give them the same information. Otherwise, I don't think I don't think I would be here.
Mr. Maher, I want to clear up because she's said twice that he's a detective, and
he's a private investigator, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
I don't want to confuse the jury unless that's what he told me.
Is this, when you say Mr. Jarrett, is this gentleman sitting?
Mr. Jarrett in May sat with me inside Patty's house at her dining table with a German. I thought both of them were detectives, but what he is, I don't know. What is he?
Is this an investigator?
An investigator. And there was a German investigator named Axel.
Okay.
And if they hadn't contacted me, I don't think I would have contacted them. And I don't think we would be having these memories.
I take it then that nobody from the state side had contacted you before you tracked them down and contacted them.
I'm trying to think. There has been, since December, there has been some contact, but I would have to try and figure that out for you because I don't know.
And since all these events you were being questioned about, then did you then talk to your husband? In fact, wasn't your husband interviewed on the phone with you by Mr.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you would talk with did you talk with your husband then about what he remembered and what you remembered?
Well, we kind of did it right then as Mr. Jarrett was asking the questions. Was it taped? Oh, I don't know. I just wonder.
Yeah, there was the two of you together in essence talking at the same time. You were on
Yes,
one
we
conversation.
had a speaker, a kind of a speakerphone.
Okay. And did you talk with your husband then after that telephone conversation about what his memory was of various events?
Yes, I was nervous about all of that.
Okay. Did you also, you had stayed at least somewhat in touch by Christmas cards or whatever with the Berners, Amy Beth Berner and her husband Bruce Berner?
But it hadn't been for the last couple of years because my life has been kind of busy. But I do keep contact with some of the teachers that I was teaching with in Rhine-Main once a year through Christmas letter and a photo of my family.
And after these events came back up and you were being questioned about them, did you have any conversations? Did you speak with Amy Beth again?
Yes, I did speak with Amy Beth.
Okay, and have you seen Amy Beth? You arrived in this country for this trial close to a week ago, last weekend?
I arrived here a week ago. Yes.
You've been here for a number of days.
I have.
Okay, and in fact, you've seen Amy Beth Berner?
Have I seen her?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Are you all staying together at the same hotel?
Yes, we are.
Okay, in fact, you've gone out, you and other witnesses have gone out to dinner as a group?
Yes, but my conversation has not included what I wanted to say here in court because I don't want to have people interfering with what I know I did at that time.
Okay.
And most of the conversations that other people have had are gossipy, wild things that Michael's been doing for a while.
And so you've been doing the best you can today, and I understand it's difficult to rely on your own memory of events.
The events I am relaying to you are based on my memory, and that's why I have blockage.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right, you can come down.
You guys, please don't think that I'm cold or heartless. I realize this woman is traumatized by the loss of her friend and being called to see her dead body or whatever. She just rubs me the wrong way. It's almost like she thinks too much of herself. Like, she got asked questions and then went to a lawyer. Now, there's nothing wrong if you're a witness in a crime to get a lawyer. There's nothing wrong with that. If you feel uncomfortable and you feel like you need a lawyer, yes, go get a lawyer. But exactly, I don't understand. Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble." Like during the voir dire, she said, "Well, if I tell him that, then he's gonna ask me that, and then he's gonna ask me that." And no, you just answer the question. And if you don't remember the next question, don't anticipate the next question. If you don't know it, you don't know it. Just answer honestly. And then if you don't know the next question, just say, "I don't know." It's like, "Oh, I'm going to get in trouble." Just tell the truth and you don't get in trouble. Unless you did something that's going to get you in trouble. All you did was clean your friend's blood off the wall of her house when she died. How is that so complicated? All you have to do is answer their questions. Maybe she does. I don't know. She just rubs me the wrong way. Like the nervous laughter and the baby girls. Oh my God, the baby girls are driving me crazy. They are people with names and they are adults right now sitting right there in the front row. I wonder if she even knows who they are now. Does she even know that Margaret and Martha are right there? Does she know that's who they are? I really wonder if she knows that's them sitting there. Because she keeps saying baby girls, baby girls, baby girls. She's driving me nuts. I don't know. I don't know if she's naive. I don't know if she's trying to hide something. I don't know if she's trying to just deflect. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But I'm glad she's done. But we have her husband next. Her husband is going to testify next. And for some reason, they didn't voir dire him. So we don't have to listen to him twice. So, and then there's a doctor. And I don't know if he's a doctor that saw her. Well, she never did get to the appointment that she had made. Because that was for the following Tuesday. That's so bad. What day did she look bad? She said Thursday, I think. And she had an appointment for Tuesday, and she died on a Sunday. That is so sad. That's so sad. So, her husband, the doctor, the nanny, but the nanny they're going to voir dire. I don't know why. So we'll have to hear her twice. And then there's one other, they still have to call back Deaver one more time. And we're going to hear from Deborah Radish again. Maybe, you know, you might be right. That might be an eye opener when we see her husband testify. Because back then they hadn't been married that long, but now they've been married 18 years. At least, maybe 20. So that might tell a lot about her behavior. And I don't know. I guess I can't say much about the crying. I'm a crier, but I don't cry that much when I talk about my mom and dad dying. My mom, I was 21. That was like over 30 years ago. But my dad, it's been like 10 years, 12 years, probably 12 years, 13 years. I've lost track. I don't even cry about that anymore. I mean, that was natural causes. But so was Liz's death as far as she was concerned. Yeah. I think she was in charge of everything in that marriage. Absolutely everything. I think Harvey knew after the fact. Okay, guys. I will see you guys in the morning. I've been thinking all day today it's Thursday. It's not, it's Wednesday. Because I want to see Rick Springfield and I want to see him now. I will be on my... Yeah, she could be. She very well could be. Because, like she just said, that they talked to her about cleaning up the blood, and then she thought she might be in trouble. So she talked to an attorney that then told her to talk to the prosecution. And if it hadn't been for that, I might not be here now. And it's true. She might not be there now. She was the one that contacted the prosecution. They might have never called her. We might have not ever even known she existed. She's the one that contacted the prosecution. So that's very possible. My payday is next Wednesday. So tonight on my other channel is our little talk show thingy that we've started doing with my partner channel, Magic Adventures. So we will be doing that tonight. I will be talking about the Lebo M and the Learn More Genasi Circle of Life lawsuit. And Murray, my British friend, he's back home. He will be talking about his trip over here to Walt Disney World. So, that's what we're doing tonight. Friday night, I will be on Pete McDevitt's channel for the news and merch show. And then Sunday, I will be live streaming. If my tech cooperates, I will be live streaming at least the first set of Rick Springfield for Nancy. I wasn't going to live stream it because I wanted to enjoy the concert, but Nancy wants to see him. But that is if my tech cooperates. So, other than that, though, I will see you guys in the morning. And remember, be kind to people. Love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I love y'all. I'll see you in the morning.